Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐿𝐼_Brownie on Wattpad. Now, let's start. We see 𝐒𝐿 walking down the street with a mask covering his face. He's also wearing a black hoodie to cover his hair. Now that the heroes know who he looks like, he has to hide his identity. Even if Aizawa and Hawks gave him an offer to be a student at UA, he still doesn't know if he should take it or not. Right now he is in a store trying to find the candy apple. 𝐒𝐿, where is the candy apple? Do they even sell them here? As he is struggling to find the candy apple, a woman with long white hair notices that 𝐒𝐿 is struggling to find something. Excuse me but. 𝐒𝐿, him. Do you need help? 𝐒𝐿, oh yeah. Do you know where I could find the candy apples? Oh, they don't sell them here, only the ingredients. 𝐒𝐿, oh. He says as he lets out a sigh. 𝐒𝐿, thank you for your help, Ms. Rei, oh my name is Rei Todoroki. She says as she takes her hand out. Rei, it's a pleasure to meet you. She says as she has a soft smile on her face. 𝐒𝐿, cute. He thinks to herself as he has a small blush under his mask. 𝐒𝐿, it's nice to meet you too. He says as he shakes her hand. Rei, his hands are massive. She thinks to herself as his hand covers her whole hand. As they are talking, they hear someone shouting which catches their attention. 𝐒𝐿, what's that? Rei, I don't know but they sound angry. She says as she walks towards the noise. 𝐒𝐿, wait. He says as he follows her. It doesn't take them long to reach the front of the store since it's pretty small. They see someone aiming a gun at the cashier. Thief, I said give me your money. He said as he shot into the sky. The sound scares everyone except for 𝐒𝐿 since he ain't afraid of no thug. 𝐒𝐿, if I don't stop him, someone could get hurt. He thinks to himself as he walks towards him. Rei, what are you doing? She whispers to 𝐒𝐿 as she grabs his hand. 𝐒𝐿, I gotta stop him. Rei, but you'll get hurt. 𝐒𝐿, I'll be fine. He says as he takes her hand. 𝐒𝐿, I've dealt with worse. He says as he lets her hand go and walks away, leaving Rei worried but also with a small blush on her face. Rei, what was that? She thinks to herself as she watches 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 is slowly walking towards the thief. The thief is distracted on the cashier to notice 𝐒𝐿 sneaking up on him. But he is discovered as someone bumps into a rack of cans making noise, causing the thief to turn around and see 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿, CRP. Thief, stop right there. He says as he aims his gun at 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿, okay, just calm down. He says as he puts his hands up. Thief, you thought you could sneak up on me. 𝐒𝐿, well. It was working. Thief, shut up. He says as she shoots next to 𝐒𝐿's foot. But 𝐒𝐿 doesn't flinch since he's built different. Thief, what's with the mask and hoodie? 𝐒𝐿, you don't need to know. Thief, well if you don't want to get shot, I suggest you take it off. 𝐒𝐿, no. Thief, I'll shoot you, do it. 𝐒𝐿, no. The thief is getting frustrated but gets an idea. Thief, do it or else I'll shoot someone here, staring with her. He says as he aims at Rei. 𝐒𝐿, fine. He says as she steps in front of the gun. As the gun is aimed at 𝐒𝐿, he starts to take off his hood showing his green messy hair. Rei, wait, I recognize that hair from somewhere but where? And 𝐒𝐿 places his hands on his mask and takes it off revealing his face. Everyone recognizes who he is and the thief does as well. Thief, wait a minute. You're that guy who killed Endeavor. 𝐒𝐿, and I won't hesitate to do the same with you. He says as he starts walking towards the thief. Thief, stay back. He says as he starts backing away from 𝐒𝐿. He bumps into the cashier counter and his hand starts to shake as he is scared. The thief is about to shoot 𝐒𝐿 until the cashier behind the thief puts them in a headlock, giving 𝐒𝐿 the chance to take the pistol out of the thief's hand. The cashier pushes the thief forward and 𝐒𝐿 pistol WHPs him, causing him to fall back. 𝐒𝐿 breaks the gun and looks down to the thief to see he's knocked out. 𝐒𝐿, thanks. he says to the cashier. Cashier and no problem, he says as he gives Izuku a thumbs up with a nervous smile. Izuku, has anyone called the police? Random citizen, they're already on their way. Izuku, good, does anyone have anything to tie him up? Random citizen #3 I do. He says as he walks up to Izuku and gives him the rope. Izuku, why do you have rope with you? Random citizen #3, I was gonna go mountain today, plus it was over there. He says as he points to the rack with ropes hanging off of it. Izuku, what kind of store is this? He says as he looks up to the cashier. The cashier just shrugs their shoulder as they don't know either. Izuku, whatever, he says as he ties up the thief. Izuku, alright, I'll take my leave now, he says as he puts his hood over his head and begins to leave. Ray W8. She says to Izuku, but he already left the store. Ray, I gotta get to him quick, she says as she is about to leave the store. Cashier, W8 you have to. Before he could say anything, she is already gone. Cashier, and she's gone. Whatever, he says as he waits for the cops to arrive. Meanwhile, we see Izuku walking down the street on the sidewalk thinking to himself. Izuku, Ray him. Endeavor's wife, I'm glad I saved her family from a terrible man. He thinks to himself and a small smile grows on his face. As he is walking, he hears someone running towards him and turns around to see Ray running towards him. Ray, wait, she shouts as she is running towards Izuku. Izuku, how has she not tripped in those high heels yet? He thought to himself as he sees her inches away from her. And just on cue. Ray, whoa. She trips. Izuku, I spoke too soon. He thinks to himself as he catches her. She falls into his arms and has her eyes closed as she expects to hit the floor. She notices she hasn't hit the floor, so she opens her eyes and sees Izuku looking down to her. Izuku, are you okay? He asks her as she is staring up to him. Ray Yuim. She is distracted as she could feel his muscles through his jacket. She snaps out of it as she stands up and lets go of Izuku. Ray, yes, I'm okay. Thank you for saving me, she says as she has a blush on her face. Izuku, you're welcome, he says as he's about to walk away again. Ray W8. She says as she grabs his hand. Izuku him. Ray, why you're the Doomslayer? Correct. Izuku, yes, he says as he thinks she's mad at him for killing her husband. Izuku, if this is about your husband, before he could finish, she hugs him. Ray, thank you so much, she says as she snuggles her head against his chest. Izuku is shocked that she is thanking him. He didn't expect her to be so grateful. He hugged her back as he rested his hand on her head and ran his fingers through her head. Izuku, you're welcome, he said as he was petting her. Ray blushed as she could feel his big soft hand run through her hair. She never felt something so comforting before. She closed her eyes and smiled softly as she enjoyed this moment. Izuku realized he was hugging her for too long and let her go. Izuku, sorry, he says as he lets her go. Ray, oh, it's okay, she says as she was blushing. Izuku, I'll be on my way now, he says as he starts to leave. Izuku, CRP, I forgot the candy apples, what am I gonna tell Ari? He said as he could imagine the worst possible outcome, her crying. Izuku, I failed as a father, he thought to himself as he stared at the floor. Ray noticed he was upset about something, so being the sweet person she is. Ray, are you okay? She asked him as he stopped and looked behind him. Izuku him. Ray, why you just seemed upset about something, so I just wanted to see if there was something wrong. Izuku, yeah, I was trying to get some candy apples for my daughter A. Ray, oh that's sweet, what's her name? She asked as she had a genuine smile. Izuku, her name's Eri. She wanted to try a candy apple and I can't cook. Ray, oh, well I can help you make some candy apples. She offered to help him. Izuku, really? Ray, yes, I have children of my own and I would love to help you. Izuku, I don't know. I don't want to be a bother. Ray, it's the least I can do for killing my abusive husband, she said as she was standing inches away from him. Izuku, are you sure? Ray, yes. Izuku. Okay then. Ray, great. she says as she clapped her hands together. "Ray, I have the ingredients we need to make candy apples, we can make them at my house." "Izuku, okay," he says as they both walk to her house together side by side. Time skip. They arrive at the Todoroki's house. They walk up to the front door and Ray unlocks it. "Ray, please take your shoes off and hang your jacket right there," she says as she points at the coat rack. "Ray, I'll go get the ingredients ready while you make yourself comfortable," she says as she leaves to the kitchen. "Izuku, okay," he says as he takes his jacket off and hangs it up. He crouches down to take off his shoes but notices a white cat staring at him. "Izuku." "Cat." Izuku continues to take his shoes off while the cat continues to watch Izuku. Once he's done, he puts his shoes against the wall and sees the cat is still staring at him. He walks up to it and crouches down to it. Izuku goes to pet it but it backs its head away. "Izuku, I won't hurt you," he whispers to the cat as he tries to let the cat again. The cat is hesitant at first but lets Izuku pet it. As Izuku runs his hand over its soft fur, he could feel it purr against his hand and he kinda likes it. He picks the cat up and continues to pet it as he goes to the kitchen. He sees Ray wearing an apron and is ready to make some candy apples. "Ray, okay, I got everything," she says to herself as she sees Izuku enter the kitchen with her cat. "Ray, oh, I see you found Snowball," she says as she pets Snowball. The cat purrs as it rubs its head against her hand. "Ray, I think he likes you," she says as she smiles at Izuku. "Izuku, I like him too," he says as he puts Snowball down. "Ray, alright, are you ready to make some candy apples?" she says as she gives him an apron. "Izuku, yeah," he says as he puts it on. "Ray, alright, let's begin," she says as her and Izuku start to make candy apples. Time skip. They have finally finished making candy apples and they look delicious. They have finally finished making candy apples and they look delicious. Good din, those look good. Drooling face Ray, wow, they look amazing. "Izuku, they do," he says as he is a mess. "Ray, how did you get so messy?" "Izuku, I don't know," he says as he takes his apron off. As he does, Ray notices his black t-shirt is a mess. "Ray, oh no, your shirt," she says as Izuku looks down to his shirt. "Izuku, it's okay, it's just a stain," he says as he likes the tip of his thumb and tries to wipe it off. It doesn't work as it just makes it more messy. "Ray, I could wash it if you want." "Izuku, no, it's okay, you don't have to do that." "Ray, please, I insist," she says as she is looking up to Izuku in his eyes. "Izuku." "Okay," he says as he has a small blush on his face. "Ray, great, let me put these candy apples away first," she says as she goes to wrap the candy apples up. As does Izuku begins to take off his shirt while her back is turned on him. "Ray, okay, I finished," she says as the candy apples are wrapped up. "Ray, now can you please give me your shirt so I can?" she says as she turns around to see Izuku's muscular body as it is also covered with scars. "Ray, wow. She doesn't know what to say. On one hand she is worried for Izuku as she can see every scar on his body. But in the other hand, she is blushing as she is staring at his abs. "Izuku, are you okay?" he says as he walks up to her, making her blush slightly grow on her face. "Izuku, your face looks red," he says as he rests the back of his hand on her forehead. She is extremely flustered as her face is brighter than Rudolph's nose. "Ray, I am okay," she says as she covers her face. "Ray, see, could you please give me your shirt?" she says as she sticks her hand out while still covering her face with the other hand. Izuku places his shirt in her hand as she takes it and runs out of the kitchen in a blushing mess. "Izuku, what was that about?" he says as he looks at Snowball. The cat just likes its paw as it lets out a meow. "Izuku, him." Meanwhile, we see Ray putting his shirt in the washing machine along with her apron. As they are washing, Ray leans against the wall and covers her face with her hands. "Ray, I almost passed out," she thinks to herself as she is blazing hard. "Ray, why is he so handsome?" she thinks to herself as she slides down to the floor, sitting down. She slides her hand down their mouth, covering her mouth as her blush begins to calm down. "Ray, he has a lot of scars. What happened to him?" She thinks to herself as she is worried for Izuku's condition. Her thoughts are interrupted as she hears the washing machine stop. She gets up and takes the clothes and puts them in the dryer. I should see how he's doing. She tells herself as she goes to check on Izuku. I just realized I never asked his name. As she goes into the living room, she sees Izuku sitting on the couch staring down to the floor. Why your shirt will be finished soon, she says as she sits a few feet from Izuku. Izuku, okay, thank you, he says as he continues to stare at the floor. There's an awkward silence in the air as Rei is trying to find something to say. I noticed I never got your name, she says as she rubs the back of her neck. Izuku, it's Izuku. Oh okay. She has her hands on her knees as she continues to think of something to say to break the silence. Have you ever cooked before? Izuku, I did once with my girlfriend. Oh. Izuku, but we don't talk anymore, he says as he starts to look upset. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. Izuku, it's okay. She just didn't like how I killed Endeavor. She knew. Izuku, yeah, but how can I blame her? He says as he holds his head up with his head. Izuku, I'm a monster. What? No you're not, she says as she scoots next to him. You're a good person, she says as she grabs his hands. Just because you killed a bad man doesn't make you a monster. Izuku, but I've killed people. With good intentions, she says as she rests her hand on his shoulder while still holding his hand with the other. You're a good person who has done bad things to make a better future for everyone, she says as she holds Izuku's cheek that rested on his shoulder and faces him towards her. So you're not a monster, you're my hero, she says as she slowly kisses Izuku on the lips. Izuku's eyes widen as he could feel her soft lips press against his own. She broke the kiss and looked to Izuku's eyes to see his shocked expression. She realizes what she did and gets off of him. I am sorry, she says as she scoots away from Izuku. Izuku, it's okay, you just caught me off guard, he says as he's blushing. He scoots over to her to reassure her that it's okay. Izuku, it's fine, I just didn't expect it, he says as he lifts her chin up. Izuku, I didn't know you liked me either, he says as he kisses her back. Her eyes widen in shock that he kisses her back. She slowly began to kiss him back as she moved her hand to his cheek and held it. She closed her eyes as she could feel Izuku's warm body against her. He leans forward, laying Rei on her back with her head resting on a pillow. He breaks the kiss as his finger moves the stand of her hair out of the way. She holds his hand that rests on her cheek and has a soft smile. Your hands are soft, she says as she rubs his hand with her thumb. Izuku, your lips are softer. His words causes her to blush as she covers her face with her hand. Izuku slightly smiles as he moves her hand off her face. Izuku, he kisses her again, only this time he slides her tongue through her lips. Her eyes widen as she could feel his tongue swirl in her mouth. She kisses him back as Izuku holds her hands against the couch, pinning her to the couch. He broke the kiss. A trail of saliva was connected to each other's mouths. Rei was breathing heavily while looking at Izuku, who was pinning her. He went up to her ear and nibbled on it, making Rei shudder a bit. He then made his way down to her neck. He liked her neck as well as nibbling on it a bit. She bit her bottom lip as she tried to keep herself from umming. Before he left her neck, he kissed her collarbone, making her let out a soft Izuku left her neck full of his saliva as he looked up to her. Izuku, did you like that? Why yes, she says as Izuku kisses her cheek. Izuku, good, he says as he lets her hands go. She is kinda disappointed he stopped. Well, that's what she thought. Izuku, do you want to continue? He says as he gets off the couch and offers her his hand. Rei slowly nods as she takes his hand. He pulls her up and grabs her butt. She slightly jumps up as Izuku lifts her up and kisses her on the lips. She kisses him back as she wraps her arms and legs around him. He carries her to her room as they continue to make out. He opens the door and enters the room, closing the door behind him with his foot. Lemon warning sign #lemon warning. Warning sign #lemon. He lays her on the bed with him on top of her and breaks the kiss. He has his hands on her waist and slides his hands under her shirt. She closes her eyes as she can feel Izuku's hands run against her stomach to her brother. He slides his hands under her BR, feeling her melons. She lets out a soft mmm as she covers her mouth to keep her mmms muffled. He squeezes them as he moves her shirt above her chest. He moves his head to her chest and likes her melons while squeezing the other one. She mms as she holds Izuku's head against her chest while covering her mouth. As he starts to SEK on her melons, she begins to mm as she could feel Izuku's tongue run against her melons. She runs her fingers through his hair as he continues to please her melons. He then stops as he sits up and takes her shirt off. She sits up and lifts her arms, making it easier for him to take her shirt off. Once her shirt is off, Izuku holds her sides as he runs his hands against her curves. She giggles as his hands tickle her a bit. He lays her back down as he likes her stomach. She giggles a bit as it tickles her, but it also pleases her too. As he is liking her, he makes his was to her, breathes and looks up to her. Izuku, can I touch you, don't there? He asks as he wanted to be polite to her. Ray, why yes. She says as Izuku slightly nods his head and slowly slides his hands down her. Breathes. He rubs his fingers against her panties as he could feel she was wet. She as she could feel Izuku's fingers rub against her panties. She hugged Izuku and dug her head into his neck. He petted her head and ran his fingers through her long white hair. Ray, Izuku, I'm gonna come. She as she was about to reach her limit. Izuku, it's fine, let it out. He says as he rubbed his finger against her panties faster. As she was about to come, tightened her grip on Izuku and came all over his hand. Ray She out as her back arched and her legs stiffened. After she came, her back laid back down and was breathing hard. Izuku slowly takes his hands out of her, breathes and liked her come off his hand. As he did, Ray was watching him and blushed at the sight of him liking her juices. Once he was done, he looked at Ray, who was out of breath as she was staring at him. He went up to her and kissed her with his tongue. She closed her eyes as Izuku scared in her tongue. He broke the kiss as he got off the bed and grabbed her legs. He pulled her to him a bit as her waist stopped on the edge. He grabbed her breathes and started to take them off. She straightens her legs out and her breathes slip off as Izuku pulls them. All she has left on were her white soaked panties. He gets on his knees and Ray sits up on the edge of the bed blushing. He spreads her legs and slowly kisses her thighs. She begins to breath heavier as Izuku gets closer to her vagina. As his tongue reaches her soaked panties, he likes the outside of her panties as his tongue could almost slip inside her. She mms as she could feel Izuku's warm tongue slide against her panties. Izuku stops liking them and moves her panties to the side and sees her vagina. She blushes as she felt Izuku's finger brush against her vagina as he moved her panties. He places both of his thumbs against her vagina and stretches it open, revealing the inside of her. She was breathing heavily as Izuku was playing with her vagina. He then slipped his tongue in her vagina, causing Ray to let out a sharp mm. Her hands clenched the side of the bed as Izuku started to like her vagina. As he was liking her, he put his thumb over her CLT and began to run it. She started to mm even more as she had a weak smile on her face, along with a big blush. As she was a umming mess, Izuku was just thinking about how she tastes. Izuku, vanilla. She was about to come again, but before she did, she wrapped her legs around his head and pushed his head into her vagina. She came all over his face, and as she did, she let out a loud mm as she was hunching over Izuku's head. After she finished, her legs fell off of Izuku's shoulder and she fell back on the bed. Izuku slowly backed from her vagina as he wipes his face off with the blanket. Ray realized what she did and weakly sat up to check on Izuku. Ray, Izuku, are you okay? Izuku, mim. Ray, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. As she was apologizing, Izuku stood up and held her cheek. Izuku, it's okay. He said to her with a small smile. Izuku, and you taste like vanilla. Ray, She blushed to that comment as she didn't expect Izuku to say such thing. As she was blushing, Izuku stretched as he picked up her shirt from the floor. Izuku, I think the clothes are done washing. Ray, oh right. She says as she is disappointed she didn't get to go all the way with Izuku. She puts on her shirt but forgets to put a BR on. 𝐒𝐿 notices she is upset and hugs her from behind. 𝐒𝐿, what's wrong? You seem upset. I kinda wished we went all. She says as she has a small blush on her face. 𝐒𝐿, I see, so you're not pleased. No. I mean I am, but you are not really. She says as she is a blushing mess. 𝐒𝐿, I see. He says as he kisses her neck from behind. Oh. She says as she holds his cheek as he kisses her neck from behind her. 𝐒𝐿, don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied. He says as he slowly turns her around and lifts her up. He lays her on the bed and started to take off his belt. Once he got his belt off, he took his briefs off, leaving only his underwear on. Rei was blushing as she stared at 𝐒𝐿's PP. 𝐒𝐿 got on the bed and held Rei's waist in his hands, slowly making his way to her panties. He grabbed them and slid them off of her, showing her wearing nothing but a shirt with nothing underneath. He pulled down his underwear and revealed his huge PP. She blushed at the size of his PP as he got on top of her. As she saw his PP, she started to get nervous. 𝐒𝐿 is about to put it in, but she blocks her 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐴 with her hand. He looks towards her and notices she is scared. 𝐒𝐿, sorry. Did I go too far? He says as he backs away from her. No. She says as she grabs his hand. I'm just nervous it won't fit. She says as she is shaking. 𝐒𝐿, I see. He says as he goes back in the position he was previously in. 𝐒𝐿, I'll start slowly by putting my tip in, okay? He says as he looks up to her. She nods as she uncovers her 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐴. 𝐒𝐿 gets on top of her and aligns his PP against her 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐴. She blushes as she feels the tip rubbing against her 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐴. He slowly started to push the tip inside her and struggled to get it in. He pushes his PP harder and his tip slides in. She felt 𝐒�l's tip go in, but it felt like his entire PP went in. 𝐒𝐿, are you okay? He said as he checked on her. She nods as she is covering her mouth. 𝐒𝐿, okay, I'll try to go a bit further. He says as he slowly pushes his PP inside her. She could feel his PP go deeper inside her, but she started to feel pain as 𝐒𝐿 accidentally pushed his PP in a bit too fast. She let out a painful as 𝐒𝐿 looked at her, worried if she was okay. 𝐒𝐿, CRP, are you okay? He says as he could see her tearing up. 𝐒𝐿, I didn't mean to hurt you, we should stop before I hurt you anymore. He said as he slowly started to take his PP out of her. No. She said as she grabbed 𝐒�l's hand. I am fine. Please don't stop. She says as her tears ran down her cheek. 𝐒𝐿, I don't want to hurt you. He says as he holds her cheek and wipes her tears away with his thumb. 𝐒𝐿. She says to him as she holds his hand. And smiles. I'm so glad you care about me, but I'm fine. So please don't stop, even if it hurts. 𝐒𝐿, She holds his cheek with her hand. Please, let me show you how much I love you. She says as she kisses him on the lips. He kisses her back as he slowly pushes his PP deeper in her. She holds his hand and squeezes his hand, bearing the pain she's feeling. She could tell his is still worried about her and breaks the kiss. 𝐒𝐿. She says his name as she rests her arms on his shoulders. You don't have to worry, I'll be fine. She says as 𝐒�l slowly nods his head. He starts to move inside her, causing her to softly. Every time he moves into her, she lets out a soft of pleasure. 𝐒�l holds her waist and continues to trust her while Rei grips onto the blanket. Her get louder and 𝐒�l starts to go faster. 𝐒𝐿. She his name as her back starts to arch. 𝐒�l slides his hands to her back and pulls her to him. He sits her on his lap and holds her waist and kisses her neck. She lets out a as she holds his head against her neck and starts to ride 𝐒�l. As he is kissing her neck, he slides his tongue down her neck to her collarbone, kissing it as he stopped at her chest. He kissed her melons as it was covered with her shirt. She as she could feel his lips as tongue press against her melons. As he continues to please her, she felt like she was gonna come any moment. She leaned forward and played 𝐒�l on his back. She broke the kiss and sat up as she started to bounce on his pee-pee. She closed her eyes as she felt 𝐒𝐿 take hold her hands. She used his hands to keep herself sitting up as she was leaning forward. As she was riding 𝐒𝐿, she was facing down to 𝐒𝐿. He could see her cleavage bounce as her shirt was maybe a bit too big for her. I'm about to come. She as she started to speed up. 𝐒𝐿, so am I. He says as he could feel her grip tighten against his hands. Let's come together. She says as she stops bouncing on his pee-pee and gets ready to shove his pee-pee deep in here. 𝐒𝐿 sees this and is worried that she'll hurt her. Before he could say anything to stop her, she slams her vagina down onto 𝐒𝐿's pee-pee, causing her to let out a loud mm. She faces up to the ceiling as she could feel 𝐒𝐿's cum fill her up. Once they finish, she falls into 𝐒𝐿's chest and is breathing heavily. 𝐒𝐿 lets her hand go as he shakes her shoulder, worried if she got hurt. 𝐒𝐿, he asked her as he looked at her face. She was asleep as she had a satisfied smile on her face. He sighed in relief as he went to pull his pee-pee out of her. She winces in her sleep and it stopped 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿, I guess I'm gonna be here for a while, he says as he covers themselves with the blanket. He pulls up to his shoulder and kisses her on the forehead. She smiles in her sleep as she snuggles her head against his neck. He goes to call his dad but realizes something. 𝐒𝐿, CRP, I forgot to grab my phone, he says as he looks to his right and sees it laying on the dresser. 𝐒𝐿, I don't remember putting it there, he says as he grabs it. He takes it and notices a note on it. To 𝐒𝐿, hey, you don't know me but I know you and I am the person who kinda brought this universe to life, but we'll get some other time. I noticed you forgot your phone in your breathes, so I did you a solid and put it on the desk while you weren't looking. Tip top 5. P.S. You're welcome. 𝐒𝐿. Who's tip top? He asked himself as he took the note off his phone. 𝐒𝐿, and how did he get past me without me noticing? He says as he stares at the note. 𝐒𝐿, I should try and find him when I have the time, he thinks to himself as he puts the note on the desk. He turns his phone on and calls his dad. 𝐿, hey son, where are you? 𝐿 is starting to get worried. 𝐒𝐿, sorry dad, but I don't think I'll be able to get home today. 𝐿, why did something happen? Are you hurt? 𝐒𝐿, no dad, I'm fine. I'm staying over at a friend's house but it's kinda late, so she offered me to stay for the night. 𝐿, oh, okay. 𝐒𝐿, but she also helped me make candy apples for 𝐿, so could you come pick them up? 𝐿, of course son, just send me the location and I'll come pick them up. 𝐒𝐿, alright, thanks dad. 𝐿 and chill, he said with a reassuring tone. 𝐒𝐿 could feel his smirk on the other side of the phone. 𝐒𝐿, bye dad, he said as he heard 𝐿 laughing on the other side of the phone before hanging up. 𝐒𝐿 sighed as he put his phone back on the desk. He let out a yawn as he started to stretch his arms, taking his arm off of 𝐿. 𝐿, she said as her smile slowly started to disappear. He looked down to her and kisses her on the cheek as he wrapped his arm around her. Her warm smile came back as she snuggled against 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿, don't worry 𝐿, I'll never leave your side, he says as he puts his arm behind his hand and slowly fell asleep. Right, try premium 𝐒𝐿 𝐒𝐿 the 𝐿 𝐒𝐿 the 𝐿. By tip top 5, vote the new UA student. 2K100-143. We see 𝐒𝐿 wake up in bed with 𝐿 cuddling with him. He looked down to her and slightly smiled as he pet her head. She smiled warmly as she nuzzles her head against 𝐒𝐿's chest. 𝐒𝐿 lays back as he looks to the ceiling thinking. 𝐒𝐿 him. He looks towards his phone and picks it up from the countertop. He looks at his phone and remembers the offer Aizawa and Hawks gave him. 𝐒𝐿, should I accept it? He thinks to himself and puts his phone back on the countertop. He looks down to 𝐿 and slowly lifts her off of him and lays her down gently, doing his best not to wake her up. He slowly gets off the bed and gets dressed up. 𝐒𝐿, where's my shirt? He thought to himself as he remembered 𝐿 put it in the dryer. 𝐒𝐿 leaves the room and walks around the house wondering where the dryer is. While 𝐒𝐿 was searching for his shirt, 𝐿 slowly woke up with her hair a mess. She sat up and rubbed her eyes as she used her blanket to cover her chest. She looked around the room wondering where Izuku was. She saw his phone on the countertop, so she knew he was still here. She tried to get up but couldn't feel her legs. She was wondering why but remember what her and Izuku did last night and blushed. "Ray, I can't believe we did that," she whispered to herself as she hid her face under the blanket. As she's thinking about the night her and Izuku had, Izuku comes back and is fully dressed. Izuku notices Ray is awake and goes to her. "Izuku, good morning, Ray," he says as he sits on the bed. "Ray, good morning, Izuku," she says as she looks at him and blushes. "Izuku, are you okay?" he asks her as he moves her hair out of her face. "Ray, Weiss, I'm okay," she says as her blush grows on her face. "Ray, but I can't move my legs," she says as she covered her face with the blanket. "Izuku, do you need help?" "Ray, yes, if you don't mind," she says as she looks up to him in a shy expression. Izuku nods as he takes the blanket off of her and picks her up bridal style. Ray's blush grows as she can feel his muscles through his shirt, hugging around her body. "Izuku, do you want to take a bath first?" he asked, looking down to her. Ray nods in response as Izuku goes to the bathroom with Ray in her arms. Time skip. After some time, we see Ray sitting on the couch fully clothed. "Izuku, are you gonna be okay?" he asked her as he was ready to leave. "Ray, yes, I'll be fine, thank you for helping me," she says, a small blush on her face. "Izuku 𝐒𝐻𝐿," he hums as writes something on a piece of paper. "Izuku, here," he says as he gives her the piece of paper. "Izuku, call me if you need help, okay?" "Ray, I will, thank you, Izuku," she says with a warm smile. "Izuku 𝐒𝐻𝐿," he says as he goes up to her and kisses her forehead. A small blush grows even more on Ray's face, but she smiles to the kiss. "Izuku, I'll see you later," he says as he pets her head before walking away and leaving the house. Ray watches Izuku leave and has a smile on her face. "Ray, for how brutal his scene on the news, he's such a sweetheart," she says with a smile on her face. She's really glad she bumped into Izuku that day, which was yesterday. Meanwhile, we go back to Izuku, who is walking down the street. He's wearing his hoodie and a mask to hide his identity. Izuku started to think about the offer again. Now that he is with a relationship with multiple girls, he'll need help protecting them, especially his daughter A. "Izuku, I think it's time I have Aizawa a call," he thinks to himself as he looks around before running into an alley. Meanwhile, we see Aizawa still sleeping in his bed. But his sleep is interrupted when his phone starts ringing. Aizawa grunts as he tiredly grabs his phone. "Aizawa, what?" he says in a mad tone as his sleep was interrupted. "Izuku, it's me," he says, and Aizawa rubs his eyes, waking himself up. "Aizawa, I see, does this mean you've accepted the offer?" "Izuku, yeah, but I have a few things I want if I join." "Aizawa, I see, what is it?" "Izuku, I need some to protect my daughter." "Aizawa, daughter." "Izuku, 𝐭𝐿. Aizawa, aren't you a little too young to be having a kid?" "Izuku, yes I am, and I don't care." "Aizawa, sigh, alright, I know someone who's surprisingly good with kids." "Izuku, okay, when do I start?" "Aizawa, I'll give you a call tomorrow and let you know when you can join." "Izuku, okay." "Aizawa, by the way, what size is your clothing?" "Izuku, him. I think extra large." "Aizawa, leaving me guessing, I see." "Izuku, I usually put on what feels comfortable." "Aizawa, alright, I'll give you a call tomorrow." "Izuku, okay then," he says as he is about to end the call. "Aizawa, also before I forget, you'll be living in dorms." "Izuku, dorms." "Aizawa, yeah, like a motel inn for students of UA." "Izuku, oh okay then, bye." "Aizawa, yeah, I'll see you soon," he says as the call ends. "Aizawa, sigh, great, gotta guess what size he is," he says as he puts his phone away and rubs his face. Time skip. During the whole day, Izuku spent all his time with Eri to make up for not coming back yesterday. Eri was fine with it but didn't stop Izuku since she was happy to be with her papa. Right now we Izuku walking down the halls of UA with Aizawa. Luckily, Aizawa was able to find the right size for Izuku's UA uniform. While they're both walking down the hall, The students of UA are watching 𝐒𝐿 in shock, surprised that the 𝐔𝐬𝐴 is in UA. Random student, isn't that the guy who killed Endeavor? Random student #2, yeah, but I think he's pretty cool. Random student, what, why? Random student #2, cause Endeavor got what he deserved, he abused his own family. Random student, really? Random student #2, yeah, they told about it on the news, how did you not know this? Random student, I don't watch the news. 𝐒𝐿 looks towards 𝐈𝐳𝐽, wondering how they know what Endeavor did. 𝐈𝐳𝐽, you can thank Hawks, he talked to the Todorakis and was able to find out some secrets Endeavor was hiding. 𝐒𝐿, oh. He says as they reach Class 1A. 𝐈𝐳𝐽, wait out here, I'll let you know when you can enter. 𝐒𝐿, okay. He says as he leans against the wall and 𝐈𝐳𝐽 goes inside. As 𝐈𝐳𝐽 enters, his class notices here and go quiet as they sit down. 𝐈𝐳𝐽, good, you all know how to be quiet when needed. He says as he yawns. 𝐈𝐳𝐽, okay, before we start class, we have a new student joining us. 𝐿𝐷, but Sir 𝐈𝐳𝐽, no. 𝐿𝐷 bu 𝐈𝐳𝐽, shut it. He says as he glares at 𝐿𝐷 with his quirk. 𝐿𝐷, face without mouth 𝐈𝐳𝐽. Good, if anyone else has a problem with it, I won't give a f about it. He says as he deactivates his quirk and rubs his eyes. 𝐈𝐳𝐽, now, you can come in now 𝐒𝐿. He says as the door opens. Bakugo 𝐒𝐿. Wait a minute. Don't tell me it's. He looks towards the door and sees 𝐒𝐿 walk through the door. He's pretty big and muscular and everyone stares at him in shock. Class 1A except for Bakugo and 𝐿𝐽𝐽, the 𝐷oomslayer. Bakugo, Deku. 𝐿𝐽𝐽 𝐒𝐿. She shouts as she gets up and runs up to 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿, hello. He says as he waves to them and is hugged by 𝐿𝐽𝐽. 𝐿𝐽𝐽, why didn't you tell me you were joining UA? She asked him as she was hugging him. 𝐒𝐿, I wanted it to be a surprise. He says as he hugs her back, petting her head as he did. Mina, wait, you know the 𝐷oomslayer. 𝐿𝐽𝐽, yeah, we're dating. She says as she nuzzles her head against his chest. Class 1A dating. They are all surprised that 𝐿𝐽𝐽 has been dating 𝐿𝐽𝐽 this whole time. 𝐿𝐽𝐽, yep, isn't that right 𝐒𝐿? She says as she looks up to him. 𝐒𝐿. He says as he goes down and kisses her nose. She smiles softly as she has a small blush grows on her face. The class is just beyond shocked as they never expected 𝐿𝐽𝐽 to be dating the guy that killed Endeavor. Kiri, dude, how are you so muscular? He asked as he was amazed by how big and muscular he looked. 𝐒𝐿, life-threatening training. Kiri, that's so manly. He says as he goes up to him. Kiri, I'm Kirishima. He says as he has his fist in front of 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿, it's nice to meet you too. He says as he fist bumps Kirishima. 𝐒𝐿, I'm 𝐒𝐿. Kiri, alright 𝐒𝐿 bro, I hope we can become the manliest friends. He says with a toothy smile. 𝐒𝐿, me too my friend. He says with a small smile. Slowly everyone started introducing themselves to 𝐒𝐿, except for Bakugo and Shoto. Bakugo clearly didn't want to talk to him. And Shoto was somewhat nervous to introduce himself to 𝐒𝐿. He killed Endeavor, who was his dad, and he was very grateful for it but didn't know how to introduce himself to him. 𝐈𝐳𝐽, alright, now that everyone has introduced themselves, get back in your seats. He says as they all start to sit down. 𝐈𝐳𝐽, as for you 𝐒𝐿, we haven't gotten your desk ready yet, so you'll have to share a seat with someone. 𝐒𝐿 nods as 𝐿𝐽𝐽 takes his hand, sits him on her desk. She jumps on his lap and cuddles against 𝐒𝐿, sitting on his lap as she did. 𝐒𝐿 just held her with his arm and rubbed her shoulder as he did. 𝐈𝐳𝐽, alright, now let's begin today's assignment. Time skip. While 𝐈𝐳𝐽 is talking, 𝐿𝐽𝐽 is writing the stuff down in her journal while 𝐒𝐿 does the same. And eventually, the bell rings. Bell, ring ring mother effer. 𝐒𝐿, what 𝐈𝐳𝐽, alright class, listen up. He says as they all look towards 𝐈𝐳𝐽. 𝐈𝐳𝐽, since 𝐒𝐿 is new here, I want one of you to show him around. Class 1A, yes sensei 𝐈𝐳𝐽. 𝐈𝐳𝐽, good, now class is dismissed. He says as he gets in his yellow sleeping bag and falls on the floor, going back to sleep. Everyone is packing up their things. 𝐿𝐽𝐽 jumps off of 𝐒𝐿's lap and he stands up, wondering why the bell sounded like that. 𝐂𝐭𝐻𝐲 𝐔𝐻𝐝. She says as 𝐒𝐿 looks down to her. 𝐂𝐭𝐻, as much as I would love to be your tour guide, I can't. I promised I would help Mina with her homework. She says as she hugs 𝐒𝐿. 𝐂𝐭𝐻, but don't worry, I have a good friend who will show you around. She says as she nuzzles her head against his cheek. 𝐂𝐭𝐻, is that okay? 𝐒𝐿𝐿. He says as he kisses her cheek. She smiles as she feels his kisses go down to her neck and blushes. 𝐂𝐭𝐻, 𝐒𝐿 not here, people can see us. She whispers as she pets his head. 𝐒𝐿, oh okay. He says as he stops kissing her. 𝐂𝐭𝐻, don't worry, when you're done with your tour we can go to my dorm room and we can cuddle as much as you want. She says as she holds his cheeks. 𝐂𝐭𝐻, okay. 𝐒𝐿, okay. He says as she smiles and kisses him on the lips. 𝐂𝐭𝐻, good, now let's go show you who's gonna be your tour guide. She says as she picks her backpack up and takes 𝐒𝐿's hand. 𝐒𝐿 picks his backpack up and follows 𝐂𝐭𝐻, holding her hand as he did. She walks over to who's gonna be showing 𝐒𝐿 around and stops behind them as they are packing their things away. 𝐂𝐭𝐻, hey Momo. She says as Momo jumps in shock. Momo, oh my, you startled me. She says as she is holding her chest in shock. 𝐂𝐭𝐻, oh sorry. Momo, it's fine. She says as she takes a breath and looks towards 𝐒𝐿. Momo, I assume I'm going to be showing you around. 𝐂𝐭𝐻, yup. She says as she lets 𝐒𝐿's hand go. 𝐂𝐭𝐻, alright, before I go, can I talk to you for a moment, Momo? Momo, why of course. She says as 𝐂𝐭𝐻 drags her to a spot to talk privately. While they are talking, 𝐒𝐿 sees Mina walk over to him. Mina, so you're the Doomslayer, right? She asked in a joyful tone. 𝐒𝐿. Mina, why did you name yourself the Doomslayer? She asked him as she sat on a desk. Mina, is it because it sounds cool? 𝐒𝐿, you could say that. Mina, can I ask something else? 𝐒𝐿, I guess. Mina, great, so what's your quirk? She asked, which made 𝐒𝐿 slightly look away. Mina, is it a strength quirk? She says as she flexed her arms, trying to flex her muscles. 𝐒𝐿, no. Mina, oh then what is it? 𝐒𝐿, I'm quirkless. Mina, oh, you're quirkless. 𝐒𝐿 nods as he rubs the back of his neck. Mina, oh, I'm sorry for asking. She says as she rubbed the back of her head. 𝐒𝐿, it's fine, you were just curious. Mina, is it? I doesn't feel like you're okay with it. She says as she looks down, feeling guilty for asking him that question. 𝐒𝐿, ashido. He says as he gets up and walks over to her. He lifts her chin to make her face up to him. 𝐒𝐿, it's okay. He says with a warm smile. Mina stares at him with a blush as she's never seen a smile so bright. Mina stares at him with a blush as she's never seen a smile so bright. 𝐒𝐿, it's okay to be curious, but sometimes, you should think about how someone would feel about these questions before asking. He says as he lets her chin go. 𝐒𝐿, okay. Mina, why yeah? Yeah, okay. She says as she was still staring at 𝐒𝐿 with a blush. 𝐒𝐿, good. He says as he pets her head before sitting back down, waiting for 𝐂𝐭𝐻 and Momo to finish their talk. Little did he know that all the girls including 𝐂𝐭𝐻 and Momo saw his smile and were definitely blushing. 𝐒𝐿 was just looking down to the floor as his smile slowly disappears. 𝐒𝐿, it's been a long time since I've smiled like that. He thinks to himself as he rubs his cheeks. 𝐂𝐭𝐻 and Momo shake their blushes off and go back to 𝐒𝐿. 𝐂𝐭𝐻, all right 𝐒𝐿, just follow Momo and she'll show you around. She says as Mina gets off the desk and walks next to 𝐂𝐭𝐻. 𝐂𝐭𝐻, okay, have fun 𝐒𝐿. She says as she waves to him, leaving with Mina. 𝐒𝐿, okay. He says as he waves back to her. Once she leaves the classroom, Momo puts her backpack on and goes up to 𝐒𝐿. Momo, oh okay, if you will follow me, I will show you around. 𝐒𝐿, okay. He says as he gets off the desk and walks next to Momo. Momo has a small blush on her face as they both leave the classroom. Momo, let me show you where the cafeteria is. She says as 𝐒𝐿 follows her. As they are walking to the cafeteria, Momo starts to talk to 𝐒𝐿 about what he will see here. 𝐒𝐿 is listening to her while looking around the hall. There are students around talking to each other or are eating lunch in the cafeteria. As they are walking, Izuku sees a guy running with his friend and bumps into Momo, knocking her over. But before she could fall, Izuku catches her with one arm and grabs the other student by the collar. "Student, hey, let me," he says as he looks to Izuku and freezes. "Student 𝐔𝐬𝐽." Izuku is glaring at the student as he pulls him close. Student is shaking as he realizes who is holding him by his collar. "Student P, please don't hurt me," he begs as he is holding Izuku's wrist in fear. Izuku apologize. "Student W, what?" "Izuku, you pushed her over," he says as he stands Momo back up. "Izuku, say sorry to her," he says as he lets the student go. "Student oh, okay," he says as he goes up to Momo. "Student, I am very sorry for pushing you," he says as he bows in an apologetic tone. "Momo, it's oh, okay," she says as the student stands up straight. "Student oh, okay then," he says as he glances at Izuku. "Student B, bye," he says as he runs away from the two, scared of Izuku. "Izuku, are you okay?" he asked as he held her shoulder. "Momo, why wis, I am okay," she says with a flustered smile. "Momo, thank you for catching me," she says as she slightly bows to him. "Izuku, you're welcome, I wouldn't want to see a friend of Kyoka's hurt," he says as he has a small smile on his face. "Momo, I see, and now let's continue," she says as they both continue to walk to the cafeteria. Time skip. After Izuku's yaw was over, we see him and Momo heading to the dorms. "Momo, and this is the last place here to show you, the dorms," she says as they both look at the dorm for Class 1A. "Izuku, the dorms, I think Aizawa said I would be living here." Momo, oh, then I guess we should head inside, correct? "Izuku 𝐒𝐻𝐽," he says as they both start to walk. "Izuku yoirozu," he says as he looks to her. "Momo, why yes?" she asked as she looked at him. "Izuku, are you scared of me?" Momo, what? No, I am not. "Izuku, it sounds like you are, you've been stuttering the whole time." Momo, I'm sorry, I'm just very nervous, she says as she looks down. "Izuku, why are you nervous? Do you think I'll hurt you?" Momo, no, it's not that, she says as she stops walking. "Momo, I just want to make a first good impression on you." "Izuku, I understand, but you don't have to try and impress me if that's what you're saying," he says as he holds her shoulder gently. "Izuku, I can tell you're an amazing person at heart," he says with a warm smile. Momo blushes as it's the same smile she saw in the classroom, and now that she has a better look at it, she is in awe by how warm his smile makes her feel. "Izuku, okay?" Momo, I am. "Oh, okay," she says as she is still blushing. "Izuku, good," he says as his smile slowly disappears once more. And Momo feels somewhat upset that his smile is gone. "Momo, if you don't," she says as she holds his sleeve. "Momo, would you like to join me for tea?" she asked him as she looked at him with a shy expression. "Izuku, sure," he says, has a small smile on his face. She smiles as she lets his sleeve go and continues to walk into the dorms with him. Meanwhile, we see Kyoka in Mina's room as she is sitting next to her on the desk helping her with her homework. But she noticed that Mina was thinking of something else as her attention on Kyoka kept drifting off. "Kyoka, hey Mina," she says as she taps her shoulder. "Mina, here," she says as she jumps a bit and looks at Kyoka confused. "Kyoka, are you okay? You look like you're thinking of something else." Mina, well, promise you won't be mad. Kyoka, sure I won't be mad. Mina, well, it's about Izuku, she says as a blush grows on her face. Kyoka, what about him? Mina, how can someone that looks so intimidating be so cute at the same time? She says as she lays her head on the table in a blushing mess. Mina, did you see his smile? His smile is so cute, she says as she has her arms on her head. Kyoka, oh, is this about what we saw in class? She asked as she was looking at Mina in a blushing mess. Mina, yeah. Kyoka, him. She leans back on her chair and has her arms behind her head. Kyoka, so this is about Izuku. Mina, yeah. Kyoka, and you like him? Mina, yeah, wait, no. she says as she looks up to 𝐭𝐽𝐽 blushing hard. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 just had a smirk on her face and Mina knows she can't lie to her. Mina, sigh, okay fine, I might like him a little bit. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, but how? You just met him. Mina, I don't know. The whole bad but cute on the inside is just. She can't express why she likes him so much even though she just met him, something about Izuku is just making her fall for him. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, I know I felt the same way when we first met, he's just so attractive. She says as she starts to say dream about seeing him shirtless. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, and you should see him without his shirt, it's so hot, she says as she bites her lip a bit. Mina, I wish. She says as he imagines what Izuku would look like shirtless. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, you know, I can make that happen. She says as she snaps out of it. Mina, why you can? She says as she looks at her. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, sure, but we have to find a way to get Izuku to like you back. She says as she leans back on her chair. Mina, but how? 𝐭𝐽𝐽, I'll figure that out, but for now, let's finish your homework. Mina, alright, okay. She says as they continue to do their homework. Time skip. We see Izuku in the living room with Momo as they are drinking tea together. Momo, so. I'm curious, how did you meet 𝐭𝐽𝐽? She asked as she was sitting next to him on the couch. Izuku, I saved her from a criminal in an alleyway. He says as he takes a sip. Momo, oh, you saved her. Izuku, yes, she was in danger and I couldn't leave her there. Momo, I see. She says as she takes a sip of her tea. Momo, I'm glad 𝐭𝐽𝐽 found someone like you. She says as she smiles to him. Izuku, thank you. She says as he has a small smile on his face. Momo, you're welcome Izuku. She says as she sips her tea. As they are drinking tea together, Momo remembers what 𝐭𝐽𝐽 told her and blushes. Flashback. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, so you know how me and Izuku are dating. Momo, yes, you made it pretty clear when you kissed him in front of the whole class. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, well, I'm not the only girl dating Izuku. Momo, excuse me. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, yeah, me, my mom and Ryukyu are with Izuku. Momo, the dragon hero, is dating Izuku. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, yep, and we know that Izuku might steal more hearts from other girls, so we decided to share Izuku. Momo, wait, why are you telling me this? 𝐭𝐽𝐽, just in case you fall for Izuku, I feel like some of the girls here will have feelings for Izuku soon, well except for Uraraka, she's dating Bakugo, right? Momo, indeed but are you sure you're okay with this? 𝐭𝐽𝐽, yup. She says as she pats Momo's shoulder. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, okay, let's head back to Izuku. She says as she turns around and sees his bright smile. 𝐭𝐽𝐽. Oh my god, his smile. She says as a small blush grows on her face. Momo covers her mouth as she is in shock but how bright his smile is. She realizes she's blushing and covers her face, blushing even more. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 notices and smirks. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 knew it, she says in a teasing tone. End of flashback. Momo is looking down to her tea as she is thinking about what 𝐭𝐽𝐽 said. Izuku notices she's been staring at her tea and goes to see what's wrong. Izuku yoirozu. He says to her as he holds her shoulder. Momo jumps and accidentally spills her tea on her shirt. Momo, oh no. She says as she takes her teacup and puts it down. Izuku, are you okay? He asked her as he put his teacup down. Momo, why's I'm okay, luckily the tea cooled down but my shirt. She says as she looks at her shirt. Izuku, you should go change your shirt. He says as he gets off the couch and helps her off the couch. Izuku, I'll clean up. Momo, are you sure? I could help you. Izuku, no, it's fine, just clean yourself up. He says as he goes to the kitchen to get some paper towels. Momo sighs as she goes to her room to get a new shirt. As she's walking she realizes her breathes are wet too and is upset. Momo, sigh, she continues to walk to her room to go change her clothes. With Izuku, he comes back to the living room and cleans up the tea Momo spilled. While he starts to think about what Momo was thinking about. Izuku, why did she jump? Did I scare her? He though to himself as continues to clean up. As he feels like someone is watching him from behind. He turns around and sees a pair of clothes floating. Izuku 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐫. He says as she is surprised he remembers her. Toru hi. She says as she is standing nervously. Izuku, is there something you need? He asked her as he finished cleaning the tea spill. Toru, I was wondering if you could help me get the cookie jar from the top of the shelf. She says as Izuku could see a blush floating in the air. Izuku, sure. He says as he gets up and goes to the kitchen with Toru following him. Izuku is in the kitchen and sees the jar in the tallest cabinet. As Izuku reaches up for it, his shirt lifts up a bit showing his abs. Toru can see his abs and is blushing very hard. Toru, his abs look so hot. She thinks to herself as she was paying attention to his abs. Izuku grabs the cookie jar and brings his arm down. His shirt covers his abs and Toru snaps out of it. Izuku, here you go. He says as he gives her the cookie jar. Toru, tea thank you. She says as she opens the cookie jar and is about to eat the cookies. But she looks at Izuku as he walks away and thinks she should thank him. Toru, Izuku. She says as Izuku turns around. Izuku, yes. He says as he sees Toru holding a cookie to him. Toru, I wanted to give you a cookie, tea to thank you. She says as she has a small blush on her face. Izuku has a small smile as he takes the cookie. Izuku, thank you. He says as eats the cookie. Toru, why you're welcome. She says as she walks away quickly in a blush. Izuku, she's nice. He says as he finishes the cookie. He sits on the couch and waits for Momo, wondering when she'll get back. After a while she comes back with new clothes. Momo, sorry I took so long. She says as she sits next to him. Izuku, it's okay. He says as he watching the TV. Momo, may I ask you one more question? Izuku, sure, what is it? He asked as he faces her. Momo, what's your last name? Izuku, oh, I prefer not to talk about it. He says as he looks away. Momo, oh, I'm sorry. She says as she looks away as well. Momo, great Momo, you made things awkward. They both just sat there, not saying anything to each other the whole time. Momo, come on, say something. She thought to herself as she was thinking. Izuku felt his phone vibrate as he pulled it out and saw a message from his dad. Izuku opens his phone and sees, it was a video of Eri. Eri, hi Papa. Grandpa told me you were gonna be away for a while, so I can't wait for you to come back. I have so many things I wanna do with you. Bye. She says as the video ends. Izuku has a small smile on his face as Momo was watching the video with him. Momo, you have a daughter? She asked as she was leaning on his shoulder. Izuku, yeah, I adopted her. Momo, oh, I must say, she is adorable. Izuku 𝐒𝐿. He says as he sends her a message, telling her she'll see him soon. Momo, you know, for someone your age, you seem to be doing a good job as a father. Izuku, really? He says as she looks towards her. Momo, yes. She says as she looks up to him, still leaning on his shoulder. They just stared in each other's eyes in silence, as if they were the only ones there, and well, they are the only ones in the living room. Momo realized they were staring into each other's eyes for a long time and snapped out of it. Momo, we should get some rest, it's pretty late. She says as she gets off his shoulder with a blush on her face. Izuku, yeah. He says as he has a small blush on his face and stands up. Izuku, good night Yorozu. He says as he starts to leave. Momo, Izuku. She says as she is playing with her fingers. Momo, why you could call me Momo. She says as she is looking down to the floor, blushing as she is playing with her fingers. Izuku, okay, Momo. He says as he has a small smile and leaves. Momo has a smile on her face as she hears Izuku say her first name. Meanwhile, we see Kyoka alone in her room as her and Mina finish their homework together. Kyoka, what time is it? She asked herself as she checked her phone. It was 11:57 at midnight. Kyoka, geez, it took longer than expected to finish. She says as she puts her phone on the countertop and stretches. Kyoka, where's Izuku? I wanna cuddle. She says as if on cue she hears a knock on the door. She immediately gets up and runs to the door. She opens it and sees Izuku. Izuku, hey Kyoka, he says as he is interrupted by her jumping into his arms. Kyoka, about time you got here, I was getting worried you wouldn't show up. she says as she nuzzles her head against his chest. 𝐒𝐿, of course I would come. He says as he lifts her up to his eye level. 𝐒𝐿, I wouldn't want to leave you disappointed. He says as he goes into her room and closes the door. 𝐭𝐿𝐵, and you never do. She says as she holds his cheek and kisses him on the lips. He kisses her back as she wraps her legs around his body. While they are making out, 𝐒𝐿 walks towards the bed and lays on the bed on top of 𝐭𝐿𝐵. He breaks the kiss and softly kisses her neck, making her softly as she runs her fingers through his hair. 𝐭𝐿𝐵, how are you so good at this? She asked him as she was loving every second of it. 𝐒𝐿, I dunno, I'm just doing what feels right. He says as he stops kissing her neck. 𝐭𝐿𝐵, well, you're doing a good job then. She says as 𝐒𝐿 kisses her cheek. 𝐒𝐿 him. He hums as he stops kissing her and nuzzles his head against her neck. She smiles as 𝐒𝐿 cuddles with her and she pets his head. 𝐭𝐿𝐵, your hair's so soft, she says as he lays on his side and is holding her in his arms. 𝐭𝐿𝐵, you know, when you're so brutal with your enemies, you're a cute cuddly bear when you're around us. She says as she nuzzles her head against his chest. 𝐒𝐿 him. He hums as he feels 𝐭𝐿𝐵's hands slide in his shirt. 𝐭𝐿𝐵, this is nice. She says as she is feeling his muscles. 𝐒𝐿𝐵. He hums as he grabs the blanket and puts it over them. 𝐭𝐿𝐵, hey, do you think we could sleep shirtless? She asked as she had a small blush. 𝐒𝐿 him. Why? He asked as he looked down to her. 𝐭𝐿𝐵, I just thought it would feel comfortable. She asked as she hid her face in his chest. 𝐒𝐿 him. Okay. He says as 𝐭𝐿𝐵 looks up to him surprised. 𝐭𝐿𝐵, really? 𝐒𝐿. He says as he takes his shirt off. She slowly takes her shirt off too as she didn't think he would be so casual about this. 𝐭𝐿𝐵 hugs him tight as she still has her bra on and hides her face in his chest. 𝐭𝐿𝐵, even though we did it already, it still makes me flustered to see you shirtless. She says in a blush. 𝐒𝐿, I don't feel weird about it. He says as he looks down to her and lifts her chin to face him. 𝐒𝐿, I like how you look. He says and 𝐭𝐿𝐵 blushes. 𝐭𝐿𝐵, why you do? 𝐒𝐿, yeah, you look appealing. She has a flustered smile as she kisses him on the lips. 𝐭𝐿𝐵, thank you. She says as she nuzzles her head against his chest. 𝐒𝐿, you don't have to thank me for loving you. He says as he wraps his arm around her waist, while sliding the other one under the pillow. 𝐭𝐿𝐵, okay, good night 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿, good night 𝐭𝐿𝐵. He says as he kisses her head before falling asleep with her in his arms. Meanwhile, we see 𝐵𝐻𝐻 making a little gift for 𝐒𝐿. 𝐵𝐻𝐻, are you sure about giving him this? 𝐵𝐻𝐻, yes. 𝐵𝐻𝐻, I see, but are you sure he'll know how to use it? The damage it can cause is rather big. 𝐵𝐻𝐻, I'll teach him. 𝐵𝐻𝐻, I see, and when will you tell him about the demon's arrival? 𝐵𝐻𝐻, soon. 𝐵𝐻𝐻, we don't have a lot of time, sir, they'll arrive in at least a month. 𝐵𝐻𝐻, I know, we'll be ready for them. He says as he is finished. 𝐵𝐻𝐻, it might be a small amount of them, but they're dangerous. He says as he puts it away. 𝐵𝐻𝐻, I'll give him some time to relax before I tell him. He says as he turns off the light and leaves the room. 𝐵𝐻𝐻, understood, sir. It's been a few weeks since 𝐒𝐿 had joined UA. He's made some friends with Class 1A, he hasn't met with Class 1B yet but is planning to, since 𝐭𝐿𝐵 told him he should make some friends. Right now we see him heading to the support class. 𝐒𝐿 him. He hums as he is standing in front of the support class. 𝐒𝐿, maybe whoever is here can help fix my mask. He says as he knocks on the door. He waits for a bit but there's no answer, so he knocks again. But there's no answer again, so he opens the door. The room is dark and it looks like no one is here. But as he's about to leave, he notices the small light that is covering a desk and it looks like someone is sleeping there. He walks over to them and he sees a girl with pink hair sleeping with her head on the desk. 𝐒𝐿, excuse me. He says as he takes the girl's shoulder. 5 more minutes. She says in her sleep as she covers her head with her arm. 𝐒𝐿, I'm sorry to interrupt you but I need your help to fix my visor. Once he says that, the girl's eyes shoot open and sits up immediately. Did someone say fix? she says as she looks up to Izuku and sees Izuku looking down to her. She can see his emerald eyes shine in the dark and jumps in fear. Ah! She screams as she jumps away and grabs a big hammer. Who are you? She asks as she is aiming her hammer at Izuku. Izuku, please calm down, I didn't mean to scare you. He says as she took a step towards her. She sees this and throws her hammer at Izuku, but he catches it effortlessly. Get away! She shouted as she backed up against the wall. Izuku sighs and he puts the hammer down. Izuku, look, I'm sorry I frightened you, but I mean no harm. He says as he puts his helmet on the desk. Izuku, I just came here to ask if you could repair my visor on my helmet. As he said that Mai was able to find the light SWCH and flipped the SWCH. The light slowly turned on and revealed a big room full of many inventions. Izuku didn't realize how big the room was since it was so dark, but was honestly surprised by how many gadgets and equipment there was. Now that Mai was able to get a better view of Izuku, she realized who he was. And gasped. Mai, wait a minute, you're the Doomslayer. Izuku, I prefer Izuku. He says as Mai went up to him with unnatural speed. Mai, I am so sorry about that. Anyways, my name is Mai Hatsum and I am a huge fan of you. She says as she was shaking his hand very quickly. Izuku, it's okay. He says as he was surprised that she had so much energy for how he found her. Mai, anyways, you said you needed help with something. Izuku, alright, I came here to see if someone could fix the visor in my helmet. He says as he pointed at the desk. Mai looked towards her desk and was in awe as she saw his helmet under the light of the lamp. She ran over to it as SHS started to inspect it. Mai, this is amazing. I've never seen such high-grade material before. She says as SHS put it on. She could see through the visors and noticed it had a crack which made it hard to see anything. Mai, I see it now. She says as she took it off. Mai, don't worry. I can fix it. She says as she put it back on the desk. Izuku, that's good to know. He says as he was about to leave. Mai, wait. How will I tell you I'm done? She says as Izuku stopped and thought for a moment. Izuku, right. He said as he walked towards her. Izuku, could you take your glove off for a sec? He asked as he took a pen out of his pocket. Mai, sure. She says as she took her glove off. Mai, so why did you want me to? Before she could finish, Izuku held her hand as he started to write something on the back of her hand. She was surprised by that and had a small blush. She didn't know why, but she really liked how his hand felt. After Izuku finished, he put his pen back in his pocket. Izuku, here's my number, call me once you're finished. He says as he let her hand go, but she didn't let go. Izuku, Mai. He said as she was staring at his hand, being held by hers. He waved his other hand in front of her face and she snapped out of it. Mai, sorry. She says as she let his hand go. Izuku, it's alright, give me a call when you're done. He said as he started to leave. Mai, I will. She says as she watched him leave through the door. Once it closed, she was about to put her glove back on but realized the ink would have melted if she did. So she kept her glove off. She went over to the helmet and looked at it a bit. Mai, the heck happened to me back there? She thought to herself as she was talking about what she felt when Izuku took her hand. She held her hand that had his number on it and a small blush grew on her face. Mai, that felt great. She says as a smile grew on her face. Mai, I wonder if we'll do that again. She thought to herself as she started to get to work on Izuku's helmet. Meanwhile, we see Doomguy playing with Eri as he told Izuku he would watch her. Eri, more tea, grandpa? She asked him as she was sitting on a toy chair. Doomguy, yes please. He said as he was sitting on a toy chair that was too small for him. As Eri poured pretend tea in his plastic teacup, an alarm went off. This made Eri jump in shock as she accidentally spilled the water on Doomguy. Eri, oops. Sorry grandpa. She said as she put the teapot down. Doomguy, it's all right sweetie, it was an accident. He said as he put the plastic teacup down and pet her head. Doomguy, why don't you go play, while I go see what's wrong? Eri, okay grandpa. She says as she runs off. Doomguy gets up and starts to dry the wet spot on his shirt. Doomguy, Vega, what's the situation? Vega, There seems to be more demons arriving. Doomguy, where? He asked as Vega put up a holographic map. Vega, they will arrive in this area. The map has a red circle around UA. Doomguy, isn't that where Izuku goes to school? Vega, indeed, shall I warn him about the demons? Doomguy, yeah, he doesn't like surprises. Meanwhile, we see Izuku about to knock on Class 1B's dorm. But before he can, the door opens and he sees Tetsu there. And Izuku knocks on Tetsu's forehead. Tetsu, oh. He says as he rubs his forehead. Izuku, oh, my bad. He says as he rubs the back of his head. Tetsu, oh, it's cool, dude. He says as he looks up to Izuku and realizes who he is. Tetsu, whoa, no way. You're the Doomslayer. He says as he has stars in his eyes. Tetsu, it's an honor to meet you, sir. He says as he shook Izuku's hand with excitement. Izuku, why you don't have to be so formal, Izuku is fine. Tetsu, okay, but what are you doing here? He asked as he let his hand go. Izuku, I came here to introduce myself to Class 1B, also to make some friends. Tetsu, really? That's awesome. He says as he had a toothy smile. Tetsu, my name's Tetsu, but you can call me Tetsu. Izuku, okay Tetsu. Tetsu, I'm sure the others would be thrilled to meet YA. He says as he moves out of the way to let Izuku in. Izuku, I hope so. Tetsu, anyways, it was great to meet YA. Izuku, bye. He says as he leaves the dorms and walks to the elevator. He presses the button and the elevator closes and he just stands there. Izuku, I wonder what they are like. He thought to himself. After a short amount of time, the elevator doors opened and Izuku walked out. He walked to the front door and knocked on it, waiting for someone to respond. Coming. He heard a voice on the other side of the door. He hears footsteps approach the door and it opened to see a short girl with horns on her head. She looks up and is surprised to see Izuku. Izuku realizes his meet her before when he took down that thug in the street. Izuku, it didn't expect to see you again. He said as Pony didn't respond. Izuku, are you okay? He asked Pony as she just continued to stare up at him. Pony, what is he doing here? She thought to herself as she never expected to see him again as well. Izuku just stood there awkwardly as he rubbed the back of his head, not knowing what to do here. Pony realized she was staring and blushes in embarrassment. Pony, I am sorry for staring. She says as she covered her face in embarrassment. Izuku, it's okay, can I come in? Pony, sure. She says as she moves out of the way. As Izuku enters, Pony closes the door. Pony, so, what are you doing here? She asked as she walked next to him. Izuku, came to make some friends. He says as he rubs the back of his head. Pony, oh, I'm sure we would love to be your friend. Izuku, I hope so. He said as they both ended up in the living room to see a girl with long hair that looked like vines. Pony, hey Ibarra. Ibarra, what is it, Pony? She asked as she looked behind her to see Pony and Izuku standing there. Pony, Izuku is here. Ibarra remembers who Izuku is and gets up. She walks over to him and stares at him for a bit before asking a question. Ibarra, do you believe in God? Izuku never expected this kind of question. Izuku, why? Ibarra, I've heard that you have killed spawns from hell. Izuku, oh, well. You can say that. Ibarra, I see. I'm glad our savior from the heavens have brought a guardian to protect this world from the one in the depths of hell. She says as she pits her hands together and has a beam of light shining down on her. Izuku just looks up, confused where the light is coming from, to see Pony standing on a table, holding a flashlight above her head, pointing it at Ibarra as she did. Ibarra, anyways, it's an honor to meet you, Doomslayer. She says as she shakes his hand. Izuku, you can just call me Izuku. He says as he shakes her hand as well. Izuku, where is everyone else? He asked as he looked around, noticing the dorms were kinda empty. Pony, they left a while ago. Ibarra, me and Pony decided to stay behind because we were not interested to join them. Izuku, oh, I see. He says as Ibarra still held his hand. Izuku, you're still holding my hand. Ibara, oh, forgive me, she says as she let his hand go. Ibara, your hand is quite comforting to me. Izuku, it's alright, he says as he gets a notification from his phone. Izuku, excuse me for a moment, I have to get this, he said as he left the two girls alone. As he walks away from them, he takes his phone out and sees a message from his dad. Doomguy, demons are coming, you should probably take care of it. Izuku, they're coming again. He thought to himself as he texted him back. Izuku, where? Doomguy, at UA. Izuku. F Doomguy, good luck kid. Izuku, thanks. He texts him as he puts his phone back in his pocket and goes back to the two girls. Izuku, you both need to get to somewhere safe. Pony, what? Why? Izuku, I just got an alert, there's demons coming here. Ibara, they're coming here. Izuku, yes, I need to go warn everyone else. Pony, I can help, I'm pretty fast. Izuku, okay, tell Principal Nezu, he'll be able to tell everyone in the building. Pony, oh okay, she says as she runs out of the dorms towards Nezu's office. Ibara, what about me? Izuku, you get to safety, these demons are more dangerous than an ordinary villain, he says as he's about to leave and go get his gear. Ibara, but I can help, she says as she grabs his hand. Izuku. Are you sure? He asked her as he looked back at her. Ibara, yes, I want to help you with this. Izuku, sigh, all right then, follow me, he says as she lets go of his hand and follows him. Time skip. We see Izuku in his armor, waiting for the demons to arrive. He's not wearing his helmet as Mai was still fixing the visor on it. Ibara, where's your helmet? She asked him as she was in her hero outfit. Izuku, Mai is still fixing the visor on it, she told me she'll give it to me when she's done. Ibara, oh okay, when will they arrive? Izuku, soon, he says as if on cue, a red portal opens a bit of a distance from them. A few imps jump out of it, ready to feed on any living soul and spot Izuku and Ibara. Izuku, remember, we don't have to show mercy to these demons, he says as he pulls his shotgun out and PPS it. Ibara, good, she said as vines came out of the ground and surrounded the ground she was standing on. The imps screeched at them both as they charged at Izuku and Ibara. Ibara was the first to attack as she used her vines to grab a few of them by the neck. Ibara, we will send you all back to the fiery pits of hell, she said as she crushes their neck with her vines. While she was killing imps with her vines, Izuku charged at them and started shooting at imps. One of them jumped at Izuku but he caught it by the neck and slammed it to the ground, crushing its head in with his boot. And imp was right in front of Izuku but he smacked it with his gun. It fell to the floor and was about to get back up, but Izuku pushed it back down with his boot and shot the imp in the back of the head with his shotgun. While he wasn't paying attention, an imp tried to attack Izuku from behind but was caught by Ibara. Ibara, Izuku, you must pay attention, she says as her vines grew thorns and stabbed the imp in its neck. Izuku, thanks, he said as he continued to kill more imps. Ibara squeezed her vines against the imp's throat, and its head came off because of the thorns in her vines. She threw the imp's dead body towards the other imps and a few of them fell to the ground. As the imps were on the floor, she used her vines and grabbed them from underground. As the imps screeched in pain by her thorns, she pulled her vines across the imps' bodies and tore them apart. There were only a few imps left and Ibara caught them with her vines. She slammed them against the ground multiple times as Izuku watched. Izuku, DMN. He thought to himself as Ibara threw the dead imps away. Ibara, did we get them all? She asked as she was breathing heavily. Izuku, yeah, I think so, he said as he went up to Ibara. Izuku, you alright? Ibara, yes. I am fine, just a bit fatigued. Izuku, alright, he says as he looks towards the red portal that's still open. Ibara, what's wrong? Izuku, the portal should have closed by now. Ibara, does that mean? Izuku, there's someone else coming, he says as he sees something come out of the portal. As it stepped out it saw Izuku and Ibara. Izuku, Izuku, a Hell Knight, Izuku, a Hell Knight, he said as the Hell Knight roared at Izuku and Ibara. Izuku, we have to be careful with this one. Ibara understood Izuku. she said as the Hell Knight ran at them. As 𝐒𝐿 ran at the Hell Knight, Ибара used her vines and grabbed the Hell Knight's foot, making it fall to its knee. As it did, 𝐒𝐿 got in front of it and knees it in the face, making it fall back. 𝐒𝐿 is standing on it and pulls his blade out of his gauntlet and is about to stab it in the head, but the Hell Knight smacks 𝐒𝐿's arm out of the way and grabs 𝐒𝐿 by the neck. Ибара sees this and wraps her vines around the Hell Knight's arm. She grows thorns out of her vines and it pierces the Hell Knight's arm. The Hell Knight roars in pain as he throws 𝐒𝐿 off of him and grabs the vines wrapped around his arm, ripping it off his arm. Ибara continues to wrap her thorned vines around the Hell Knight, attempting to slow it down so 𝐒𝐿 can kill the Hell Knight. But due to her being fatigued from fighting the imps, she isn't able to keep the Hell Knight down for long. It is able to get free and rips the vines off. It gets up and charges at Ибара. Ибara is too tired to react and the Hell Knight smacks Ибara away. She falls to the floor and tries to get back up, but the Hell Knight holds her down with its foot. It lifts its foot and is about to stomp on her head, but 𝐒𝐿 pushes the Hell Knight off of her and shoots the Hell Knight. The Hell Knight covers its face with its arm and smacks the gun out of his hand. The Hell Knight tackles 𝐒𝐿, making 𝐒𝐿 slide back as he is in the Hell Knight's grasp. 𝐒𝐿 is able to stop himself from moving back and elbows the Hell Knight in the head. It lets 𝐒𝐿 go and 𝐒𝐿 kicks the Hell Knight away. 𝐒𝐿, see, I hope Ибara is okay. He thought to himself as he looks towards Ибara, who is on the ground. 𝐒𝐿, I'm gonna make you pay. He thought to himself as he was glaring at the Hell Knight. The Hell Knight roared at 𝐒𝐿 as it charged at 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 pulled his blade out and ran at the Hell Knight. The Hell Knight tackles 𝐒𝐿 again and slammed him onto the floor and was about to slam its fists down on 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 rolled out of the way and the Hell Knight's fists hit the ground. 𝐒𝐿 got up and immediately kicked the Hell Knight in the head. The Hell Knight was stunned for a moment and 𝐒𝐿 jumped on its back and stabbed his blade into its back. The Hell Knight roars in pain as it tries to get 𝐒𝐿 off of its back. 𝐒𝐿 just pushes the blade further in the Hell Knight's back. The Hell Knight seems to have enough and is able to grab 𝐒𝐿's leg. 𝐒𝐿. He thought to himself as the Hell Knight pulls 𝐒𝐿 of its back and starts to slams him against the floor. As the Hell Knight stops and lifts 𝐒� to his eye level, 𝐒� just stares at him and spits BLD at the Hell Knight's face. The Hell Knight roars at 𝐒� as it is about to slam 𝐒� down again, but it feels a shotgun blast at its back. It drops 𝐒� and turns around to see Mai wearing 𝐒𝐿's helmet and holding his shotgun. My wow. This thing packs a punch. And this helmet is so comfy. She says as the Hell Knight roars at her. My haha. I'm in danger. She says as the Hell Knight is about to charge at her. 𝐒� gets up and sees this and gets mad. 𝐒�, I will not let you hurt anyone again. He thought to himself as he got up and ran at the Hell Knight. As the Hell Knight was about to charge at her, 𝐒� tackles it to the ground and lands on top of him. 𝐒� stands on its chest and starts to stomp down on its head. The Hell Knight tries to fight back as it raises its arm and catches 𝐒�'s leg. But 𝐒� jumps and he stomps down on its arm, breaking its arm. It roars in pain as its broken arm falls to the floor. 𝐒� stomps on the other arm and breaks it as well, making sure the Hell Knight can't fight back. 𝐒�, I'm gonna make sure your death is slow. He says as he starts to beat the ever-living SHT out of the Hell Knight. As he does so, Mai notices Ибара on the floor as she is trying to get up. Mai runs over to her and puts the shotgun down. Mai, hey, are you alright? She asked Ибara as she looked up to Mai and saw her in the helmet. Ибara, 𝐒𝐿. Mai, what? Oh, I'm not 𝐒𝐿, he's over there. She says as she points at 𝐒𝐿 beating the SHT out of the Hell Knight. Ибara, oh, I see. She says as Mai helps her up. Mai, I'm Mai, by the way, what's your name? Ибara, my name is Ибara, thank you for the assistance. Mai, no problem. Happy to help. She says as they both look towards 𝐒𝐿, as he looks like he is done with the Hell Knight. 𝐒𝐿 stops and looks at the Hell Knight as its head is caved in, and is most definitely not coming back to life. He notices the two girls running up to him and jumps off the desk Hell Knight, before giving it one last kick to the head. 𝐒𝐿, are you girls alright? He asked as the portal closed. My yup. But are you alright? That thing was throwing you around. She says as she gave him his shotgun back. Izuku, I'm fine, I've been through worse. He says as he took his shotgun back. Izuku, what about you, Ibara? Are you okay? He asked as he went up to her and held her cheek, making sure she is okay. Ibara, I am fine, Izuku. She says as a small blush grew on her cheeks. Izuku, are you sure? Ibara, wise, I am okay, Izuku. She says as she took his hand. Izuku, okay, don't want anyone getting hurt on my watch. He said as Mai was just watching them. Mai, are you two dating? She asked, which made Ibara's blush grow. Ibara, no. We are just friends of our Lord and Savior. She says as she let his hand go. Izuku amichem. He hummed as he went over to Mai. Izuku, can I have my helmet back? Mai, oh sure. She says as she took it off and put it on Izuku's head. Mai, it's so comfy. Izuku amichem. Thanks for fixing the visors. Mai, no problem, I'm glad I was able to fix this appealing baby. She says as she had a big smile. Mai, if you ever need someone to fix your babies, let me know. I would love to help. Izuku, I will, thanks. She says as he looks towards the demons. Izuku, now to get rid of the demons' bodies. He says as he walks over to the dead Hell Knight and picks it up. Izuku, do you think you could help me gather the bodies up? Mai, sure. She says as she ran up to a dead imp and dragged it by its arm. Ibara, of course, Izuku. She says as she uses her vines to pick up the other dead imps. After some time we see the dead demons piled onto each other. Mai, so what do we do now? Izuku, you'll see. He says as he pours gasoline on the dead demons. Once he's done, he throws the canister away and lights a match. Izuku, would you care to do the honor? He asked Ibara as he handed the match to her. Ibara, it would be my honor. She says as she dropped the match on the pile of demons and the pile was set on fire. My wow, the fire is huge. She says as she was behind Izuku and Ibara. My right, guys? Guys? She asked them as she looked at them. They both were just watching the fire with a small smile on their face. My guys? She asked as she tapped their shoulders. Ibara, what? Izuku, him. My nothing. She says as she shook her head. Izuku, oh, in that case I will see you both around. He says as he left. Ibara, goodbye Izuku. My see ya later. They wave to Izuku as he waves back to them, and leaves their sight. My, he's so cool. She says as she was being a fangirl. Ibara, indeed he is. She says as she rubbed her cheek that Izuku held. Ibara is perfect. She thinks to herself as a small blush grows on her face. Time skip. We see Izuku in his dorm room as he put his hero suit up on his closet just for his suit, and closed it. He took a deep breath and stretched. As he did, he felt a sharp pain near the lower part of his back and went to the bathroom to see what it was. He looked in the bathroom mirror to see a big bruise there. Izuku, him. Probably got that from the Hell Knight. He says as he rubs his hand against his bruise. As he does, he hears a knock on the door and puts his shirt back down. He walks over to the door and sees Pony. Izuku, Pony. What is SHS doing here? He thought to himself as he opened the door. Pony hi Izuku. Izuku, hello Pony, what brings you here? Pony, I saw what you did to the demons with Ibara, everyone saw it. She says as Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Pony, are you okay? We saw what the Hell Knight did to you and I got a bit worried. She says as she rubs her arm. Izuku, I'll be okay, I've been through worse. He says as he continues to rub the back of his neck. Pony, are you sure? Izuku, him. Now that you mention it, the back of my neck feels pretty sore from the fight. Pony, maybe I could help, my mom taught me how to do a massage, that's if you're okay with it though. She says as she blushes. Izuku, that would be nice. He says as he moves out of the way. Izuku, make yourself comfortable. He says as she nervously walks in. She looks around the room and didn't expect it to be so nice and comfortable. Izuku closed the door and walked over to his bed. Izuku, where do you want me to sit? He asked her as she was standing in front of him. Pony, right here would be fine. she says as she points at the edge of his bed. 𝐒𝐿 nods as he walks over to his bed and sits on the edge of it. Pony gets on the bed and is sitting behind him. She mentally takes a deep breath to calm herself down. She then gently holds his shoulders and started to massage his shoulders. 𝐒𝐿 hums in a relaxed tone as he was enjoying it. And Pony was very nervous and had a blush on her face. As she continued to massage his shoulders, she realized he said his neck was hurting and stopped. Pony, I need you to lay on your stomach, she says as 𝐒𝐿 looks back to her. 𝐒𝐿, okay then, he says as she moves out of the way. He moves onto the bed and lays on his stomach. Pony hesitantly sits on his back and she starts to massage his back and works her way up to the back of his neck. 𝐒𝐿 just lays there and is enjoying how comforting this feels. While Pony has a huge blush on her face. She can feel his entire body and has never actually massages anyone other than her mom. This was her first time giving a massage to a man. 𝐒𝐿 felt so relaxed that he almost fell asleep. But before he could, she stopped. Pony, do you feel better? She asked as she was still sitting in his back. 𝐒𝐿, your hands are soft. She blushed even more to his comment as she covered her face with her hands. Pony, thank you. 𝐒𝐿, you're very light as well, he said as Pony blushed even more. As she was getting off of 𝐒𝐿's back, 𝐒𝐿 thought they got off because of how light she was. He rolled to his side so he could get up, but Pony was surprised and slipped. Pony fell back on 𝐒𝐿, but she was on his stomach. 𝐒𝐿, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were already off, he says as Pony was looking at him with a huge blush. 𝐒𝐿, Pony, are you okay? He asked as he thought she hit her head. So he put his hand against her head, which pushed Pony over her limit. As she was too flustered, she stuffed her face against 𝐒�l's chest, almost poking him with her horns. 𝐒𝐿, did I do something wrong? He asked her as he didn't know what to do. Pony, no, she said as she hugged him tightly. 𝐒𝐿, oh okay, he says as he just laid there. As he laid there, he could feel her hair against his chin and noticed it felt soft. So he gently put his hand against her hair and started to pet her head. Pony was surprised by this but didn't stop him, cause in all honesty she enjoyed it. Her little fluffy tail started to wag as 𝐒𝐿 noticed. 𝐒𝐿, do you like this? He asked as he ran her fingers through his hair. Pony, she hummed as she moves up to him, rubbing her face against his neck. 𝐒𝐿 could feel her warm breath hit his neck and he thought it was comforting. He wrapped his arm around her back and rubbed her back. But he was caught off guard as he felt something warm rub against his neck, making him shudder. 𝐒𝐿, Pony, what are you doing? He asked as he lifted her up a bit. Pony realized what she was doing and sat up. Pony, I am sorry, I didn't mean to do that, she says as she felt very embarrassed and ashamed. 𝐒𝐿, it's okay Pony, accidents happen, he says as he sat up. Pony, I'm so sorry, she says as she covered her face and faced away from 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿, I already said it was okay but I have girlfriends Pony. Pony, wait, did you say girlfriends? 𝐒𝐽𝐽, yep, he did, she says making 𝐒𝐿 and Pony jump in shock as they looked to the door and saw her eating a candy bar. Pony, 𝐤𝐽𝐽. I didn't mean to 𝐒𝐽𝐽, relaxed Pony, I'm fine with it, she says as Pony was confused. 𝐒𝐽𝐽, yeah like I said, it's cool, she says as she went up to them. 𝐒𝐽𝐽, so yeah, you wanna date him, go ahead, she says as she finishes her candy bar and tries the wrapper in the trash. Pony, but is 𝐒𝐿 okay with it? 𝐒𝐽𝐽, yup. Me and 𝐒𝐿 have talked and we're okay with it, she says as she pecks 𝐒𝐿 on the cheek. 𝐒𝐽𝐽, alright, I'm gonna head out now, night, she says as she rubs 𝐒�l's head before leaving and closing the door on her way out. Pony, so, what does this make us? She asked as she rubbed her arm. 𝐒𝐿, well, he says as he hugs her from behind. 𝐒𝐿, what do you want us to be? He asked as had his arm around her stomach and nuzzled his face against her neck. Pony blushed as she held his hand. Pony, so, we can date? She asked in a shy tone. 𝐒𝐿, if that's what you want, sure, he says as he pecks her on the cheek. She blushes as she grows a flustered smile. Izuku sees her reaction and smiles a bit. He turns her around and sits him on her lap. Pony looks up to him as she tilts her head, still with the blush on her face. He wrapped his arm around her waist and pecked her all over her face. Her blush grew with every kiss and she giggled with a smile on her face. Izuku stops as he hears her giggle and she realizes he stopped and looked at him confused. But before she could ask what's wrong, he softly presses his lips against hers and she blushes hard. But the feeling of his lips against hers makes her feel somewhat calm and she slowly closes her eyes. She slowly raises her hand to his cheek and gently holds his cheek. She kisses him back as she uses her other hand and holds his shoulder. As they were making out, they didn't notice the door cracked open. And peeking through it was 𝐭𝐽𝐫 as she took a picture of them. 𝐭𝐽𝐫, they'll never know, she says in her head as she slowly closes the door and sneaks away. Izuku and Pony break the kiss as Izuku lays back with her in his arms. Pony, that was amazing, she says as that was her first kiss. Izuku, it yawns wasn't it? He says as he put his head on the pillow. Pony, can we do it again? Izuku, yeah, but I have a question, he says as he pets her head. Pony, what is it? Izuku, I have you my phone number the first time we met, right? Pony, why yeah. Izuku, how come you never called? He asked as Pony started to get embarrassed. Pony, Flashback. Pony, should I call him? She asked herself as she was in her room holding her phone. Pony, maybe he's busy at the moment, but maybe he isn't. She couldn't figure out what to do as she was too shy to give him a call. Pony, I don't know what to do, she says as she blushed and stuffed her face in the pillow. End of flashback. Pony, that's what happened, she says as she was too embarrassed to look at him. Izuku just had a small smile as he kissed her horn. Izuku, you're cute when you lie this, he says as he rolls to his side, making her lay in front of him. Pony was too embarrassed as she faced away from him and covered her face. Izuku just hugged her from behind and kissed her on the back of her neck. Izuku, you don't have to be embarrassing, Pony, he says as he nuzzles his face into her neck. Pony, oh okay, yawn Izuku, she says as she starts to feel tired. Izuku, are you tired too? Pony, maybe, she says as Izuku put the blanket over them. Izuku, let's get some sleep then, he says as he kisses her on the cheek one more time. Pony, yawn good night Izuku, she says as she hugs his arm that around her. Izuku, good night Pony, he says as he slides his arm under his pillow. And they both fall asleep together. We start this chapter off as we see Izuku walking in the living room. He left Pony in his room as he didn't want to wake her up. As he enters the living room he notices 𝐒𝐿 in the kitchen. He looked rather frustrated and Izuku was wondering why. Izuku, good morning 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿, oh, hey Izuku, he says as he sighs. Izuku, is something wrong? 𝐒𝐿, yeah, I'm out of ingredients for breakfast, so I have to go out and get some. Even though 𝐒𝐿 knew he needed to go out and get ingredients, he didn't really feel like leaving so early in the morning. Izuku noticed how 𝐒𝐿 was feeling right now and decided to help him out. Izuku, I could get them for you. 𝐒𝐿, really? Izuku, 𝐒𝐿, that would be great Izuku. Let me write down what I'll need, he says as he leaves to go get a piece of paper and a pencil. 𝐒𝐿, I'll be right back, he says, leaving Izuku alone in the kitchen. As Izuku just stood in the kitchen waiting for 𝐒𝐿 to come back, a few students noticed that Izuku was leaving to get some food. Mina, hey Izuku. Izuku, oh, good morning Mina. Mina, I heard you were going out to get some food. Izuku, 𝐒𝐿 needs some stuff to make breakfast. Mina, well, since you're going out, you don't mind if I ask for anything. Izuku, I guess it's okay, what do you need? Mina, do you think you could get me a snack, like a bag of chips? Izuku, I can do that, he says as Mina smiled. Mina, sweet thanks Izuku. Izuku, you're welcome Mina, he says as he pets her head. Mina, she blushed as she looked up to Izuku. Izuku, oh, sorry, he says as he takes his hand off her head. Izuku, your hair looked soft, I couldn't resist, he says as he rubbed the back of his head. Mina, oh, it's alright, she says with a flustered smile. While they both were talking, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 walked into the kitchen and saw them. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲, oh, good morning guys, she says as she was still tired. Mina, morning 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲, how's your boyfriend doing? She asked with a smirk. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲, oh, he's okay, she says as Izuku noticed something off with 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲. Mina, I'm still trying to figure out how you fell for someone so loud and cranky. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲, he's an okay guy once you get to know him, she says as she was making herself some coffee. Mina, well, he's been in our class for months and he's still a JK. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲, look, he may be mean every now and then but he's a really nice guy, she says as she looked down to the floor a bit. Izuku, are you sure? 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲, yeah, he's nice to me, she says as she takes her coffee and takes a sip. Izuku, okay then, he says as 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 leaves the kitchen. Mina noticed the look Izuku had as he watched her leave. Mina, something wrong Izuku? Izuku, I just feel like she's not telling us something. Mina, I'm sure it's nothing, she looked pretty tired. Izuku, maybe, he says as he crosses his arms. Mina, anyways I'm gonna go now, my show is coming back on soon, she says as she walks off. Mina, I'll see ya later Izuku, she says waving to him. Izuku waves back to her as she goes back into the living room. And shortly after, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 comes back and has a list of things for Izuku to get. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲, here you go, he says as he gives it to him. Izuku looks at it and remembers Mina wanted a bag of chips. Izuku, do you have a pencil? 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲, sure, why? He asked as he gave it to Izuku. Izuku, Mina wanted something too, he says as he writes what Mina wanted. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲, oh well, why don't you check to see if anyone else wants something? Izuku, him. Alright, he says as he gives 𝐒𝐻𝐲 his pencil back. 𝐒𝐻𝐻, actually, why don't you hold on to it? You might need it more than I do, he says as he gives it back. Izuku, oh, okay, he says as he takes it and walks off. 𝐒𝐻𝐻, thanks again, he says as Izuku leaves the kitchen. He starts to ask the class what they would want but not a lot of them wanted anything, well except for 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲, do you think you could get me some mochi? Izuku, I can do that, he says as he writes it down. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲, thanks Izuku, she says with a smile. Izuku 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. Once he's done he looks up from his piece of paper. Izuku, is that it? Class 1A except Katsuki, yup. Izuku, okay, I will go now, he says as he starts to leave. Kyoka, be careful babe, she says as she was sitting on his couch next to Mina. Izuku, I will, he says as he leaves. Once he's out the door, he walks to the elevator and pushes the button, waiting for it to open. As he does, he notices someone behind him and looks back to see Bakugo who looks mad. Katsuki, listen here Deku. Izuku, what do you want Bakugo? He asked as he faces him. Katsuki, stay away from 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐲, she's mine. Izuku, all I was doing was asking if they wanted anything and she did. Katsuki, I don't give a f, if I see you around here I will kill you. Izuku, you can't tell me what to do, he says as the elevator doors open. Katsuki, the f did you say? Izuku, you heard what I said, he says as he walks in and pushes the button to the first floor. Katsuki, I will kill you, he says as the doors closed on Katsuki's face. Katsuki was cessed and stormed off. Katsuki, who does the nerd think he is? Just because he got stronger, he thinks he could tell me what to do. I'll show him what happens when you look down on me, he thought to himself as he went back into the living room, says that Izuku just ignored him. Time skip. Izuku has just finished his grocery shopping. Even though the list was pretty short, he decided to get some extra ingredients, just in case. Right now, he is leaving the store with the groceries he needs. Izuku, I think I got everything, he thought to himself as he looked at the grocery list. But as he wasn't paying attention to where he was walking and bumped into someone. The person almost fell but Izuku was able to catch them. Izuku, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention, he says as he put the list away. It's okay, I wasn't paying attention to where I was walking, she says as she looked up to him. Oh wait a minute, she says as she got her footing. It's been so long since I've seen you again. 𝐒𝐿, oh, I remember you. He says as he let her go. 𝐒𝐿, you're that woman that watched Eri when I went to take the criminal down. Mitsuki, it's Mitsuki, I'm not sure I told you my name. Smiling face with a mantle sweat, she says as she rubbed the back of her head. 𝐒𝐿, I don't think so. Mitsuki, well, it's nice to see you again. What are you doing here? She asked as she looked at his bag of groceries. Mitsuki, I was buying groceries for my class in UA. He says as he lifted his bag. Mitsuki, I see, well, we never properly introduced each other. My name is Mitsuki Bakugo. She says as she forwards her hand. 𝐒𝐿, it's 𝐒𝐿. He says as he shakes her hand. Mitsuki, no last name. 𝐒𝐿 shakes his head to her response. Mitsuki, I see, well, I want to know if we could get to know each other more, and also to thank you for taking that criminal down. 𝐒𝐿, you don't need to thank me, I was just doing what needed to be done. Mitsuki, still though, I want to thank you. Why don't you come over to my house for dinner? 𝐒𝐿, I mean, if you're okay with it, I guess I could come over. He said as he rubbed the back of his head. Mitsuki, nice. Here, let me write you down the address to my house. She says as she took out a piece of paper and a pen. 𝐒𝐿, do you just carry those with you? Mitsuki, it's better to be prepared than not to be right. She asked as she wrote down her address and gave it to him. 𝐒𝐿, okay then, I'll see you later today. He says as he put it away. Mitsuki, alright, see you soon. She says as she blew a kiss to him before walking past him. 𝐒𝐿, Mitsuki Bakugo. Katsuki would not like this. He thought to himself as he thought for a moment. 𝐒𝐿, he would definitely hate this. He thought to himself with a small smile. Time skip. After some time, we see 𝐒𝐿 about to enter the dorms. But as he opens the door, a bucket was sitting on top of the door and spilled water all over 𝐒𝐿. Katsuki, ha ha ha. Get pranked Deku. He says as he was laughing at him along with Denki, Kirishima, and 𝐿SoRo. Denki, we got you good dude. He says as he pat 𝐒𝐿's shoulder. 𝐒𝐿𝐿. He hums as his wet hair was covering his eyes. �KYOKA, guys, seriously. She says as she went up to them. �KYOKA, you're making a mess, and why would you prank 𝐒𝐿 like that? 𝐒𝐿, it's okay �KYOKA. He says as he shook the water off himself, getting it everywhere. �KYOKA, 𝐒𝐿. Use a towel. She says as she covered her face. 𝐒𝐿, sorry, but it is okay �KYOKA, it was just a harmless joke. He says as he slightly looked over to Katsuki with a small glare, without anyone noticing. Kirishima, anyways, do need some help with the groceries bro 𝐒𝐿, could you put the groceries away? He asked as he gave them the groceries. Kirishima, sure bro, we can do that. He says as he runs off to his kitchen with the groceries. �KYOKA, I'll give these to Mina for you. She says as she takes the bag of chips from the groceries bag from Kirishima. Once everyone leaves, Katsuki walks up to 𝐒𝐿 and gets close to him. Katsuki, don't ignore me next time, or I'll kick your butt. He whispers to 𝐒𝐿 as he walks off with a chuckle. 𝐒𝐿 just sighs as he walks to his room to get cleaned up. Short time skip. As 𝐒𝐿 is in the shower, he is thinking about Katsuki's prank. 𝐒𝐿, why is Bakugo like this? I never did anything to him. He thought to himself as he was pretty annoyed by that. After a while, he turns the water off and leaves the shower. He takes his and starts to dry himself as he leaves the bathroom. As he walks out of the bathroom, he notices �KYOKA sitting on the bed. 𝐒𝐿, hello �KYOKA. He greets her as he is drying his hair. �KYOKA, hey 𝐈𝐴, you alright? 𝐒𝐿. �KYOKA, you sure? I noticed you and Bakugo aren't really good friends. 𝐒𝐿, I'm fine, I don't know why he hates me so much. He says as he walks to his closet to get dressed. �KYOKA is always like this with everyone, but it's like he's going after you mostly. 𝐒𝐿, I'm sure he'll stop eventually. �KYOKA, yeah, I don't see that happening. She says as 𝐒𝐿 finished dressing up. 𝐒𝐿, you might be right. He says as he sighs. �KYOKA, don't worry 𝐒𝐿, he might not like you much, but think about the people who do. She says as she gets up and walks over to him. �KYOKA, for example, me. She says as she hugs him from behind. 𝐒𝐿, hey, yeah. he says as he turns around and hugs her. 𝐭𝐤𝐽, you know, for someone as big and muscular like you give the greatest hugs. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, I do. 𝐭𝐤𝐽, definitely, she says as she reaches up to him and kisses his cheek. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 smiles a bit and he kisses her back on the cheek. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, glad to know, he says as he breaks the hug. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, as much as I would like to be spending the rest of my time with you, I have to get ready, he says as he breaks the hug. 𝐭𝐤𝐽, for what? Are you going on a date or something? 𝐒𝐿𝐴, no, Bakugo's mom invited me over to her house, he says as 𝐭𝐤𝐽 looked surprised. 𝐭𝐤𝐽, seriously? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 just nods to her response. 𝐭𝐤𝐽, DMN, what for? 𝐒𝐿𝐴, we met one day but we didn't talk long as I was in a hurry to get to you. 𝐭𝐤𝐽, oh, was that when I first met 𝐈𝐻? 𝐒𝐿𝐴, 𝐿𝐴, oh, alright, she says as 𝐒𝐿𝐴 started to put his shoes on. As he was, 𝐭𝐤𝐽 got her idea and had a mischievous grin on her face. 𝐭𝐤𝐽, hey 𝐒𝐿𝐴, what do you think about her? 𝐒𝐿𝐴, I think she is pretty, he says as 𝐭𝐤𝐽 smiled to that. 𝐭𝐤𝐽, well, I think I might have an idea for how you could get back at Bakugo for that prank. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, how? He asked as 𝐭𝐤𝐽 sat next to him and started to tell him her plan. Time skip. We see 𝐒𝐿𝐴 arrive at the Bakugo residence and is standing at the front door. He knocks on it and hears Mitsuki on the other side. Mitsuki coming, she shouts as 𝐒𝐿𝐴 could hear her walk up to the front door. The front door opens and to Mitsuki's surprise, she sees 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Mitsuki, oh hello 𝐒𝐿𝐴, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, I'm sorry, should I coke back later? Mitsuki, no, come in, she tells 𝐒𝐿𝐴 as she lets him inside. Once he enters the house, he takes his shoes off and leaves them against the wall. Mitsuki, please make yourself at home, she says as she closes the door and walks past 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Mitsuki, I'll let you know when dinner is ready. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, okay, he says as he walks over to the living room. He looks around and notices a few pictures that have Mitsuki and Katsuki together, along with a man he's never seen before. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, could he perhaps be her husband? He thought to himself as he picked up the picture frame. As he was looking at the picture, he heard Mitsuki yelp in pain. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, is everything okay? He asked as he put the picture back and walked over to her. Mitsuki, why, I'm fine, I just burned myself a bit, she says as she was holding her finger. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, could I see your finger? He asked as he was next to Mitsuki. Mitsuki, you don't have to, I'm fine, she says as she smiled. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, I insist, he says as he held her finger. Mitsuki, see, I'm fine, she says as 𝐒𝐿𝐴 brings her finger closer to his face. Mitsuki had no idea what he was doing until 𝐒𝐿𝐴 kissed her finger, making her blush. Mitsuki, 𝐒𝐿𝐴, what are you doing? She asked as 𝐒𝐿𝐴 let her finger go. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, sorry, I thought it would help with the pain, he says as he rubbed the back of his head. Mitsuki, oh, it's okay thank you, she says as she shook the blush off. Mitsuki, calm down Mitsuki. We're just going to talk a bit, that's all, she thought to herself as she continued to make dinner for her and 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Time skip. After a while we see 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and Mitsuki sitting on the couch as they already finished eating and we're just talking. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, if I may ask, who is the man in that photo? He asked as he pointed at the photo. Mitsuki, oh, he was my husband back then but we divorced, she says as she rubbed the back of her neck. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, oh, I'm sorry I shouldn't have asked. Mitsuki, it's okay, I've gotten over it, she says as she has a smile. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, no you haven't, he says as Mitsuki is caught off guard. Mitsuki, what? 𝐒𝐿𝐴, I can tell by your fake smile, he says as Mitsuki sighs. Mitsuki, okay, you got me, she says as she sighs in a sad tone. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, what's wrong? He asked her as she rubbed her arm. Mitsuki, well, do you ever get the feeling that something happened because of you? 𝐒𝐿𝐴, I do, I know the feeling very well, he says as he rubs the back of his head. He remembers how Ryukyu broke up with him. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, I would ask myself if what had happened was because of the choices I made, but I don't let it stop me as I could learn from them and make better decisions, he says as he was looking down. Mitsuki, I guess that's a good way to put it. She says as she was looking down as well. Izuku, so what I'm saying is it was not your fault for what happened between you and your husband. He says as he holds her hand. Mitsuki blushes as she looks up to Izuku with a confused expression. Izuku, it's his fault he left someone as appealing as you. Mitsuki, wow. Her blush grows more as she didn't know what to say. Mitsuki, why you think I'm appealing? Izuku, I would be blind to say otherwise. He says as he holds her hands. Izuku, there are many things I can describe about you that I find truly appealing, but I would be sitting here for hours if I did. Mitsuki, why you can if you want. She says as she wanted to hear what he had to say. Izuku, well, your hands feel warm and soft when I hold them. He says as he rubs her hands with his thumbs. Mitsuki squeezes her hands without her noticing as she was too flustered to notice. Izuku, your eyes are something no words can describe for you appealing they are, I can stare into them for hours. He says as he looks into her eyes. Mitsuki looks into his eyes as well as she has a flustered smile. Izuku, and seeing your smile is something truly magnificent. He says as Mitsuki covers her face in embarrassment. Mitsuki, oh okay, you can stop now. She says as she turns her back to him. Mitsuki, oh my god. Calm down Mitsuki. You're gonna weird him out. She thought to herself as she was rubbing her cheeks. Mitsuki, am I really that appealing? She asked as she had her back to him still. Izuku, of course, and sitting next to you makes me feel honored to be near you. He says as he hugs her from behind. Mitsuki blushes as she feels his arms around her stomach. Izuku, and if someone says otherwise, then they have never seen someone as appealing as you. He says he faces Mitsuki towards him. Mitsuki Ayusu, before she could finish, Izuku held her cheek and brought her into a kiss. Her eyes widened as her face was redder than Kirishima hair. Izuku, do you believe me now? He asked as he broke the kiss. Mitsuki, WTF just happened? She thought to herself as she was stunned by the sudden kiss she received from Izuku. Izuku, Mitsuki? He asked as Mitsuki looked down to him. Mitsuki. Izuku, are you okay? Mitsuki. F it. Izuku, what dash? Before he could finish, Mitsuki brought him into a deep kiss. Izuku was caught off guard as Mitsuki leaned forward, making Izuku lay back with her on top of him. Mitsuki broke the kiss as she was looking down to him with a grin. Mitsuki, you're a great kisser, she says as she wipes his mouth. Izuku had a small blush on his face as he didn't expect her to do that at all. Izuku, thank you. He says as he wipes his mouth while looking to the side. Mitsuki, what's wrong? You're the one who kissed me first, did you realize you can't handle me? She asked as she rested her head on her palm, resting her arm on his chest. Izuku, no it's not that, you just caught me by surprise. He says as he held her waist. Mitsuki, then show me what else that tongue of yours can do, but before she could finish what she was saying, her phone interrupted her as it was ringing in the kitchen. Mitsuki, oh Izuku, sorry, let me go get that real quick. She says as she got off of Izuku and went over to the kitchen. As she left to the kitchen, Izuku sat up as he needed a quick breather real quick. Izuku, I guess Kyoko was right after all, but how did she know this would work? He thought to himself as he held his chin. Izuku, whatever the case, I will do whatever it takes to make Mitsuki happy. He thought to himself as he heard Mitsuki shouting. Mitsuki, Katsuki, did you seriously just call me for this? She shouts as she looked mad. Izuku, Mitsuki sounds mad. He thought to himself as he got off the couch and walked over to Mitsuki. Mitsuki, just because I'm your mother doesn't mean I have to do everything you want, you little brat. She says as Izuku was standing behind her listening. Mitsuki, and stop calling me your old hag, I'm your mother. Izuku, was this how Katsuki always treated his mother? He thought to himself as he walked up to her from behind. Mitsuki, why do you have to be so? Before she could finish, she felt Izuku hug her from behind with his arms wrapped around her stomach. He nuzzles his face into her neck and she sighed as she rubbed his arm. Mitsuki, I'll call you back later. She says as Izuku kisses her cheek. Mitsuki, because I don't have the time to deal with you right now. She says as she pets his head. Izuku then starts to kiss her neck as he could hear Katsuki yell on the other side of the phone. Mitsuki, be because I have other important things to do other than listen to you complain. Katsuki, God damn I to you old age. Before he could finish, she moves the phone away from her ear. Izuku, he sounded mad. Mitsuki, yep, but I don't give a damn right now, she says as she hung up the phone. She then turns around and has her arms resting on his shoulders. Mitsuki, I did say I have more important things to do, she says with a smirk as she brings Izuku into a kiss. Warning sign # quick warning, you're about to read something very what's the word? NMT, so when you see this warning sign # then it's over, you've been warned so. Peace Victrahand # warning sign # he starts to kiss her back as well, holding her by her waist while he did. As they made out together, Mitsuki leaned against the counter and Izuku lifted her up by her thighs. He then broke the kiss and started to kiss her neck. Mitsuki, F, she said as she held his head against her neck. As he made out with her neck, she slid her hand to his PP. This caught Izuku off guard as she started to rub his PP. Mitsuki, oh wow, I can tell you're huge, she says with a smirk. Izuku stopped kissing her neck and he sat her on the counter. Mitsuki, what happened? Was I too much for you? She asked as Izuku brought her into a kiss, catching her by surprise. As she held his shoulders, Izuku slid his hand under her skirt and she blushes as she felt his fingers against her private area. He started to rub her area as she squeezed Izuku's shoulders in pleasure. As Izuku continued to please her, she slowly started to make muffled mmm. Izuku then broke the kiss and stopped pleasing Mitsuki as he pulled his hand out. Mitsuki, holy 𝐻, you're really good with your fingers, she says as she watched Izuku like his fingers clean. Izuku, you taste good, he says as Mitsuki just watched with a blush. Mitsuki, ea, she says as Izuku held her skirt. As he started to take her skirt off, she let him as she was in a blush. Mitsuki, w8, are doing it right here, she asked as Izuku put her skirt on the counter. Izuku, if you want to, he asked as he looked up to her. Mitsuki, I do, she says as she took her panties off. Izuku crouched down a bit as she spreads her legs open, revealing her private area. Izuku pulled her close as he liked her lips between her legs. She bit her lip as she watched Izuku have a makeout session with her PP. She leaned her back against the wall as she slid her hand under her shirt to her BRTS. As she played with her BRSTS, she realized she was close to climaxing. Izuku felt her tense up and stopped as he stood up. Mitsuki, why did you stop? She asked as she was breathing heavily. Izuku, because I'm not done yet, he said as he wiped his mouth. Mitsuki, what do you mean? She asked as she noticed Izuku's little friend past his waist was excited and blushed. Mitsuki, holy 𝐻, he's huge, she thought to herself as she watched Izuku take his Deku out. Mitsuki, would it even fit? She asked as Izuku pulled her close. Izuku, don't worry Mitsuki, I'll take good care of you, he says as he held her cheek. Mitsuki, then show me what you got, she says as she held his hand. Warning sign # if you made it here, you either skipped through all of the cringe I just made, or you read the whole thing, and if you did, I feel sorry for your mentality. Pensive face warning sign # time skip. It's been a few hours since Izuku and Mitsuki got started and right now we see him on the couch with a naked Mitsuki. Mitsuki, F, that was amazing, she says as she was breathing heavily. Izuku, it was, are you okay? He asked as he rubbed her back. Mitsuki, I'm fine, just very tired, she says as she nuzzles her head against his chest. Izuku, him, he hummed as he just laid there, rubbing her back as he was wondering what to do now. Mitsuki, hey, could I ask you something? She asked as she sat up on his stomach. Izuku, what is it? He asked as he held her thigh. Mitsuki, do you think me and you could be a thing? She asked as she rubbed the back of her neck. Izuku, do you mean as a couple? Mitsuki, yeah, if you want to of course. Izuku, I don't see why not, but I'll have to ask Kyoka and the others. Mitsuki, others. Izuku, I have to ask my girlfriends first. Mitsuki, oh, you're not single. Izuku, I'm not really sure anymore. he says as he stretches. Izuku, but I think I am. Mitsuki. That's good enough for me, she says as she kissed him on the lips. He smiles a bit as he kisses her back. She smiles too as she breaks the kiss and gets off of him. Mitsuki, I'm gonna go take a shower, do you wanna come? Izuku, I'll be right there, he says as Mitsuki kisses him on the cheek. Mitsuki, alright, but don't keep me waiting, she says as she laughs to herself before walking away. Izuku watches her walk away and stands up. Izuku, I should let Kyoka know what happened, he thought to himself as he left to go find his breathes. Meanwhile, we see Kyoka relaxing in her room as she is just listening to music on her bed. But her music stops as she starts to get a call on her phone. She checks who's calling her and smiles to the name on her phone. Broccoli Man, Kyoka, hehe, Broccoli Man, she says as she answered the call. Kyoka, hi Aizu. Izuku, hey Kyoka. Kyoka, so, how'd it go? She asked as she laid on her stomach and rested her hand in his palm. Izuku, it went okay, she's pretty nice. Kyoka, nice? Bakugo is gonna be cessed when he hears about this. Izuku, right, but maybe we should keep it a secret for a while. Kyoka, why? Izuku, 'cause I'm pretty tired right now and I don't want to deal with his yelling. Kyoka, oh alright, so are you heading back? Izuku, just gonna take a shower before I do. Kyoka, alright, can we cuddle when you get back? Izuku, I like our cuddles. Kyoka, I do too, she says as she giggles to herself. Izuku, by the way, is it okay if Mitsuki join? Kyoka, she wants to join. Izuku, emichim. Kyoka, and she's okay with sharing. Izuku, it looks like that. Kyoka, then she's all good to go. Izuku, okay, I'll let her know before I leave. Kyoka, alright, I'll be waiting for you. Izuku, okay. I love you, he says as Kyoka heard him say it in a shy tone. Kyoka, heh, I love you too, big guy, she says as she kisses the air before ending the call. Kyoka, alright, he's tired and he wants cuddles. I got to make this as comfortable as possible, she says as she rolls off the bed and lands on her feet. Kyoka, for the both of us. Time skip. It's been about an hour and a half since the call with Kyoka and Izuku ended. Right now we see Izuku walk into the dorms and is met with an annoyed Pomeranian. Izuku just wanted to walk by him but was stopped as Bakugo grabbed his collar. Bakugo, stop right there, he says as Izuku sighs and turns around. Izuku, what? Bakugo, where the hell have you been? He asked with his arms crossed. Izuku, you don't need to know anything I do, he says as he crossed his arms. Bakugo. TCH. He shoulder bumps Izuku as he walks past him, without saying a word. Izuku, that was weird, he thought to himself as he started to head to Kyoka's room. Once he arrived, he knocked on the door and once it opened, he notices Kyoka with a big smile on her face. Izuku, you seem very happy, he says as she jumped up to him and hugged his neck. Kyoka, that's 'cause you're here, Aizu, she says as she kisses his cheek. Izuku hugs her back as he kisses her cheek as well. Izuku, may I come in? He asked as Kyoka looked up to him. Kyoka, you may indeed, she says as she let him go. He walked in and was surprised to see a bunch of pillows and a blanket that looked very comfy. Kyoka, thanks to Momo, I was able to get the comfiest, warmest and the softest blanket and pillows in the world, she says as she closed the door. Kyoka, what do you think? She asked Izuku. Izuku, I think I've fallen for you more, he says as Kyoka blushes with a smile. Kyoka, oh thanks Aizu, she says as she sits on the bed. Izuku, could I go thank Momo for these? Kyoka, you can, just don't take too long, she says as Izuku nods and leaves her room. He walks over to Momo's room and knocks on the door. Momo, him. Momo, who could that be? She thought to herself as she got up and walked over to the door. She opens it and is caught by surprise as she sees Izuku. Momo, Izuku. What are you doing here so late? She asked as a small blush appeared on her cheeks. Izuku, I wanted to say thank you for your wonderful gifts to Kyoka. Momo, oh, it was nothing, she says as she smiled. Izuku then brought her into a hug, surprising her as he blush grew more. But she just hugged him back as she closed her eyes and rested her face against his chest. Momo, this feels relaxing, she thought to herself as Izuku rubbed her back. Momo, you're welcome, she says as she broke the hug. Izuku nodded as he started to head back. Izuku, by the way, he says as he looks back to Momo. Izuku, I would like to have tea with you again sometime soon, he said with a small smile. Momo, I can't wait for that day to come, she says as Izuku nodded before leaving and closing the door for her. Once he did, Momo immediately went red and held her face. Momo, his smile is so appealing, she thought to herself as she sat on her bed and screamed into her pillow. After that, Izuku went back to Kyoka's room and saw her door open. She was laying on the bed covered in a blanket as she was waiting for Izuku to come back. He entered the room and closes the door behind himself and Kyoka notices him. Kyoka, oh, you're back, she says as she sat up in the blanket. Izuku amichem, he says as he walked up to the bed. Kyoka opened her arms to him, inviting him into the blanket with her. He then hugs her and lays on the bed with her. Kyoka smiles as she covers herself with the blanket, along with Izuku as they start to cuddle. Kyoka, this is nice, she says as Izuku buries his face against her neck. Izuku amichem. Kyoka, 𝐿. Anything interesting happened today? She asked as she rubbed her eyes. But Izuku didn't answer her and she looked to him to see him fast asleep. She smiles as she nuzzles her cheek against his cheek and closes her eyes. Kyoka, good night Izuku, she says as she slowly falls asleep with Izuku in her arms. We see Izuku in Doomguy's ship as he was spending some time with 𝐸. As Doomguy was watching 𝐸 and Deku play together, a siren went off making 𝐸 jump in shock. Izuku and Doomguy knew what the siren was for and looked at each other. Izuku, they're back, he said as he got up off the couch. Doomguy, and it's a big one, he said as they both started to get ready. 𝐸, what's going on? She asked as she peeked over the couch to see them getting their gear. Izuku, bad people are coming 𝐸, my and dad need to take care of them, he said as Doomguy gave him his armor. 𝐸, grandpa's going too. Doomguy, Izuku will need help, he said as they both were putting on their armor. Izuku, I'm gonna see if Mika will watch 𝐸 while we're gone, he said as he started to call Mika. 𝐸, are we gonna be okay? She asked as she went up to them. Doomguy will be fine 𝐸, he said as he pet her head. Doomguy, this isn't something we haven't dealt with before, we'll be fine. 𝐸, oh okay, she says as Izuku hot off the phone. Izuku, alright, she said she can watch her. Doomguy, alright, I'll send a portal to her location so she can get here, he said as he walked away. Izuku, alright 𝐸, he said as he crouched down to her. Izuku, I need you to behave for Mika, alright, he said as he pet her head. Okay papa, I'll be a good, she says as she smiles. Izuku, I know you will, he said as he kissed her forehead. Doomguy, alright Izuku, he said as he came back with his helmet on. Doomguy, they'll be attacking a train station, Vega will teleport us there, he said as he had his sword-off shotgun ready. Izuku, alright, he said as he stood up and put his helmet on. A blue portal opened and they both were ready to go. Doomguy, bye 𝐸, he waved to her as he walked through the portal. 𝐸, bye grandpa, she waved to him. Izuku, bye snowflake, he said as he waved to her as she smiled. 𝐸, bye papa, be careful, she said as she waves to him. Izuku smiled under his mask as he walked through the portal. The portal closed and another one opens up, with Mika walking through it. 𝐸 mama, she said as she ran up to her and hugged them. Mika, 𝐸, she said as she hugged her back. Mika, did Izuku and his father leave already? 𝐸, yeah. They went to go fight bad guys, she said as she put her fist up in the air. Mika giggled to her pose and pet her head. Mika, are you hungry? She asked 𝐸, whose stomach growled. 𝐸, maybe, she said as she blushes from embarrassment. Mika giggled and took her hand. Mika, come on, I'll make you something, she says as she walked to the kitchen with 𝐸. Meanwhile, we see Ryuko sitting on her couch, going through channels, trying to find something to keep herself entertained. "Ryuko, sigh. I wish Izuku was here," she says as she missed him. Ryuko, was breaking up with him the right thing to do? She thought as she stared down a bit. As she was in thought, her phone went off and she sighed. She picked up her phone and answered it. "Ryuko, hello. Miko, hey Ryuko," she said in the other side of the phone. "Ryuko, Miko. Why are you calling me?" "Ryuko, can't I say hello to my best buddy?" "Ryuko, right, sorry, I've been just really tired lately," she said as she rubbed her eyes. "Miko, Ryuko, is this about you breaking up with your boyfriend?" "Ryuko. No," she said as it was silent for a while. "Miko. If you say so," she said as she sighed through the phone. "Miko, anyway, we have a mission right now." "Ryuko, sigh really?" "Miko, yeah, just get ready, I'll send you the location." "Ryuko, alright, see you in a bit." "Miko, alright, see you soon," she said as she ended the call. "Ryuko, sigh. Alright, let's go," she said as she got up off the couch and started to get ready. Time skip. We see Ryuko sitting on a bench in the park as she was waiting for Miko. "Ryuko, what's taking her so long?" she asked herself as she was gonna call her again. But before she could pull her phone out, a portal opened in front of her. She saw 𝐴𝐻𝐽 walk through the portal. "Ryuko, Izuku." "𝐴𝐻𝐽. I think you got the wrong guy," he said as Izuku walked through and saw Ryuko. "Izuku. Ryuko." Izuku and Ryuko, what is he doing here? They thought as they both looked away from each other. "𝐴𝐻𝐽. Do you not know each other or?" he said, confused by what was going on. Izuku and Ryuko were just They both sighed as Ryuko looked to the side and rubbed the back of her head. "Izuku, we used to date," he said as he looked away. "𝐴𝐻𝐽, oh," he said as he looked at her. "𝐴𝐻𝐽, well, it's nice to meet you." "Ryuko, it's nice to meet you too," she said as they all went silent. There was an awkward silence as they all didn't know what to do. 𝐴𝐻𝐽 felt the most awkward as he felt like he shouldn't be here. Luckily someone came and broke the awkward silence. "Miko, sorry I took so long to get here, had to beat an old man with a stick." "Ryuko, what? Why?" she said as she looked at her mad. "Miko, relax, he was a villain robbing a kid for some change. Villains these days get weirder and weirder," she said as she noticed the two in armor. "Miko, you," she said pointing at Izuku as she remembered him. "Izuku, hi," he said waving to him. "Miko, you're the guy who kicked out Buttes easily," she said as she went up to him. "Miko, I want a rematch." "Izuku, I don't think now's the perfect time," he said as Miko got closer to him. "Miko, come on. For someone as strong as you, I wanna see you fight at your fullest," she said as Izuku backed up a bit by her sudden energy. "Ryuko, Miko," she said as Miko looked at her. "Miko, what?" "Ryuko, aren't we supposed to be on a mission right now?" she asked as she had her arms crossed, with her eyes slightly narrowed at her. "Miko, oh right," she said as she backed away from Izuku. "Miko, you both must be the backup." "𝐻𝐽, yes," he said as he shook her hand. "Miko, I don't think we both met." "𝐻𝐽, I'm Izuku's father." "Miko, really?" she said as she looked at them both. "Miko, you both almost look identical but you're slightly taller, I thought you both were brothers." "𝐻𝐽, I can see why," he said as they looked at each other, realizing they had the same armor. But 𝐻𝐽 noticed something on the side of his helmet. "𝐻𝐽, what's that?" he asked as he pointed at Izuku's helmet. "Izuku, what's what?" he asked as Miko looked at it. "Miko, I didn't know you would draw on your helmet." "Izuku, oh, I think I know what you're talking about," he said as he took his helmet off and looked at it. "Izuku, it's just a little drawing 𝐻𝐽 put on my helmet," he said as he looked at it. It was a little rose 𝐻𝐽 drew. When 𝐻𝐽 first drew on it, Izuku saw it and decided to add some details to it. 𝐻𝐽 loved it and Izuku was glad she liked it. "Izuku, she thought it would make me more prettier." "Miko, oh, I wanna meet this kid," she said as she was really close to Izuku, looking at the helmet. 𝐒𝐿 had a small blush as he moved his head away from her. Ryuko saw this and was glaring at Miko. Ryuko, what does she think she's doing? We're supposed to be on a mission. Not flirting with 𝐒𝐿. She thought as she had her arms crossed. Suddenly, 𝐷𝐿 got an alert and checked it out. 𝐷𝐿, CRP. He said under his breath, and the others here. 𝐒𝐿, what is it, Dad? 𝐷𝐿, there's another area the demons are attacking. 𝐒𝐿, CRP. Where? 𝐷𝐿, it seems to be a train yard a few miles away. 𝐒𝐿, alright, I'll head over there now. He said, putting his helmet on. Ryuko, I'll go with you. Miko, but I wanna go. I wanna see what he can do. She said as she was standing next to 𝐒𝐿. Ryuko, but I can get us there faster. Miko, it's just a few miles, I'm sure we'll make it just fine. She said as they were butting heads. 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐷𝐿 were just watching fight about who's going with 𝐒𝐿. 𝐷𝐿, how long are they gonna be at each other like this? 𝐒𝐿, no idea. The girls were still arguing about who was going with 𝐒𝐿, but their argument came to a stop when a portal opens behind 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐷𝐿. 𝐷𝐿, CRP, they're here. He said as he pulled his sword-off shotgun out. 𝐷𝐿, get to that train yard now. He said as demons jumped out of the portal. 𝐒𝐿, right. He said as he grabbed Miko's hand as she was closer. 𝐒𝐿, we don't got a lot of time, come on. He said, running off to the train yard with her. Miko ran with him as she looked back at Ryuko with a smirk. Ryuko, god damn it. She thought as 𝐷𝐿 called out to her. 𝐷𝐿, come help me out here. He said as he shot at one of the demons. Ryuko, alright. She said as she turned into her dragon form and roared. Ryuko, she better not try anything with 𝐒𝐿 or so help me. She thought as she attacked the demons. 𝐷𝐿, demon 𝐒𝐿, how did you find a girl like her? He thought as a demon jumped at him but caught it by the throat. 𝐷𝐿, it's been a while since I've killed a demon. He said looking at him. 𝐷𝐿, I'm gonna take my time ripping every single one of you apart. He said, crushing its throat and throwing the dead imp to the ground. 𝐷𝐿, now. He said, reloading his gun. 𝐷𝐿, who's first? Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐿 and Miko arrive and see nothing but a bunch of trains. 𝐒𝐿, alright, Dad said they should be coming soon. He said as he walked up to a train car and opens the door, sitting down inside as Miko sits next to him. Miko, so? She said, swinging her legs. Miko, what's your workout routine? 𝐒𝐿, I work out until I can't move. Miko, sounds extreme, I love it. She said as she went up close to him. Miko, I've never met someone who was able to take me down so easily, you're something really special. She said as 𝐒𝐿 looked at her. 𝐒𝐿, you just have to work past your limits. Miko, that sounds difficult, I love it. She said with a grin. 𝐒𝐿, you must really like to be active. Miko, yeah, I love feel my BLD pumping. 𝐒𝐿, it is kind of fun. Miko, hey, do you think we could both work out together? I wanna be able to get to your level of power. 𝐒𝐿, him. We'll see. He says as they both look forward, waiting for the demons to come. Miko didn't like the silence as 𝐒𝐿 didn't really mind it. Miko, so? She said, trying to think of something to break the silence. Miko. Are you single? She said as they both looked at each other. 𝐒𝐿, him. Well, I do have a girlfriend, well, a few. He said as Miko looked surprised. Miko, you're saying you have multiple girlfriends? 𝐒𝐿. He hummed as he looked forward again. Miko here. Miko, I mean, who wouldn't want this kind of guy? He seems pretty sweet. She thought as she looked at 𝐒𝐿. Miko, have no idea why Ryuko broke up with this guy, he seems to be a great guy. Miko, so? Are you saying that anyone can join your relationship? 𝐒𝐿, it depends on what the girls think about them. If they think they can join, then they'll let them. Miko, I see. She says as she looks forward. Miko, why no? I can see why a bunch of girls like you. 𝐒𝐿, really? He asked looking at her. Miko, yep, I don't know a lot about you, but I'm sure you a sweet guy under that armor. She said as she leaned against his arm. 𝐒𝐿. Thank you. He said as he looked down at her. 𝐒𝐭, no problem big guy. She said as she looked up at him. 𝐒𝐭, hey, can I take your helmet off for a sec? She asked as 𝐒𝐿 tilted his head. 𝐒𝐿, why? 𝐒𝐭, I just wanna check something. 𝐒𝐿 him. Okay. He said as 𝐒𝐭 reached up to his mask and took it off. 𝐒𝐭, DMN, I was right. She said as she was looking at 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 him. 𝐒𝐭, you still look hot. She said as she was holding his helmet. 𝐒𝐿. Thanks. He said as he looked away. 𝐒𝐿, she's really energetic. He thought as he had a small blush. 𝐒𝐭 saw and smirked as she stood up behind 𝐒𝐿 and put his helmet back on his head. 𝐒𝐿, so. How about after we're done with this mission, me and you hang out for a bit? 𝐒𝐿, that sounds nice. He said as 𝐒𝐿 smiled and held his shoulders. 𝐒𝐿, demon, these demons are taking hours to get here. 𝐒𝐿, they'll be here soon, probably any moment. No, he was interrupted as a portal opened and they both saw it. 𝐒𝐿, about time they got here, I was getting bored. She said as she jumped out of the train cart. A bunch of imps jumped out along as 𝐒𝐿 grabbed his shotgun and jumped out of the train cart. 𝐒𝐿, they might not look like much but don't be fooled, they can kill a human faster than you can blink. 𝐒𝐿, so I don't have to hold back. 𝐒𝐿 never said you had to. 𝐒𝐿, oh this is gonna be fun. She said with a grin as the imps saw them and immediately rushed at them. As one of the imps jumped at 𝐒𝐿, she kicked the IMO with her heel by the neck and pulled it to the ground. 𝐒𝐿, these things may be fast but in faster. She said as she stomped down on its neck, crushing its neck and killing it. 𝐒𝐿 just caught it by its arm and broke it. As the broken bone stuck out of its arm, he shoved its broken elbow into its mouth, piercing the broken bone through the back of its neck. 𝐒𝐿, DMN 𝐒𝐿, who knew you were so brutal with them? She said as 𝐒𝐿 pushed the imp to the side. 𝐒𝐿, mercy isn't needed when fighting these things. He said as another IMO jumped at 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 aimed his shotgun towards 𝐒𝐿 and she ducked, allowing 𝐒𝐿 to blow the imp's head off. 𝐒𝐿, geez, no warning. 𝐒𝐿, I knew you would avoid it. He said as they noticed more imps attacking. 𝐒𝐿, come on, let's kick their butt. 𝐒𝐿 nodded as they both dashed at the imps. Meanwhile, we see Mika and 𝐿𝐸 watching cartoons on the couch as 𝐸𝐸 was sitting on her lap. 𝐸𝐸, hey mama. Mika, yes 𝐸𝐸. She asked as she pet her head. 𝐸𝐸, do you think Papa and Grandpa are okay? Mika, they are very strong so I'm sure they will be just fine. 𝐸𝐸, yeah you're right, Papa and Grandpa are the strongest people ever. She said as she flexed her arms, pretending she was muscular like her dad and grandpa. Mika smiled and continued to pet her head, getting 𝐸𝐸 to giggle as she leaned against Mika. As they both continued to watch cartoons, something interrupted their show. News reporter, we interrupt this program to tell you that there is currently a battle going on. We tell you to stay inside if you live in these areas. They say as the locations that are currently not safe for civilians to be roaming around in. Mika, well I'm sure we won't have to worry. Yeah. We're in space. News reporter, what's that? They ask as she looked to the side. News reporter, oh really? It seems we have some live footage of the heroes fighting in a train yard. She says as they switch to the footage. They see the rabbit hero 𝐒𝐿 zooming around as she was kicking literal demon butt. While 𝐒𝐿 was shooting imps left and right, even getting physical with them as kneed one of them in the gut and took his blade out, slicing its head off clean. Hey mama look. It's Papa. She said as she had a big smile. Mika I can see that 𝐸𝐸. She said as she was petting her head. 𝐸𝐸 and look, it's the bunny hero 𝐒𝐿. Mika, it's rabbit hero 𝐸𝐸. She said as 𝐸𝐸 looked at her confused. 𝐸𝐸, what's the difference? Mika, I'll tell you later, for now let's see how this goes. 𝐸𝐸, okay. She said as they both went back to watching 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 fight demons. Meanwhile, we go back to 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 as they just finished killing the last imp. 𝐒𝐿, phew, who know taking out demons could be so much fun. She said as 𝐒𝐿 took his helmet off. 𝐒𝐿, I have to admit, it is quite entertaining. He said, looking up and seeing the helicopter. 𝐒𝐿, how long has that been there? 𝐒𝐿, no idea, you think your kid is watching? 𝐒𝐿, maybe. he said, waving to the helicopter. "𝐿𝐿, so what now?" she asked, walking up to him. "𝐒𝐿, I guess we should head back to Dad and Ryuko." "𝐿𝐿, alright, let's go." As they were walking away, a portal opens and they saw someone walk out with a sort of battle axe. "𝐒𝐿, OCRP," he said as he put his helmet on. "𝐿𝐿, you know this guy or something?" "𝐒𝐿, I know what kind of demon they are much more difficult than a regular imp," he said as the portal closed. "So the Doom Slayer's child is still breathing. Glad I will be the one to take your life. 𝐒𝐿, only in your dreams," he said as 𝐒𝐿 got in a fighting stance. "𝐒𝐿, he doesn't look like much." "𝐒𝐿, these kind of demons must be taken seriously," he said as 𝐒𝐿 shot at the demon. It dodged as pulled its shotgun out and shot at 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 covered 𝐒𝐿 from the bullets and his armor took some damage. "𝐒𝐿, minute, forgot how much those shells do to my armor," he thought as he looked back at the demon. "𝐒𝐿, I barely saw the guy move. What the hell is he?" "𝐒𝐿, it's a marauder." "𝐒𝐿, it's a marauder," he said, letting 𝐒𝐿 go. "𝐒𝐿, there's more than one." "𝐒𝐿, yeah, but we should be able to take care of this one," he said, shooting at the marauder. The marauder blocked the bullets with his shield and dashed behind 𝐒𝐿, swinging its axe at 𝐒𝐿. But 𝐒𝐿 jumped at the marauder and threw a kick at the marauder. The marauder blocked her kick with the axe and was pushed back a bit. "Marauder, it seems you aren't alone this time." "𝐒𝐿, yeah, and we're gonna send your butt back to hell where you belong," she said as 𝐒𝐿 walked next to her. "Marauder, don't get so cocky," he said as he aimed his gun at her. But 𝐒𝐿 shot at him first, making the marauder block the shot with his shield and dashing to the side. The marauder noticed 𝐒𝐿 was missing and felt someone behind him. He turned around to see 𝐒𝐿's foot kick him across the face. 𝐒𝐿 grinned seeing how the marauder reacted to her kick but noticed the marauder looking back at her. "𝐒𝐿, CRP," she thought as the marauder grabbed her leg. The marauder slammed her against the ground and threw her against the train cart. As she fell to the floor, she tried to stand up but winced and fell to the floor, holding her leg in pain. "𝐒𝐿, he twisted my leg," she thought as she saw the barrel of the marauder's shotgun in front of her face. "Marauder, you and this planet will all burn in hell," he said as he was about to shoot her in the face. But 𝐒𝐿 pushed the barrel away from her face and the marauder shot the train cart. 𝐒𝐿 tried to shoot the marauder in the face with his shotgun but the marauder knocked it out of his hands and slammed him against the train cart. 𝐒𝐿 slammed his fists down on the marauder, forcing the marauder to let him go. 𝐒𝐿 grabbed his head and slammed it against the train cart. The marauder was in a daze as 𝐒𝐿 threw a punch at the marauder but he caught 𝐒𝐿's fist. The marauder, "You're nothing against me, I am more faster and stronger than you. This was the best I could do since the other gifts I tried to use were too big TT. This was the best I could do since the other gifts I tried to use were too big TT." The marauder. "myfeye," he shouted in pain as 𝐒�l's blade on stabbed his eye. "𝐒𝐿, you talk too much," he said as he threw a punch at the marauder's face, making the blade slash across its face. The marauder held his face as it says 𝐒� about to attack him again. The marauder fed under 𝐒�l's punch and tackled him into the tracks. "The marauder, you will pay for that," he said as he slammed his fist in 𝐒�l's mask, cracking the visor. 𝐒�l tried to use his blade to stab the marauder but the marauder noticed and caught 𝐒�l's fist. "The marauder, I will not fall for that again," he said as he slammed his fist down on 𝐒�l's helmet again, breaking the visor in his helmet. "𝐒𝐿, CRP," he thought as he put his foot against the marauder's chest and pushed him off. The marauder was about to attack 𝐒�l again but was shot in the back. The marauder turned around to see 𝐒𝐿 holding 𝐒�l's shotgun. "𝐒𝐿, holy CRP, this thing packs a punch," she said as she shot at the marauder again. Yes, marauder blocked the shot with his shield and dashed at 𝐒𝐿, smacking the gun out of her hand, grabbing her by the neck. The marauder crouched down and picked up his axe from the ground. "The marauder, you are getting in my way," he said as he put the blade against her neck. She grabbed the axe by its handle and felt its blade dig into her skin. "𝐒𝐿, FF," she said as she felt the marauder put more pressure down on the axe, making it harder for 𝐒𝐿 to push it away. As 𝐒�l was getting up, He saw 𝐒𝐿 in trouble and ran at them. As the marauder was about to put one final push into his axe, 𝐒𝐿 wrapped his arm around its neck and started strangling him. Marauder let 𝐒𝐿 go and tried to get 𝐒𝐿 off of her. As the marauder had his back to 𝐒𝐿, she kicked the marauder in the back of the leg, making him fall to his knee. With the advantage given by 𝐒𝐿, 𝐒𝐿 grabbed the axe the marauder was holding and put the blade against his neck, pulling with all his force. The marauders was pushing the blade away and 𝐒𝐿 saw this. She grabbed the axe as well and started to pull with 𝐒𝐿. The marauder felt the blade get closer to his skin as it started to dig into his neck, making him wince in pain. The marauder, "I will not die like this," he said as he pushes himself back, slamming 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 against the train cart. They both grunted in pain but didn't let go of the axe. He kept slamming them against the train cart in an attempt to get them to let go. The one having most trouble was 𝐒𝐿, as she didn't have any armor like 𝐒𝐿 did, so her back would just feel the hard metal slamming into her back. 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 had enough as the marauder tried to slam them against the train cart again. They used this chance to spin him around and slam his face against the train cart. They both noticed how he looked stunned and used this chance to put everything they got into their final pull. 𝐒𝐿, let's end it right here, she said as she put her foot against the marauder's back. 𝐒𝐿, right now, he said as he put his boot against his back with 𝐒𝐿. They both pulled with all their might, shouting in rage as the marauder felt the blade go into his neck. As the marauder slowly started to die, he saw a train in the distance and had a plan. The marauder, "If I'm going to die, then I'm taking you with me," he thought as he stood up and slowly started to walk backwards. 𝐒𝐿, how the hell is this guy not dead? 𝐒𝐿, there's demons, they won't die easily, he said as they both heard the train. They looked to their side and saw the train coming, realizing what the marauder was planning. Before they could react though, the marauder elbowed 𝐒𝐿 in the stomach, making her let go out of shock and kicked her away. The marauder reached back and grabbed 𝐒𝐿 by his helmet and had his hand inside his broken visors, pulling him over his shoulder and slamming 𝐒𝐿 into the ground. Doing so, he accidentally pulled 𝐒𝐿's helmet off and tossed it away. The marauder, "If I'm dying here, I'm taking you with me," he said as he grabbed 𝐒𝐿 by his neck and lifted him up, walking onto the train tracks. They could hear the train's horn honking at them, but the marauder didn't care. 𝐒𝐿 was holding her stomach and saw 𝐒𝐿 being held up by the marauder. 𝐒𝐿, come on, you gotta get up there and help him, she thought to herself as she stood up. She winced in pain due to her twisted ankle but ignored it and ran at them. The marauder, "Once you and your father are gone, this world will burn to the ground with everyone you love," he said as 𝐒𝐿 saw 𝐒𝐿 running at them. 𝐒𝐿, in your dreams, he said as he took his blade out and 𝐒𝐿 jumped at them. 𝐒𝐿 cut the marauder's hand off and 𝐒𝐿 kicked the marauder in the head, knocking him towards the train. As 𝐒𝐿 landed on the floor, he tackled 𝐒𝐿, who was still in the air, out of the train's way. As they both fell to the ground, the marauder slammed against the speeding train. The marauder, "DMNU," he said as he felt his body about to fall into the tracks. The marauder, "DMNU all," he said as his legs got caught under the train. The marauder fell under the train and was shredded into pieces while 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 watched it all happen. 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 covered their faces as the marauder's blood splashed against them. Once the train passed by them, they saw what was left of the marauder. They both were breathing heavily as they fell on their backs, laying next to each other. 𝐒𝐿, is it over now?" she asked as she looked at him. 𝐒𝐿, yeah. That was the last of them. For now, he said as he was looking into the air. 𝐒𝐿, well, that sure was fun, she said as she noticed the helmet next to her arm. 𝐒𝐿, I guess so, he said as he slowly sat up. As he looked at the bloody train track, he felt 𝐒𝐿 tap his shoulder and looked to his side to see her wearing his helmet. 𝐒𝐿, you dropped this, she said as 𝐒𝐿 let out a small chuckle. 𝐒𝐿, thanks, he said as he took the helmet off her head and sat it down on his lap. 𝐒𝐿, so, what now? She asked as she was sitting next to him. 𝐒𝐿, let's wait for my dad and Ryako to get back. 𝐒𝐿, all right then, she said as she stretched her back. 𝐒𝐿, a soft bed would feel real nice right now. she said as she felt a crack and held her back in pain. 𝐼𝐼 Jesus, he thing destroyed my back. She said fell back in the floor. 𝐒𝐿, we should probably get you checked out. He said as he slowly stood up and was holding his helmet. 𝐼𝐼, I'm fine, a quick nap should fix me right up. She said as she tried to sit up but couldn't. 𝐒𝐿, don't lie to yourself. He said as he lifted her his arms. 𝐼𝐼, hey, I can walk by myself. She said as she tried to get out of his arms. 𝐒𝐿, no you can't even sit up. He said as he started to walk away with 𝐼𝐼 in his arms. 𝐼𝐼. She had a small blush on her face, feeling embarrassed about being carried like this. 𝐒𝐿 noticed and stopped walking. 𝐼𝐼, why did you stop? She asked looking up at 𝐒𝐿 who lifted her onto his back. 𝐒𝐿, is this better? He asked looking over his shoulder. 𝐼𝐼, it is. She said as she rested her head on his shoulder. 𝐒𝐿, go ahead and rest, I'll get you to the hospital. He said as he started walking again. 𝐼𝐼, all right. She said as she nuzzled her face against his neck. 𝐼𝐼, thanks 𝐒𝐿. She said closing her eyes. 𝐒𝐿, you're welcome 𝐒𝐼. He said as he looked forward and continued walking away from the train yard. Meanwhile, we see 𝐷𝐼𝐿 and �R𝐸𝐼𝐾 standing next to a bunch of dead demons. 𝐸𝐸𝐾, was that the last one? She asked as transformed back into her human form. 𝐷𝐼𝐿, yeah, that's all of them. He said as they both started to leave the area. 𝐸𝐸𝐾, that was rather easy. 𝐷𝐼𝐿, we were lucky, these were the weakest ones. He said as he started to call 𝐒𝐿. 𝐸𝐸𝐾, I see, do you think 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐸𝐾 took care of the other demons as easily as we did? 𝐷𝐼𝐿, I'm sure they had no problem. He said as 𝐒𝐿 answers the call. 𝐷𝐼𝐿, 𝐒𝐿, how'd it go? He asked as he stood looked surprised. 𝐷𝐼𝐿, a marauder showed up. Are you both all right? 𝐒𝐿, I'm fine but 𝐸𝐾 isn't in the best shape, so I'm taking her to the hospital. 𝐷𝐼𝐿, all right, well we killed what was left so I'll see you soon. 𝐒𝐿, all right, bye Dad. He said as he ended the call. 𝐷𝐼𝐿, a marauder. They're starting to send in stronger ones. 𝐸𝐸𝐾, are they okay? She asked 𝐷𝐼𝐿 who looked back at her. 𝐷𝐼𝐿, they're fine but 𝐒𝐿 is taking your friend to the hospital. 𝐸𝐸𝐾, what? Which hospital? She asked as she looked worried. 𝐷𝐼𝐿, well the closet hospital near the train yard as a few miles north. He said pointing north. 𝐸𝐸𝐾, all right, I'll head over there now, it was nice to meet you. She said as she turned into her dragon form. 𝐷𝐼𝐿, likewise. He said as she flew away. 𝐷𝐼𝐿, now. I'm gonna go take a nap. He said as he started to get a portal ready. Meanwhile, we see 𝐒𝐿 walk out of the hospital. He wasn't in his armor anymore and couldn't wait a second more to get home and relax. 𝐒𝐿, alright, just gotta wait for Dad to send me a portal and I'll be home free. He said as he yawned. As he was waiting, he saw a dragon flying towards him and landed in front of him. 𝐒𝐿 realized who it was and sighed as he saw 𝐸𝐸𝐾 go into her human form and run up to him. 𝐸𝐸𝐾, where's 𝐸𝐾, is she okay? She asked 𝐒𝐿 who looked tired. 𝐒𝐿, she's fine, she just needs to stay in bed for a while. He said as 𝐸𝐸𝐾 sighed in relief. 𝐸𝐸𝐾, thank God, if you and your dad weren't here, I don't know if we would have fought them as easily. 𝐒𝐿, yeah. He said as they both just stood there. It was awkward seeing each other again after so long, they didn't know what to say to each other now and was just silent. 𝐸𝐸𝐾, so, how have you been? She asked trying to make the situation less awkward. 𝐒𝐿, I've been doing okay. He said sliding his hands in his pockets. 𝐸𝐸𝐾, that's good. Real good. She said crossing her arms. It was silent again and they both didn't know what to do. Until 𝐒𝐿 broke the silence. 𝐒𝐿. Eri is wondering when you'll visit again. 𝐸𝐸𝐾, she does. 𝐒𝐿, yeah. I told her soon but I'm starting to think it'll never happen. 𝐸𝐸𝐾. Look. She said looking up at him. 𝐸𝐸𝐾, come on just tell him. She thought as she was trying to tell him how much she missed him. 𝐸𝐸𝐾, I want 𝐸𝐾, hey 𝐒𝐿. But she was interrupted by her best friend. 𝐒𝐿, 𝐸𝐾. he said, turning around to see her walking up to him with the crutches. "Izuku, what are you doing out of bed?" "Miko, if you know me, I don't like to sit in bed doing nothing. If I need to relax, then I'm doing it my way," she said, looking up to him. "Izuku, well, I don't think I can stop you." "Miko, nope," she said as she noticed Ryuko standing behind Izuku. "Miko, hey girl, when did you get here?" "Ryuko, not that long ago," she said as she felt annoyed being interrupted. "Miko, oh alright, anyways, when did you say we could hang out again, Izuku?" she asked him as Ryuko looked a bit surprised. "Izuku, this weekend." "Miko, right, thanks for reminding me." "Izuku 𝐒𝐿, do you need my help getting you home?" "Miko, no, I got it," she said as she started to walk away but tripped and almost fell. Izuku caught her by her waist and she winced in pain. "Miko FF," she said as she put her forehead against his chest. "Izuku, are you alright?" he asked as he stood her up. "Miko, I am fine, you just grabbed me a bit too tight is all." "Izuku, oh, I'm sorry," he said as he felt guilty. "Miko, it's alright big guy, you just saved me from falling face first into the ground," she said as she put her hand against his chest. "Miko, but I do think I might need a little help getting home." Smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat. "Izuku, alright then," he said as they both started to leave. Izuku faced Ryuko, who was watching them leave. "Izuku, I'll see you next time, whenever that is," he said as he faced back Miko and started walking next to him. As they both left, Ryuko was now alone, watching them from a distance. "Ryuko, bye," she said quietly as she started to walk back home with a small frown on her face. "Ryuko DMN it. I could have told him but she got in the way," she said as she crossed her arms and left the hospital. Miko looked back and saw Ryuko walking away. "Miko, I know what you did to Izuku. I won't let you hurt him like that again, not while I'm around," she thought as she looked back at Izuku with a smile. Flashback. We see Miko laying down on a hospital bed, resting her arms behind her head while Izuku was sitting on a chair next to her. They saw the door open and they saw the doctor walk in. "Miko, how's it looking, doc?" "Doctor, you've taken some damage to your spine but it's nothing, a little rest can't heal." "Izuku, so she'll be okay?" "Doctor, yes, she just needs to take a break from doing any hero work for a while." "Miko, oh man. Izuku alright, is that all?" "Doctor, yes, other than some bruises and cuts, you both seem to be fine." "Izuku, okay, thank you," he said as the doctor nodded and left the room. "Miko, this is, now I gotta sit around doing jackassity." "Izuku, you'll get better soon," he said looking out the window. "Miko, maybe," she said as she looked up at the ceiling. "Miko, can I ask you something?" she asked looking at him. "Izuku, depends, what do you want to know?" "Miko, can I ask why you and Ryuko broke up?" "She never really told me why," she asked as she slowly sat up. "Izuku, I don't know if I should tell you." "Miko, come on, I won't judge," she said and Izuku sighed. "Izuku, remember when I fought you and the other heroes?" "Miko, yeah, I'm pretty sure you broke a few bones that day." "Izuku, sorry, anyway remember when I killed Endeavor?" "Miko, I'm pretty sure mostly everyone was glad you killed him, well when they found out what he did of course." "Izuku, yeah, Ryuko didn't like that she was with someone who killed a hero so she decided to end it." "Miko, even after finding out about what the guy did?" "Izuku, I don't blame her." "Miko, oh well. Sorry to hear that." "Izuku, it's fine, I'm over it." "Miko, still though, didn't it hurt?" "Izuku, it did but I'm over it now, we haven't talked to each other since so seeing her now is." Miko, awkward. "Izuku, yeah," he said looking down a bit. Miko, him. "Hey, remember how you said we could hang out sometime?" "Izuku, yeah." Miko, well how about just you and me go watch a movie at my place?" "Izuku, him." He hummed as he thought for a bit. Miko, well. "Izuku, that sounds nice." Miko, great, when should we go?" "Izuku, this weekend." Miko, perfect," she said as Izuku was still looking down. "Miko, come here," she said as Izuku looked at her confused. "Izuku, what?" "Miko, come here," she said as she looked mad. 𝐒𝐭 walked up to her and she sat him down. 𝐒𝐭, you said you're over it, right? 𝐒𝐭, yeah. 𝐒𝐭, well, it doesn't look like it, she said as she held his face. 𝐒𝐭, you said you're over it and yet you look like it's your fault she left you. 𝐒𝐭, but 𝐒𝐿𝐵, I'm not finished. 𝐒𝐭. 𝐒𝐭, she left you because you killed a bad guy. She left and it was her decision, so quit blaming yourself over something that happened a long time ago, she said, squishing his face together. 𝐒𝐭, people break up and it hurts at first, but you gotta get over and start focusing on the people you still have. Like you, kid A, she still loves you and she knows you've killed people and yet she still loves you like you're her dad, she said as pulled him close. 𝐒𝐭, so quit blaming yourself for what happened with you and �R𝐼𝐭 and start taking care of those that you still got, understand? 𝐒𝐭, why yeah, he said as she was right in front of his face. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, good, she said as she let his face go. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, now get back to your kid and show her how much you love her, she said, pointing at the door. 𝐒𝐭, all right, he said as he got up off the bed and left through the door. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 sighed as she laid back and had a satisfied grin on her face. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, maybe now he won't be walking around with that depressed look, she said as she looked out the window. As she saw someone in the distance flying through the air towards the hospital. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, oh, it's �Ｒ𝐼𝐭, guess her and 𝐒𝐿𝐵's dad took care of the other demons, she said as she looked up to the ceiling. As she closed her eyes, she started to remember her and 𝐒𝐿𝐵's conversation about him and �R𝐼𝐭's relationship and realized something. 𝐒𝐿𝐵. OHF, end of flashback. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, no one will hurt him like that again, not while I'm around, she thought as they arrived at her place. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, all right, thanks for walking me home. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, he hummed as he was wondering what �Ｒ𝐼𝐭 was gonna tell him. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 noticed him in thought and went up to him. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, hey, remember, she said as she held his shoulder. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, it's in the past now, don't blame yourself anymore, all right? 𝐒𝐿𝐵, all right, he said as she let his shoulder go and opened her door. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, I'll see you this weekend. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, me too, he said as she smiled to him and entered her house. As the door closed, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 started to walk away with a small smile. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, she's nice, he thought as a portal opened to the side of him and walked into it. Meanwhile, 𝐼𝐿𝐵 and 𝐿𝐵 were in the living room while 𝐿𝐵 was just doing his own things. Suddenly a portal opened and they saw 𝐒𝐿𝐵 walk out of it, still wearing his armor. 𝐼𝐿𝐵, Papa's back, she said, jumping off the couch and running up to 𝐒𝐿𝐵. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, hey sweetie, he said, getting down on one knee and putting his helmet down. She hugged him tightly as 𝐒𝐿𝐵 hugged her back. 𝐿𝐵, you looked so cool on TV. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, glad you liked it, he said, kissing her forehead and making her giggle. 𝐵𝐵, you were amazing, she said, walking up to him. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, thanks, he said, standing up with 𝐿𝐵 in his arms. 𝐵𝐵, you gave us a scare when that thing put you in front of the train, she said, hugging him. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, sorry about that, he said, hugging her back with one arm and kisses her cheek. 𝐵𝐵, it's all right, you're here now, she said as she pecked him on the lips. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 smiled a bit as he kissed her back. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 put 𝐵𝐵 down and let 𝐵𝐵 go. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, hey dad, that marauder broke the visor on my helmet. Doom guy? Really? 𝐒𝐿𝐵, yeah, he said as he gave the helmet to Doom guy. Doom guy, do you mean it? I'll get it fixed, he said as he took the helmet to go fix it. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, I'm heading to bed, he said as he started walking to his room. 𝐵𝐵, wait for me, Papa, she said, running after him. 𝐵𝐵 follows them with a smile, glad to see 𝐒𝐿𝐵 is okay, and 𝐵𝐵 was very happy to see 𝐒𝐿𝐵 again. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was happy to see them both too, but felt like he could fall over any moment and fall asleep. Time skip. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was in bed with 𝐵𝐵 and 𝐵𝐵 cuddling up to him. Everyone was asleep with 𝐵𝐵 sleeping on 𝐒𝐿𝐵's chest and 𝐵𝐵 hugging his side with 𝐒𝐿𝐵's arms wrapped around them. But 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was still up, looking at the ceiling. He was thinking about everything that had happened today, seeing �R𝐼𝐿 fighting a marauder with 𝐒𝐻𝐻, and had telling him to quit blaming himself for �R𝐼𝐿 breaking up with him. He looked down to 𝐵𝐵 and 𝐵𝐵, remembering what 𝐒𝐻𝐻 said. 𝐒𝐻𝐻, now quit blaming yourself for what happened with you and �R𝐼𝐿 and start taking care of those that you still got, understand? He thought about what she said to him and smiled a bit. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, Thanks Miko. He thought as he pet their heads and went back to sleep. It was middle of the day and Izuku was spending family time with Eri and were just watch TV. But as they were, 𝐿 came up to Izuku and tapped his shoulder. Izuku, what is it dad? He asked looking over his shoulder. 𝐿, come with me, I've got a gift for you. He said as he walked off. Izuku, a gift? But it's not my birthday. Maybe it's an early birthday gift. She said looking excited to see what her dad's gift would be. Izuku, him. Wanna come with me to see what it is? He asked as he stood up. Eri, can I? She said as she jumped off the couch and into his arms. Izuku, he said as he caught her and held her. Eri, let's go papa. She said and Izuku started to follow 𝐿. Now Izuku, it's time I've told you something I should have told you a long time ago. He said as they were now in 𝐿's room. Izuku, what is it dad? He asked as him and Eri titled their heads. 𝐿, there is something dangerous coming, something big, something that can destroy worlds. He said as Eri got nervous and Izuku started to pet her head to comfort her. Izuku, we'll be able to take it down dad. 𝐿, I know. But to be sure, I made something for you that will definitely help taking this thing down. He said as they walked up to a curtain and 𝐿 moved the curtain out of the way to reveal a certain big gun on display. 𝐿, I call it the BFG. 𝐿, I call it the BFG for Izuku, it's huge dad. What does BFG stand for? 𝐿, big. He noticed Eri listening. 𝐿, big freaking gun. He said and Izuku put Eri down on 𝐿's bed. 𝐿, I made this just for you, in case you ever needed to use it. He said as he took it off display and gave it to Izuku. Izuku, CRP, it's heavy. He said as he almost dropped it but slowly got a better grip on it. 𝐿, I ripped it off of a machine so. It is pretty heavy. He said as he had his arms crossed. 𝐿, go get your armor on, we're gonna go test this out. He said as Izuku nodded and put the BFG down on the bed. Eri, wow. It looks so cool grandpa. She said as she touched the gun. 𝐿, yeah, but it's too big for you to hold so I decided to give you something your size. He said and Eri looked up at her grandpa with stars in her eyes. Eri, I get a gun too? She asked as she was hopping with excitement. 𝐿, yep, it might not be as powerful as the BFG. But it's still a pretty good gun. He said as he picked up a pistol that was on display as well. 𝐿, here this is the perfect gun for you. He said as he gave the gun to Eri. Eri, wow grandpa. Thank you so much. She said as she held the handle of the gun with both of her hands. Eri, it's pretty heavy. 𝐿, well, you never really held a gun. So that why I'm going to teach you how to shoot a gun. Eri, really? She asked looking up to her grandpa 𝐿, I even made you your own armor. Eri, you did. She yelled in with pure joy as her smile grew wider. 𝐿 nodded as he pulled the curtain back more and showed Eri her armor 𝐿 made for her. 𝐿 nodded as he pulled the curtain back more and showed Eri her armor 𝐿 made for her. Eri, it looks just like papa's. She said as she got up to the armor and looked at it with a huge smile. Izuku. Dad, can I talk to you privately? 𝐿, sure Izuku. He said as 𝐿 followed Izuku out of the room and leaving Eri alone in the room. Once they were out of the room, Izuku stopped as he faced 𝐿 with his arms crossed. Izuku, Dad. I'm not sure Eri should learn how to kill demons like us. 𝐿, what? Why? He asked as Izuku leaned against the wall. Izuku, Dad, she's 7 years old. She should be playing with toys, watching cartoons. Not risking her life to protect Earth. 𝐿, I understand where you're coming from Izuku. He said as he leaned against the wall next to Izuku. 𝐿, but think about it, demons are coming more frequently. Soon they'll think about a full-on attack and no one will be safe. He said as they both looked down. 𝐿, I care about Eri, I want her to be able to protect herself. We won't always be there to save her. So to be sure she's safe. She needs to know how to kill demons like us. 𝐒𝐿, I know. But I'm not sure she'll be ready for this. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, that's what you thought when we went on your first mission. And look at you now, he said as he held 𝐒𝐿's shoulder. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, you're able to protect yourself now. And to make sure 𝐿 is safe. We've got to teach her too, he said as 𝐒𝐿 sighed, looking down and closed his eyes. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, it's for her own good 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿. Okay, but go easy on her. She's only 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded as 𝐒𝐿 left to go put his armor on, and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 went back into his room. As he did, he noticed 𝐿 who was wearing the armor. 𝐿, Grandpa look, she said with her helmet on. 𝐿, it fits me perfectly, she said as 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 smiled a bit and petted her helmet. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, looks great on you 𝐿, he said, and 𝐿 giggled. Time skip. The three were now in a much more secluded area, a big field in the middle of the forest. In the middle, there were dummies for shooting practice and an abandoned building in the distance. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, alright 𝐒𝐿, go ahead and see the power the BFG holds, he said as he picked 𝐿 up and walked to a distance from 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 lifted the BFG and pulled the trigger, noticing the BFG glow as 𝐿 looked in amazement. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, shoot those dummies over there, he said, and 𝐒𝐿 aimed at the dummies, then shooting towards the building. He said, and 𝐒𝐿 aimed at the dummies, then shooting towards the building. As the dummies exploded into a million pieces, 𝐿 screamed with excitement as the BFG's glow slowly disappeared. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, it is very powerful for clearing multiple enemies, but you should save it cause it takes a long time for it to reload, he said as 𝐒𝐿 walked up to him. 𝐒𝐿, alright, thank you for this dad. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, you're welcome 𝐒𝐿, he said as he patted his shoulder. 𝐿, Papa, that was amazing, she said as she had big smile on her face. 𝐒𝐿, yeah, it was pretty cool, he said as he put the BFG in his inventory and patted her helmet. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, now that 𝐒𝐿 knows how to use the BFG, it's your turn to learn, he said as 𝐿 looked up at 𝐭𝐚𝐲 with excitement. 𝐿, yes. I can't wait, Grandpa, she said as 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐭𝐚𝐲 took her hands. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, let's go to that building, that is where your training will start. 𝐿, okay. Let's go, she said as 𝐒𝐿 was getting a call. 𝐒𝐿, oh. Go ahead and take her to the training area, Dad, he said as he let 𝐿's hand go. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, alright, come on 𝐿, he said as him and 𝐿 left to the building. Time skip. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, alright 𝐿, before we start I wanna see how good your aim is, he said as 𝐿 was holding a handgun. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, now you see that dummy over there, he asked and pointed at the dummy that were at a pretty close distance. 𝐿, yeah, they look like the ones Papa blew up. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, yeah, now go ahead and shoot one of them. 𝐿 nodded and aimed the handgun at the dummy. As she struggled to pull the trigger, it caught her off guard as the gun went off. The bullet barely hit the dummy but just cut the shoulder of the dummy. The gun flew out of her hands as the kickback made her fall to her butt. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, not bad for your first time, he said as he helped 𝐿 up. 𝐿, but I missed, she said feeling a bit down. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, you grazed he dummy's shoulder, a hit is a hit and it's a good start, he said petting the top of her helmet. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, now, to be able to take the kickback of any gun, well need to get you into shape. 𝐿, did Papa train like this at my age? Will I get as strong as him? She asked looking up to him excitedly. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, he was a little older than you. But I'm sure you'll be even stronger than your dad, he said, and 𝐿 smiled even more under her helmet. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, now, give me 25 push-ups, he said, and 𝐿 nodded, getting on the floor as she started to do her push-ups. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, you may be younger but it doesn't mean I'll go easier on you, I'll push you to your limits until you have no limit. 𝐿, yes Grandpa, she said as 𝐭𝐚𝐲 decided to join her in the push-ups. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐿 arrived to UA to see his class fighting demons that came through a portal. 𝐒𝐻𝑒, oh, hey 𝐒𝐻𝑒, she said as a demon's corpse flew over her and landed on the floor. 𝐒𝐿, you know, I would have came here faster if you told me there were demons here. 𝐒𝐻𝑒, I wanted it to be a surprise, she said as 𝐒𝐿 walked up to her. 𝐒𝐿, when did they get here? 𝐒𝐻𝑒, Just a few minutes ago, she said as she shot shockwaves towards at the demons. Izuku pulled out his sword-off shotgun and shot at the demons, killing them as he charged into the fight. Momo, I'm glad he finally arrived, these things were getting more violent, she said as two demons ran towards them. Jiru sent shockwaves towards the demons and stunned them as Momo made two weapons for her and Jiru. Jiru took it and they both then ran towards the demons. Jiru slammed her weapon into a demon's knee, breaking it as Momo hit the other demon in the head with it, making not the demons fall to the ground as her and Jiru started to beat down the demons. Meanwhile, Eri was shooting targets with her grandpa was surprisingly a quick learner as she hit a few targets pretty easily, but the recoil still messed her up. Doomguy, you're doing a good job, eh? For your first time you're learning pretty fast, it took your dad a lot longer to get the hang of it. Does this mean I can fight demons with Papa now? She asked with a huge smile behind the helmet. Doomguy, whoa now let's not get ahead of ourselves now. What? But you said I was doing good. Doomguy, you are it's just that you're a little too young. But I'm only, she said as she looked down playing with her gun. Doomguy. How about this? He said as he went on his knee in front of her. Doomguy, I'll ask your dad and see what he thinks. If he says you can, then you can go with him on his trips. Really? She said as she immediately got better. Doomguy, but if you're thinking about killing demons with your dad then. He stood up and pressed a button that was on the wall. Doomguy, then you'll need to kill a demon, he said, and a wall opened up and Doomguy dragged out two imps tied up and they were thrashing around once they saw Doomguy and why are they tied up? She asked as she was a little afraid. Doomguy, if I had them you tied, they'd try to kill us, he said and moved the dummies, putting the imps in their place. Doomguy, alright if you want to help your dad kill demons, then you'll need to kill your first demon, he said and pulled out a handgun that was more modified than A's handgun. Doomguy, the imps are the weakest demons. But don't underestimate them, they're fast and their claws can tear your flesh apart. They're more dangerous together, so the best is to take them out in a distance, he said and aimed his handgun at an imp. Doomguy, and don't think twice about shooting, they won't, he said and shot the IMO straight between the eyes and it went limp. Doomguy, see? Pretty easy when they're tied up, he said and put his handgun away. Doomguy, now it's your turn he said as Eri stared at the imp. You him. Doomguy, what is it Eri? Do I have to? She asked as Doomguy looked at her confused. Doomguy, what do you mean? What if not all demons are bad? Maybe we can help them change and be a good guy, she said looking at the demon with hope. Doomguy. He kneeled down in front of her and holds her shoulders. Doomguy, demons don't care what happens to others. They can't feel remorse, guilt, or even joy. They are just monsters that kill to kill. But Doomguy, if we don't kill demons, other people will suffer the consequences and innocent people will die, he said and Eri looked down. Doomguy, I understand that you want to see the good in everyone. But understand that the demons don't care. Now to protect the world from these creatures. He held Eri's hands and aimed her gun at the demon. Doomguy, you have to kill the demon, he said and went behind her. Eri was shaking a bit as she looked down the sights of the handgun. Doomguy could tell Eri was scared and held her shoulders to reassure her. Doomguy, trust me Eri. You're doing the world a good deed. Sigh. I can do this, she said as she aimed at the demon and closed her eyes, pulling the trigger as Doomguy saw the bullet hit the imp's body. Doomguy, nice shot he said and noticed she had her eyes closed. Doomguy. You know you have to keep your eyes open, right? Why yeah, she said and opened her eyes to do she hit the imp. Why didn't it die? Doomguy, sometimes it needs to be a headshot. Or complete dismemberment, he said and pulled his handgun out on the imp and shot it in the head. Doomguy, don't worry soon you'll be able to kill demons on your own, but for now, we have to train and teach you everything we know. You sure you're up for it? It'll be very hard and brutal. I don't want to force you into this if you don't want to. Eri, I understand Grandpa. But I really want to do this. I can help you and Papa protect the world, she said, and 𝐂𝐭𝐲 chuckled, patting her helmet. 𝐂𝐭𝐲, alright, but let's have a snack break, I'm sure you're hungry. Eri, starving, she said and rubbed her stomach. 𝐂𝐭𝐲, I bet you are, wanna get McDonald's? I can't cook. Eri, yeah. That sounds delicious, she said, and they both left the building to go eat. Time skip. Eri and 𝐂𝐭𝐲 were sitting on a rooftop, eating their lunch as they saw an explosion in the distance. What was that, Grandpa? She asked as she bit into her burger. 𝐂𝐭𝐲, probably 𝐒𝐿 dealing with some demons. Eri, oh, she said, and they both just sat there watching the explosions coming from UA. Shouldn't you be helping them, Grandpa? 𝐂𝐿, no, I'm sure 𝐒𝐿's got this, he said and sipped his soda. Okay, she said and just watched with her grandpa. Grandpa, can I ask you something? She asked as she stared at her burger. 𝐂𝐿, of course, what is it? How do you do it? She asked, looking up to him. How can you fight demons and not be scared at all? 𝐂𝐿, by being angry. Being angry. 𝐂𝐿, like mad, obsessed, filled with rage. But how does that help, Grandpa? 𝐂𝐿, my anger is more stronger than any other emotion. The more angry I am, the more deadly I am. 𝐒𝐿, I'm too mad to feel scared. Ooh, she said, and 𝐂𝐿 chuckled. 𝐂𝐿, different people have their own ways of dealing with fear. For me, it's using my rage. Oh, how does Papa deal with fear? 𝐂𝐿, well, actually, he uses that fear as fuel to keep fighting. Whoa, you can do that. 𝐂𝐿, his fear of losing the ones he loves is what drives him to keep fighting demons. That's so cool. I wish I could do that. It was so scary when I shot the demon at the training place. 𝐂𝐿, you don't have to rush into this. Eventually you'll be able to fight alongside is one day, maybe when you're older, but for now training and teaching you how to use a gun is our first priority. I'll make you and Papa proud, she said and bit into her burger. 𝐂𝐿, you already do, he said and pet her head, making her smile as she continued eating with her grandpa. As they saw a huge green explosion in the distance. Whoa. Did you see that, Grandpa? It was huge. 𝐂𝐿, I did. Guess he used the BFG. The name is funny. 𝐂𝐿, yeah. It is pretty funny, he said and stood up. 𝐂𝐿, alright, wanna head back home or see how your dad is doing? He asked as Eri finished her food. I wanna go see Papa, she said and jumped to her feet. 𝐂𝐿, alright, but let's clean this mess up first, he said, and Eri nodded as they started to clean up. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐿 was holding the BFG that just shot a huge blast. Mina. 𝐒𝐿, where did you even pull that out from? 𝐒𝐿, I have my ways, he said and put it away. Kiri, wow dude, that was awesome. Denki, yeah. That was so freaking cool. Ibara, but I don't understand how you were able to get a hold of such a powerful weapon. 𝐒𝐿, it was a gift from my dad, he said as they all stared at the demon corpses that were blown to pieces. 𝐒⍒, so, how are we gonna clean this up? 𝐒𝐿, I'm sure you'll figure it out, he said as he was walking backwards away from them. Jiru, hey, hold on. You want us to clean this all up? 𝐔𝐻𝐿, you were part of this too. 𝐒𝐿, sorry I can't hear you, the helmet is making it hard to hear, he said as he was walking even further. Katsuki, this is bullshit and you know it, he shouted, and 𝐒𝐿 just gave him the bird walking away backwards. Everyone, 𝐒𝐿 why? They shouted as they did not want to clean this mess up. As they groaned and started to pick of the dead bodies, 𝐂𝐿 showed up as he jumped down from a building and caught Eri, who was giggled as 𝐂𝐿 put her down. Jiru, Mr. 𝐂𝐿. What are you doing here? She asked, throwing an arm away. 𝐂𝐿, I came here to see what was going on. Is 𝐒𝐿 here? Mina, no sir, he left once we killed the last of the demons. Kaminari, yeah. He left us to clean up this mess, he said as he slipped on BLD and fell on his back. Kaminari, no my jacket, he yelled, getting up as some of the classmates started to laugh at his clumsiness. As they laughed, 𝐤𝐸 felt someone hug her side and looked down to see 𝐒𝐸. 𝐤𝐸, oh, who's this little guy? She asked, petting the top of her helmet. 𝐒𝐸, he. Mama, it's me, she said and took off the helmet. 𝐒𝐸, and I'm not a guy and a girl, she said and 𝐤𝐸 gasped. 𝐤𝐸, 𝐒𝐸, how did you get this cool armor? She asked, pretending to be excited as she crouched down to her. 𝐒𝐸, Grandpa gave it to me. It looks so cool, she said and 𝐤𝐸 took the helmet and looked inside it. 𝐤𝐸, it's kind of hard to put on. 𝐒𝐸, that's because your head is too big, Mama, she said and 𝐤𝐸 pulled the helmet off. 𝐤𝐸, I guess so, smiling face with marvel sweat, she said and put the helmet back on 𝐒𝐸's head. 𝐤𝐸, anyways, Izuku just left, he went that way, so I think you can catch up to him. Doomguy, alright, thanks, he said and took 𝐸's hand. 𝐸, bye Mama, she said and walked off with Doomguy. 𝐤𝐸, bye sweetie, she said and waved to her as they left. 𝐤𝐸, what the hell was Izuku thinking? She asked herself and rubbed her forehead. As she did, Momo cleared her throat and 𝐤𝐸 turned around to see her friends looking at her surpsed. 𝐤𝐸. What? Momo, 𝐤𝐸, she said and held her shoulders. Momo, are you ever one, Mina, who's the dad? Hagakure, is it Izuku? 𝐤𝐸. I can explain, she said with a small blush as they wanted to know everything. Meanwhile, Izuku was in the abandoned warehouse and was wondering where his Doomguy and 𝐸𝐸 were, only to see them arrive. 𝐸𝐸, Papa, she said and ran up to him, hugging him as Izuku hugged her back. Izuku, hey sweetie, how did it go with Dad? 𝐸𝐸, it was so much fun. But my body hurts. Doomguy, that's what happens when you try to do 100 push-ups. 𝐸𝐸. 𝐸𝐸, I thought I could do it, she said, pouting and crossing her arms. Izuku, well, I think that's enough training for today, he said and picked 𝐸𝐸 up. Izuku, but since there are classes tomorrow I have to head back to UA. 𝐸𝐸, oh, do you have to? Izuku, I do sweetie, he said and gave her to Doomguy. Izuku, I'll see you next weekend. 𝐸𝐸, okay Papa, she said and watched as her papa started to head back to UA. Doomguy could tell she was upset and put her down. Doomguy, don't worry 𝐸𝐸, he'll be back, and until he does, me and you are gonna have some family bonding, he said and pet her helmet. Doomguy, how does SpongeBob and pancakes sound? 𝐸𝐸, but we can't eat pancakes. It's not morning. Doomguy, I are cereal at midnight, it's fine. 𝐸𝐸, well, in that case, let's do it, she said and Doomguy smiled a bit and opened a portal and took her hand. Doomguy, a SpongeBob movie or the cartoon? 𝐸𝐸, movie, she said and they walked through the portal. Time skip. Izuku just put his armor away and sat down on the bed, feeling a bit tired. Izuku, today felt more exhausting than usual, he said and rubbed his face. 𝐤𝐸, I think I know why, she said and Izuku looked to her to see her standing with her arms crossed. And she did not look happy. 𝐤𝐸, what the F is 𝐸𝐸 doing with that armor? Izuku, it was a gift from Dad. 𝐤𝐸, and you let her keep it. Izuku, what's wrong with it? Dad is training her how to use it and she's learning how to shoot a gun, so she'll be okay. 𝐤𝐸, she's what? She yelled and Izuku was shocked, he didn't know she could yell so loud. 𝐤𝐸, Izuku, she can't be doing this stuff. Izuku, why? 𝐤𝐸, Izuku, she's only Izuku, it's okay 𝐤𝐸, he said and stood up, holding her shoulders and kissing her forehead. Izuku, she's Beijing trained by a professional, she'll be okay. 𝐤𝐸, but she's too younger. Izuku, she can't be learning these things so early. Izuku, I know. But it's for her own good, she needs to know how to defend herself. 𝐤𝐸, she doesn't need to. Izuku, she has us, she said, holding his forearm and looking up to him worriedly. Izuku, Kyoka, he said and held cheek. Izuku, with what I'm doing, There might be a day where I don't come back. I won't be able to protect her forever. I don't want her to be defenseless when the time comes. Jiru. Don't say that, Izuku. She said, not wanting to hear any of it. Jiru, I just don't want her to grow so quickly. She said and held his hand that held her cheek. Izuku, I know. But trust me. It'll be okay. He said and hugged her. Jiru. Can I sleep with you tonight? She asked with her head on his shoulder as she hugged him back. Izuku, You don't need to ask Kyoka. He said and kissed her cheek, picking her up as he sat her down on the bed and sat down. Jiru watched as he stretched his back and couldn't help but hug him from behind. Izuku grew a small smile as he took his shirt off and laid down, pulling Kyoka to him while she covered them in the blanket. Izuku, I know you mean well about A. But it's for her own good. I want her to have a good future. Jiru, I know. I just don't want her to grow up so fast. She said and rested her head on his chest. Izuku, I don't either. But she needs to learn, for her sake. He said and kissed Jiru's head. Jiru, I hope so. She said and kissed his cheek. They both cuddled together and held each other tight, wondering if it was a good idea to let Eri train under Doom-Guy. They weren't sure if they were right or not, but one thing was for sure, they would do anything for Eri, and that was Fact's smiling face with sunglasses. Jiru, night Izuku. Izuku, good night Kyoka. He said and they both kissed each other's lips before going to sleep together. Izuku had just arrived from school back to his place. He felt like it's been a long time since he came to his house since Eri is always at Doom-Guy's. But he kind of liked coming back. The silence felt refreshing, and once he closed his door, he went to the couch and sat down with a sigh. Izuku, Eri is staying over at Dad's ship. The girls are going out on a girls' night. Gives me some time for myself. He closed his eyes and felt a wave of peace wash over him. Ever since he met Eri, his life has been pretty active. He loved her, but he needed some alone time as well. Izuku, He hummed and felt himself slowly fall asleep. That is until Izuku's phone starts to ring, waking him from his slumber and making him sigh, trying to keep his frustration down. He looked at the phone and saw it was his dad, Doom-Guy. Izuku, why is Dad calling me? OHFERI. He quickly answered the call. Izuku, Dad. What happened? Is Eri okay? Doom-Guy. She's fine. One of your friends picked her up and said they were taking her shopping. Izuku, oh. Thank God. Who was it? Doom-Guy, the girl with vines for hair. Izuku, Ibara. Doom-Guy, yeah, anyways, since Eri is with your friends, I think it's time we both had some time out together. Izuku. Like. Doom-Guy. I dunno, but we haven't spent much time together. Izuku, him. Well, what do you have in mind? Doom-Guy, well, we could just go to hell and kill demons like we used to. Izuku, sorry, I'm not in the mood for that right now. Doom-Guy, well, I got nothing. Izuku, me either. Doom-Guy. What do normal people do? Izuku. I dunno, I never had a dad back then. Doom-Guy. We need to get our more. Izuku, yeah. As they both were thinking about what to do, Izuku heard some wacky but music coming from the TV. TV, hey. Are you bored or trying to find some way to pass the time? Then come down to the fall carnival. We've got games, SNS rides. We're not like those boring carnivals, we're brand spanking better. Izuku. Did you heard that too? Doom-Guy, I did. I think we've got an idea of where we're going. Izuku, yup. I'll meet you there. Doom-Guy, will do. He said and they ended the call. Izuku, well. Maybe some father and son bonding sounds nice. He smiled a bit as they both have spent a lot of time together back then. It felt nice to be doing this again. 2 hours later. Izuku was waiting for Doom-Guy at the entrance. Izuku, what's taking him so long? He thought and heard a commotion, looking towards the noise and went silent. Izuku. What the? He saw Doom-Guy wearing his helmet and walking up to Izuku. His shirt seemed like it was barely holding together as his muscles looked like they were gonna burst out in any moment. The shirt seems a little torn as well. Doom-Guy. 𝐒𝐿. What the F, Dad? 𝐔𝐬𝐽. They didn't have anything my size. 𝐒𝐿. At least wear a jacket. 𝐔𝐬𝐽. Jackets are for pussies. 𝐒𝐿. And we wear thing armor. 𝐔𝐬𝐽. Because we look DMN good in it. 𝐒𝐿. Good point. 𝐔𝐬𝐽. Now, are we gonna talk about my outfit or are we going inside? 𝐒𝐿. Right, let's go. He said, and they both just walked in. Worker, excuse me. You guys can't just. They both then glared at the worker. 𝐒𝐿's eyes glowed a bit under the shade of his hair while the worker could see a red glint shine a bit in the glass of 𝐔𝐬𝐽's helmet. Worker. Never mind. Hope you enjoy your day here. He said with a nervous chuckle, and they both just kept on walking. Once they were gone, the worker just breathed heavily and held his chest. Worker. I need to move. Why do I even work here still? This job doesn't even pay me enough. Back with the 𝐷𝐬𝐵 boys. 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐷𝐬𝐽 were looking around, seeing everyone having a lot of fun and running around to play all the games. 𝐷𝐬𝐽, this is a new experience. 𝐒𝐿, yeah. It's weird to see so many people here. 𝐷𝐬𝐽, well, what should we start with first? 𝐒𝐿, him. He hummed and looked around, seeing all of the games and rides they could play and go on, but saw one that caught his attention. 𝐒𝐿. 𝐷𝐬𝐽, what are you looking at? 𝐷𝐬𝐽 looked at what 𝐒𝐿 was looking at and went silent too. 𝐷𝐬𝐽. 𝐒𝐿. It was a game where you shoot water into the mouth of a cutout. They then saw a kid fill up a balloon with water and it popped above the cutout's head, making it look like its head blew up. 𝐒𝐿. 𝐷𝐬𝐽. 𝐒𝐿, we have to play it. 𝐷𝐬𝐽, yes. They said and rushed over to the game, ignoring the few people staring at them run by. Hours later. After hours and hours of playing the carnival games, they both were satisfied as they were carrying a bunch of prizes they won. People watched in awe as they saw the mountains of prizes the two had. 𝐒𝐿, I think we have got enough prizes for today. 𝐷𝐬𝐽, I agree, let's go ho. But as the two were walking, 𝐷𝐬𝐽 paused, seeing something that definitely caught his attention. 𝐒𝐿 noticed his dad's attention was caught and looked to see what had 𝐷𝐬𝐽's full attention. He then saw it, one giant bunny that was nibbling on its food. A size comparison for you all. A size comparison for you all. 𝐒𝐿 was surprised to see such a giant bunny, wondering how such a thing could exist. But 𝐷𝐬𝐽 didn't question a thing as he dropped all of his prizes and making his way to the giant bunny. 𝐒𝐿. I'll see you later. He said and left. He didn't want to bother 𝐷𝐬𝐽 as he knew his love for bunnies. 𝐷𝐬𝐽 walked up to the giant cage and held it, looking up at the giant bunny that looked back at 𝐷𝐬𝐽. Bunny owner, you like her? The guy asked 𝐷𝐬𝐽, who nodded, still staring at the bunny. Bunny owner, well, you can have her. I can't keep her since I don't have a place big enough for her. 𝐷𝐬𝐽, how much? He asked, already about to buy the bunny for an cost. Bunny owner, you can't buy her, you have to earn her. �Doomguy, what do you mean? Bunny owner, to get her, you gotta win every game in the carnival. �Doomguy, him. I already beat half of them. Bunny owner, I can tell. He looked behind �Doomguy to see the mountain of prizes �Doomguy won. Bunny owner, just win the rest and bring me all the prizes. �Doomguy, him. All right. He looked at the bunny one more time before grabbing his prizes and dumping them in front of the bunny owner. Bunny owner. Wow, you have been pretty busy. �Doomguy, me and my son came to spend Tim W together. I think he went home. Bunny owner, well, hurry up and get the other prizes before the carnival closes. I can't be here when the carnival closes or I'll be arrested for trespassing. �Doomguy nodded and ran off to play the other games. Bunny owner, our yo-yo. He picked up a yo-yo from the mountain of prizes. 2 hours later. �Doomguy has been playing a bunch of games for hours and he was very close to finishing. The only game he had left was the infamous stacked cans. We all know this game is rigged. But for some reason I kept playing. But, looks like you've been winning a lot of these games. But I'm confident that you ain't winning this one. �Doomguy picked up a ball and looked at the stacked cans. �Doomguy, I've heard about this. Izuku's girlfriend Jiru was complaining about all the rigged games there were. This one being the most infamous. But I know what to do about this. 𝐤𝐚𝐲 reeled his arm back and threw the baseball at the cans with all his might. Although the cans were glued together with Gorilla Glue, he still managed to knock them down. The guy watched in shock but then grinned seeing one can still standing. But, see. I told you. 𝐤𝐚𝐲 glared at the can, his anger growing even more, and the can just jumped off the table. But. 𝐤𝐚𝐲 ripped the prize away from the wall of prizes, walking past the guy and glaring down to him before leaving. But. How the F you? 𝐤𝐚𝐲 arrived to the bunny owner who was doing tricks with a yo-yo. The owner then saw 𝐤𝐚𝐲 and smiled. Bunny owner, well, it seems like you're back and beat the rest of the games. 𝐤𝐚𝐲, gimme my bunny. Bunny owner, well, a deal is a deal, beaut. There's one little problem. 𝐤𝐚𝐲 slowly glared at the man and towered over him. 𝐤𝐚𝐲, what do you mean there's a problem? Bunny owner, well. It was hungry and kind of broke out. He pointed at the cage with a giant hole in the side of it. 𝐤𝐚𝐲. Which way did it go? Bunny owner, well, it ran out at the entrance. If you catch her, she's all yours. 𝐤𝐚𝐲. Fine. He dropped the prizes in front of the man but yanked the yo-yo from him. 𝐤𝐚𝐲, I'm taking this. He told the man, then jogged off at the bunny. Bunny owner, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. A few minutes later. 𝐤𝐚𝐲 was following the giant footprints and destruction the bunny left behind, hearing the screams of terror, and ran up to the noise to see the rabbit sniffing the tree for food but kicked it away angrily, sending the tree into a car and blowing it up. Woman, somebody save us. 𝐤𝐚𝐲. She's perfect. He slightly smiled and went up to the bunny. The bunny sat down eating the leaves off a tree as 𝐤𝐚𝐲 jumped onto its back and immediately felt her soft fur, grabbing onto it and climbing up the bunny's back and reached the back of her neck. The giant bunny felt 𝐤𝐚𝐲 on the back of her neck and felt it irritated, getting up as 𝐤𝐚𝐲 held onto her ears. 𝐤𝐚𝐲, calm down, I'm not here to hurt you, he said, gently petting her head, but she was having none of it, and started jumping around to get him off. He almost fell off but grabbed her for 𝐒𝐿 pulled himself up, holding on for dear life as she started bouncing to the city. 𝐤𝐚𝐲. I might need 𝐒𝐿𝐴's help. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was sleeping on the couch as 𝐒𝐵ARA and 𝐒𝐻𝐈 came back from their shopping spree, having 𝐒𝐵ARA cuddling with him as her head was on his chest while 𝐻𝐈 was watching Danny Phantom on the TV. 𝐻𝐈 was singing the theme song to the cartoon but had no clue what they were saying, so mumbled the parts she couldn't understand before getting to the end of it. 𝐻𝐈, Danny Phantom. She yelled and jumped to her feet. 𝐒𝐵ARA, 𝐻𝐈 dear, please keep it down, your father is sleeping. 𝐻𝐈, oh, sorry mama. She whispered and sat back down. 𝐒𝐵ARA sighed, petting 𝐻𝐈's head before going back to 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and cuddling up to him. Suddenly, the kitchen phone rings and wakes 𝐒𝐿𝐴 up. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, who's calling? 𝐒𝐵ARA, I'm not sure. She gets up and sees 𝐒𝐿𝐴 get up. 𝐒𝐵ARA, no, stay here dear, you're tired, rest. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, him. All right. He lays back down and 𝐒𝐵ARA goes to the kitchen and answers the phone. 𝐒𝐵ARA, hello. 𝐤𝐚𝐲, hello. Is 𝐒𝐿𝐴 home? He asked while 𝐒𝐵ARA could hear screaming of terror in the background. 𝐒𝐵ARA. Yes. Is something wrong? 𝐤𝐚𝐲, no. Citizen, we're all gonna die. Someone shouted in the background. 𝐤𝐚𝐲. Maybe. 𝐒𝐵ARA sighed in frustration and glanced to 𝐒𝐿𝐴 who was sleeping. 𝐒𝐵ARA. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 is not available at the moment, he's sleeping. 𝐤𝐚𝐲, but 𝐒𝐵ARA, but. I will assist you in your time of need. Where are you? 𝐤𝐚𝐲, I'm heading into some public garden. 𝐒𝐵ARA, the community garden, I'm on my way. She ended the call. 𝐒𝐵ARA, 𝐻𝐈 darling. 𝐻𝐈, yes mom. 𝐒𝐵ARA, I'm going out for a moment, be careful not to wake your father. 𝐻𝐈, yes mom. I can do that. 𝐒𝐵ARA, good, I won't be gone long. She grabbed her coat and opened the door. 𝐻𝐈, bye mom. 𝐻𝐈 waved to 𝐒𝐵ARA as she left. An hour later, 𝐒𝐵ARA arrives to the community garden that has a giant hole in the side of a building. She wraps her vines around the broken windows and lifts herself over the broken glass shards and enters the garden. 𝐒𝐵ARA, hello. Mr. Doom. Are you here? She walks around, noticing the chewed-up vegetables and destruction leading into a path. Ibara. Perhaps this will lead me to him. She followed the path on hopes to find 𝐿𝐿𝐵. The further she walked into the garden, the more destruction she saw and eaten plants that would be scattered across the floor, and soon, she heard munching around the corner, and once she walked around the corner, she was shocked to find a humongous bunny eating the plants with 𝐿𝐿𝐵 sitting on its back with his arms crossed. Ibara, what is this? 𝐿𝐿𝐵, oh, it's about time you got here. He pet the bunny's head, as if telling it to stop, which it did while sitting down and facing Ibara. Ibara, Mr. Doom, why do you have this creature? 𝐿𝐿𝐵, she is not a creature, he said as the bunny glared at her. 𝐿𝐿𝐵, she is my bunny. Ibara, I see, she said, watching 𝐿𝐿𝐵 pet the bunny's head and used her vines to lift herself up to 𝐿𝐿𝐵's height. Ibara, now, how do you plan on taking her home? She asked, still feeling the bunny's glare on her. 𝐿𝐿𝐵, we just need to get her somewhere more open so Vega can teleport her to the ship. Ibara, will there be any room for her on the ship? She is quite large. She looked at the bunny, seemed to be cracking the roof of the garden, trying to make herself more comfortable in the small area she was in. 𝐿𝐿𝐵, I have a training room that's big enough for her, I'll make sure she's comfortable in it. Ibara, I see, do you perhaps have a location in mind? 𝐿𝐿𝐵, there is that open field where I taught 𝐿𝐸 to shoot. Ibara, wait, you taught 𝐸𝐸 to shoot? 𝐿𝐿𝐵, yeah, she is old enough. Ibara, she is only. She yelled, clearly mad. 𝐿𝐿𝐵 would teach a little girl how to use a gun. 𝐿𝐿𝐵, and she did great. Ibara, so we will talk about this later, right now we have to get your pet home, she said, moving to the bunny and sitting on the bunny behind 𝐿𝐿𝐵, and used her vines to lead the bunny out of the garden. But on their way out, they heard loud shrieks outside of the garden. Ibara, I remember those shrieks, those demons are back, she said with anger in her voice as 𝐿𝐿𝐵 nodded. 𝐿𝐿𝐵, DM it. The bunny was aware of the danger in its presence, so quickly began to hop towards the exit of the garden. But as they were near the exit, 3 imps appeared in front of the bunny. They didn't do much as the bunny just hopped on them, flattening them like pancakes, and started running from the imps that gave chase. Ibara, how did they know we were here? She yelled, turning her body around to try to defend her and the two with her vines. 𝐿𝐿𝐵, they always know. He shouted and saw an imp jump at him from a rooftop. Ibara, back you demon some. She yelled and backhanded the imp straight back into the building. 𝐿𝐿𝐵 then noticed they were heading away from the forest and grabbed the bunny's ears. 𝐿𝐿𝐵, you're going the wrong way, he said to the bunny, tearing her around as she drifted and now began to head to the forest. Ibara watched the imps chasing them with a disgusted look on her face as she saw them jump on the bunny's back legs and bite into them, making it crash into the building in pain at an attempt to get them off. Ibara, no. They're slowly her down, at this rate she will die, she yelled, pulling them off the bunny with her vines and killing them, but they were swarming the bunny. 𝐿𝐿𝐵 watched from on the bunny's back, watching the imps claw and bite into the bunny, but watching the scene would make any mere man watch in fear, filled 𝐿𝐿𝐵 with anger. As an imp went to stab its claw into the bunny's eye, but 𝐿𝐿𝐵 grabbed its arm with her intense grip. 𝐿𝐿𝐵 glared down the imp before breaking its arm with ease and shoving the broken bone into its chin and penetrating through its brain and pushing the imp off the bunny. 𝐿𝐿𝐵, get her to the open field. Vera will activate the portal when they see the bunny, he said as he jumped off the bunny, and landing straight onto her imp, crushing its rib cage with his foot and then caving its head in with the heel of his boot. The imp screeched at 𝐿𝐿𝐵, drawing their attention towards himself as the imps ran towards 𝐿𝐿𝐵. Ibara, but what about you? She asked as the bunny slowly got back up. 𝐿𝐿𝐵, it'll be fine. These ones ain't got SHT on me. He cracked his knuckles and glared at the imps that were dashing towards him. Ibara, if you're sure, be careful. Izuku couldn't bear to lose you, she said, wrapping her vines around the bunny and leading the bunny out of the city. 𝐿𝐿𝐵 walked off the dead imp's brains off the bottom of his boot on the sidewalk and walked towards the imps rushing towards him with the intent to kill. 𝐿𝐿𝐵, you all have killed so much. My family, humanity, all life on earth. Daisy. But not again. I won't let you take her from me. he said with anger in his voice, and as a imp went to bite his face off, 𝐤𝐻𝐽 punched it straight into its mouth as his fist knocked its head clean off but got stuck on his arm. 𝐤𝐻𝐽, I might not have a gun. But, he said and pulled the head off his arm. 𝐤𝐻𝐽, who needs a gun when you got bare fists? I prefer the more official beating anyways. He cracks his knuckles and the demons seem a little intimidated but snap out of it and charge towards 𝐤𝐻𝐽. 𝐤𝐻𝐽, I'm gonna enjoy this. Meanwhile, Ibara and the bunny have finally gotten out of the city, but some demons were still on their tail. Ibara, these hell spawns are more annoying than mosquitoes, she said in frustration as she looked back, using her vines to grab and toss them away. Ibara, I can't twist their necks like before. They'll swarm my vines and climb up, we must be close. She looked forward, but the bunny tripped due to the imps grabbing the bunny's leg and tearing at its flesh. Due to the bunny tripping and falling, Ibara flies off and lands in the field. Hearing the bunny shriek in pain, she quickly gets up and her vines go towards them demons, grabbing them and tossing them away, but they continued to swarm Titch Bunny, who would kick some of them off. Growing irritated by the endless amounts of imps swarming them, she felt her vines swell up due to her growing rage. Ibara, you hellborn demons have caused trouble for the last time. She yelled in anger and her vines spewed out sharp thorns. The vines that held the imps stabbed their thorns into their bodies, tearing at their flesh and muscle. The vines then pulled them apart, Ibara watching with anger flaring in her eyes as body parts and blood flew everywhere, including her face. Ibara, you have all annoyed me for the last time. I am sick of dealing with you hellborn monstrosities. She yelled as her vines grew truckers behind her. Ibara, even if you come back, I will be here to tear you apart, limb from limb once again. She raised her palm towards them and her pupils shrunk with rage. Ibara, feel the wrath of God's creation. She yelled and sent her vines towards the imps, showing no hesitation to rip and tear. Back with 𝐤𝐻𝐽. 𝐤𝐻𝐽 wipes the guts hanging off his shoulder while walking over to a imp that was missing its lower half with its guts hanging out, but 𝐤𝐻𝐽 stepped on them and pulled his foot back a little, making its guts come out a little more, and the imp shrieked on pain. 𝐤𝐻𝐽, nothing like hearing the pained cries of demons. As he raised his other foot ready to crush the imp's skull between his boot, his phone vibrated. He put his foot down next to the imp's head and took his phone out to see it was 𝐒𝐿. 𝐤𝐻𝐽, hello. 𝐒𝐿, Dad. Why is Ibara killing imps while defending a bunny? 𝐤𝐻𝐽. How did you 𝐒𝐿? I'm watching it on the news, Dad. He said as him and 𝐿𝐼 were watching the news together. 𝐿𝐼, get him, Mom. She yelled, being heard by 𝐤𝐻𝐽 on the other side of the phone. 𝐤𝐻𝐽, I needed help. 𝐒𝐿, you could have called me. 𝐤𝐻𝐽, I did, but Ibara insisted to help and let you sleep. 𝐒𝐿, sigh, of course she did. I'm on my way. 𝐤𝐻𝐽, but the call ended and 𝐤𝐻𝐽 sighed. 𝐤𝐻𝐽, I should help Ibara, she must be getting exhausted. He said and ran off to help Ibara. But unfortunately, he forgot the imp that watched him run off that began to regenerate. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐿 was putting his armor on and 𝐿𝐼 watched from the doorway. 𝐿𝐼, Papa, can I help? She asked and stepped in with a big smile. 𝐒𝐿, you're not ready to be in a real fight. 𝐿𝐼, but Papa, Grandpa Doom has trained me. I can do it. 𝐒𝐿, 𝐿𝐼, Papa, please. She hugged 𝐒𝐿's leg, who looked up to him. 𝐿𝐼, I want to be cool and strong like you and Grandpa. 𝐒𝐿. He cursed to himself and kneeled down to her. 𝐒𝐿, fine. But stay close, okay? 𝐿𝐼, yes, Papa. She ran off to her room to get her armor, excited to see her Papa and Grandpa in action. 𝐒𝐿, I'm getting too soft, he said and continued to get ready. With Ibara. Although she was obliterating the imps, she was getting exhausted and her vines were growing weak. The bunny was hurt and battle damaged, but it was at its destination and Ibara backed up to the bunny. Ibara, what do I do now? She thought as she saw more imps coming. Ibara, hell's hordes of sinful souls are too much. I can't keep going. Before they could reach her, she used the last of her energy to form a protective dome around her and the bunny, but it was quickly being destroyed due to her weakened state as they slashed at her vines. She winced in pain, feeling the damage they were doing to her vines. "Ibara, I can't fail now. Not with the power of God by my side." But as she saw them making their way into her protective dome, she saw one of them be pulled out. "𝐿, keep your dome up. I'll deal with them," he said, and slammed the imp into another imp, making them crash to the floor as one jumped onto his back and dug its teeth into his shoulder. He winced but brushed it off, grabbing the imp by its face and pulling it off and slamming it into the floor, crushing its kill between his palm. But they started to swarm him, and although he was fending them off, they kept stabbing and biting into his muscle and flesh. Although they were easy to kill alone, together they were extremely dangerous, like a pack of wolves. But thankfully, help came when bullets flew towards the pile of imps, hitting the imps and leaving an opening for 𝐿 to break free. 𝐒𝐿 stabbed one of them with his gauntlet blade and split them in two while 𝐒𝐢 was sitting on 𝐒𝐿's shoulder. "𝐒𝐢, there's so much papa," she said with a little fear in her voice as she aimed her small handgun at an imp that ran up to 𝐒𝐿 from behind and pulled the trigger, hitting the imp's knees, who face-planted and slid to 𝐒𝐿, who lifted his leg and stomped onto its skull. "𝐒𝐿, nice job 𝐒𝐢. 𝐒𝐢, I did it," she said as 𝐒𝐿 gave his dad a sawed-off shotgun. "𝐒𝐿, you should have kept a gun with you." "𝐿, I know," he said as they both went back to kill the rest of the imps while Ibara kept the dome up to protect her and the bunny. After the battle was over, the dome fell with dead vines falling to the ground surrounding Ibara and the bunny as she fell to her knees. 𝐒𝐿 put 𝐒𝐢 down and rushed up to Ibara and held her close. "𝐒𝐿, are you all right?" "Ibara, I think I'll manage. Thank you, dear," she said and cuddled up to 𝐒𝐿. "𝐒𝐿, rest Ibara. You must be exhausted," he said and lifted her up. 𝐿 watched as a light beam dawned over the giant bunny and teleport her into the ship. "Vega, good work. With the imps out of the way, it was safe. Enough to take the bunny into safety." 𝐒𝐢 was looking at the remaining of the imps, unsure how to feel about it. She then took off her helmet due to it being a little too hot for her, and she put it on the floor. "𝐒𝐢, wow. Is this what Papa and Grandpa do all the time?" she asked and looked down at an imp's jaw ripped off its neck. "𝐒𝐢, I know they're bad, but it feel wrong," she said. Although she knew the demons only thought about killing and eating flesh, she couldn't help but feel bad for killing them so brutally. But as 𝐿, 𝐒𝐿, and Ibara were distracted, they didn't notice a imp creeping up on 𝐒𝐢. And 𝐒𝐢 was too distracted on her thoughts to see a shadow tower over her. 𝐿 finished talking to Vera through 𝐒𝐿's gauntlets, and he glanced to check on 𝐒𝐢, but his eyes widened to see the imp with its claw raised above her head. "𝐿, eri." He yelled towards 𝐒𝐢, who jumped, turning towards 𝐿 but gasped seeing the imp. 𝐒𝐿 and Ibara saw this and their faces turned to horror as Ibara was too weak to use her vines to stop the imp and 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐿 were too far. The imp's attack was too fast for 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐿 to draw their guns and shoot it. They also didn't want to shoot 𝐒𝐢 by accident. But it didn't matter as it was too late and watched as the imp slashed at 𝐒𝐢, knocking her to the floor. 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐿's faces only flashed in anger as 𝐒𝐿 put Ibara to her feet. 𝐒𝐿, UFBSTRD. 𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 immediately charged the imp and tackled the imp to beat the living CRP out of it as Ibara ran to 𝐒𝐢 and checked her face. "Ibara, 𝐒𝐢. Sweetie, are you okay?" she asked as 𝐒𝐢 held her eye and was crying. "𝐒𝐢, it hurts," she cried as Ibara held 𝐒𝐢's head to her chest, her heart not able to take hearing 𝐒𝐢 crying. Time skip. 𝐒𝐢 had a bandage covering her eye as 𝐒𝐿 was holding her close. "𝐒𝐢, papa. It doesn't hurt as much anymore." 𝐒𝐿 stayed silent and pet her head. "𝐒𝐢. I am okay now." "𝐒𝐿. It was a bad idea to bring you along." "𝐒𝐢, it's okay pa 𝐒𝐿, it's not," he said, looking down to her mad. 𝐒𝐢 could see the anger in his eyes and looked down. 𝐒𝐿 realized his anger and sighed. "𝐒𝐿, I'm sorry. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at myself for letting you get hurt," he said and pet her head. "𝐒𝐿, I'm supposed to keep you safe. I'm supposed to protect you, but I failed and you paid the price for it." 𝐒𝐢's eye felt like it was bruised, even if she was cut, but she ignored the pain. "𝐒𝐢, it's not your fault. It was the demon. "Izuku, it's my fault for thinking it was okay to take you into danger," he said and sat up with Eri in his arms. "Izuku, if I just had you stay, this would have never happened. It is my fault," he said and sat her on her bed. "Izuku, you're gonna be staying with Kyoka and the others at UA. They will take care of you better than I could." What? "No. I wanna stay with you, Papa." "Izuku, this is not up for arguing." But I don't wanna leave." "Papa, I'm sorry. Please let me stay with you. I'll be careful, I swear." She teared up. She didn't want to leave. She felt safer with him more than at UA, but Izuku felt the complete opposite with what him and Doomguy do. Thinking about it now, he should have never brought her into this. "Izuku, I'm sorry, Eri. It's just too dangerous for you." But Izuku, the girls will be picking you up tomorrow." But Pa Izuku, good night," he said, unable to look at her with bandages on her face, and closed the door. Eri stared at the door in silence, tears rolling down her cheeks and soaking the bandages as she slowly laid down, covering herself with the blanket as she blamed herself for getting hurt. "I'm sorry," she mumbled before closing her eyes to sleep. As Eri went to sleep, Izuku sat in the living room. Ibara came out of Izuku's room, rested, and saw Izuku sitting on the couch with his face in his palms. Ibara sighed and walked over to him, standing next to him and holding his shoulders. "Ibara, it's not your fault, dear." "Izuku, it is. I should have left her home. I'm such a fool for bringing a child to a fight." "Ibara, we make mistakes. Surely Eri has told you it wasn't your fault either." "Izuku, she did. But I can't protect if I make these decisions that harm her. So I need you to take her back to UA first thing in the morning." "Ibara, Izuku. You know she won't leave. She loves you too much." "Izuku, it's for her own good." "Ibara, I understand you want to keep her safe. But think about what she wants, dear," she says and sits next to him. "Ibara, and I think she doesn't care if she got hurt. She would be more upset if you were hurt. So please, Izuku, think about this. You'll be forcing her away from you. You're a father to her." She holds his hand. "Ibara, she needs you, just like you need her." "Izuku. No. Ibara. Izuku, I can't trust myself to keep her safe. She is only a child, she doesn't understand the danger that surrounds us all." "Ibara, but Izuku, what if that imp slashed her somewhere more vital? What if that imp killed her? I am an idiot for thinking taking a 7-year-old girl to fight demons is good for her. She shouldn't be fighting demons that can tear her to shreds." "Ibara, then don't take her out there." She yelled at him. "Ibara, no one is forcing you to take her out there to fight. You made a mistake and learned from it. Do not make that mistake again." "Izuku, I've made too many mistakes already. I will not make another mistake again. She shouldn't have to pay for the mistakes I make," he says and gets up. "Ibara, and she shouldn't have to pay for you being scared," she said, following him. "Ibara, I know losing her would be the worst thing for you, but imagine how she is feeling knowing her father doesn't want her around." "Izuku, it's not like that." "Ibara, then how is it?" She pulled his arm. "Izuku, do you think I want her gone?" He looked at her angrily. "Izuku, I want her to stay, I do, but I can't lose her. Ibara, she is a strong girl. She is safer with you than anywhere else." She glared back at him as they both stared up at each other with their hands turned to fists. Izuku realized how quickly this escalated and looked down. "Izuku, I'm sorry," he said, rubbing his eyes as Ibara sighed and looked away. "Ibara, it's okay, dear. Izuku, I just don't know what to do," he said as Ibara slowly hugged him. "Ibara, all you have to do is be there for her, love her. Be the protector she needs. Her parent." Izuku stayed silent and slowly hugged her back. "Ibara, she is staying. And don't worry. I'll talk with the other girls so we can take turns staying here with you. You need someone to help you." "Izuku. Thank you. Ibara, you're welcome, dear." They both closed their eyes and enjoyed this moment of silence together. Meanwhile, 𝐿𝐴 was in his workshop, making extra weapons while the giant bunny was recovering and taking a nap in the simulator room. As he was working, however, he heard shrieking inside, putting the piece of a gun down and picking up a sledgehammer. He entered the room and turned on the room light to see the imp that attacked 𝐴 was chained to the wall. 𝐿𝐴, I don't know how you things are regenerating now. But it was a mistake to learn that, he said, raising his sledgehammer up. 𝐿𝐴, 'cause you'll be begging for it to end. But I ain't gonna give you that piece, you're gonna pay for what 𝐴 did to 𝐴, he said as the imp shrieked at him and he aimed the sledgehammer toward its knee. 𝐿𝐴, so you better get used to this place. He reeled back his arms. 𝐿𝐴, 'cause you're gonna be here for an eternity. And slammed the sledgehammer into its knee, making the imp shriek into the air with its voice filled with pain as he planned to break every bone in its body. It was a pretty cold day for Izuku. He was sitting in the park with 𝐭𝐽𝐽 while 𝐴 was playing in the park with the other kids. He was paying close attention to 𝐴 while 𝐭𝐽𝐽 was listening to music and leaning against him. She even shared an earbud with him. She noticed how focused he was on 𝐴 and she sighed, pausing her music and took the earbud off of his and her ear. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, Izuku, relax. She is fine. Izuku, those demons can come back. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, I know, but Izuku, they haven't shown up for weeks now. Don't you think you're being a bit protective of her? She asked while rubbing his arm. Izuku, those demons are planning something, 𝐭𝐽𝐽. I ain't gonna let my guard down until they strike. He crossed his arms and 𝐭𝐽𝐽 sighed in frustration. She understands why he would be so protective of 𝐴 after what happened last time. But she knew how exhausted Izuku has been, keeping a close eye on 𝐴. He hasn't gotten proper sleep and that's the first bad sign. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, Izuku, you need to relax. How about we just go back to the ship and see what Vega knows? They might have some info on what those demons are planning, right? She slid her hands down his forearm to take his hand. Izuku, alright, it's safer there anyways. He squeezed her hand and 𝐭𝐽𝐽 smiled, standing up with him. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, then let's get going. I'll go get 𝐴, alright? She let his hand go and put her phone away and stuffed her earbuds in her pocket while heading to the playground. Izuku sighed while following behind, still being aware of his surroundings. He didn't want his family to get ambushed on a nice day like this. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 was not at the playground and saw 𝐴 on the monkey bars, laying on top of them as she was looking at the sky. She looked super bored. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, 𝐴, come on, we're heading back to the ship. She called to 𝐴, who sat up and looked down to 𝐭𝐽𝐽. 𝐴, okay mom, I'll be right down. She then began climbing down the monkey bars and dropped down, going up to 𝐭𝐽𝐽, who took her hand and began to walk back to Izuku. 𝐴, do we have to go back to the ship? Can we go somewhere before going back? 𝐭𝐽𝐽, sorry 𝐴, but Izuku feels more comfortable if you're somewhere safe. She saw 𝐴 frown and squeeze her hand. 𝐴, it was one time. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, I know, but think about how terrified Izuku was when he saw you get attacked. What if it was more than a scratch? She asked 𝐴, who went silent and glanced down. 𝐴 didn't want to scare Izuku like that. But she wouldn't let it happen again, she just had to prove it. Izuku saw them and went to them, taking 𝐴's hand, who looked up to her papa. 𝐴, Papa, can we go somewhere else before going back home? Izuku, another time 𝐒𝐿𝐱, I have to go do something. 𝐴 frowned more and just followed her papa and mama, as a portal opened up and went into it. Meanwhile, 𝐿𝐴 was talking with Vega, who had learned some new information about what Satan was planning on doing. They're gathering an army. Vega, it seems so. In detecting a huge amount of Hell's forces in this specific area, perhaps they're planning on having a huge attack. I might have to attack them before they get a chance. I need to call Izuku. He mumbled, and on cue, Izuku strived through the portal with 𝐭𝐽𝐽 and 𝐴. Izuku, we have a problem. Izuku raised an eyebrow, letting 𝐴's hand go while 𝐭𝐽𝐽 led her back to 𝐴's bedroom. Izuku, what's wrong? Vega has detected large amount of Hell's forces in this area. They could be planning something big, so we need to go see what's wrong and put a stop to it. Izuku, I knew they were planning something. There hasn't been an attack for weeks. That was a sign we should have seen. We need to gear up, he said, and went to the army with Izuku, grabbing their armor and weapons. Vega, get a portal ready. Just make sure not to teleport us in the middle of it all. 𝐵𝐻𝐽, right away, although warning, I am detecting a much larger hellish energy making its way to the army. Be on guard for any surprises. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, we will 𝐵𝐻𝐽. They put their helmets on, and as soon as 𝐵𝐻𝐽 opened the portal, 𝐸𝐸 rushed out of her room with 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐽 following. 𝐸𝐸, wait. Where are you going? She asked as 𝐷oomguy pet her head. 𝐷oom, just dealing with something sweetie, me and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 will be back soon. 𝐸𝐸, can I come? I have been training. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, no 𝐸𝐸, this is too dangerous for you. 𝐸𝐸, but 𝐷oom, listen to 𝐒𝐿𝐴 𝐸𝐸, we have to take care of this ourselves, maybe another time but you need to stay here. 𝐸𝐸. Okay. She mumbled, she wanted to help her papa and grandpa but if it was this serious then maybe she should let the pros deal with it. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐽, stay safe you too, especially you 𝐒𝐿𝐴. She held his helmet and kissed the glass visor, it was her way of wishing him luck. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, I will, make sure 𝐸𝐸 doesn't stay up so late. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐽, I will. Come on 𝐸𝐸, let's go watch a movie 𝐾. She picked 𝐸𝐸 up who was carried back to her room, while watching 𝐒𝐿𝐴 wave to 𝐸𝐸 as 𝐷oomguy went into the portal, with 𝐒𝐿𝐴 following them short after. In the pits of hell 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and 𝐷oomguy arrived and were already met with the sight of what looked like to be a 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 but in a more hellish design. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, a 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽. That was never there before. 𝐷oom, maybe that is what they have been making the past few weeks. Keep your guard up. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 nodded and followed 𝐷oomguy by his side, their shotguns in hand as they made their way closer to the Colosseum. They have not been met with a single imp, Hell Knight or Cacodemon. Something was off. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, where are they? 𝐷oom, HM. They were now at the seatings of the 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽, at the front row seats as they looked at the stage. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, I think 𝐵𝐻𝐽𝐽 must have had a malfunction. There is nothing here. 𝐷oom, maybe. We should head back, perhaps 𝐵𝐻𝐽𝐽's in need of a few upda. Suddenly, they heard a roar and turned around to see two Hell Knights charge at them and tackle them off the edge. The four landed in the stage and as 𝐷oomguy landed on top of the Hell Knight that tackled him, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was under the Hell Knight he was attacked by but shoved the barrel of his shotgun into its jaws and with a single pull in the trigger, blew its head off and kicked its corpse off. While 𝐷oomguy slammed its boot into the Hell Knight's head several times before crushing its head and wiping his boot off with the dirt. As they got up, demons began to fill the seats of the Colosseum and the gates closed shut, trapping 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and the Doomslayer. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, I guess 𝐵𝐻𝐽𝐽 wasn't wrong after all. 𝐷oomguy, it's an ambush. He narrowed his eyes under his helmet and saw other demons roar together. It might be more than an ambush. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, more like a trap. Did they expect us to come? 𝐷oomguy, I don't know. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 shot as the demons in the seats but his bullet hit a force field that protected the demons. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, they got a force field up, I'm gonna contact 𝐵𝐻𝐽𝐽 to get a portal ready. 𝐷oom, I already tried earlier. They must have something blocking our communication with 𝐵𝐻𝐽𝐽. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, then what do we do? He asked and the gates opened. 𝐷oom, we put on a show for them. Demons began to rush out of the gates with 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and 𝐷oomguy ping their guns and preparing for the battle they anticipated when they got here earlier. As the battle began, a large figure in mechanized armor was watching from a distance with two marauders by his side. He looked familiar. The arena was pretty well overcrowded, as most of the demons watched and cheered, enjoying their own kind being torn apart to try and kill these two slayers. More demonic corpses would fly around thanks to the explosive firepower and strength they had was not only pretty badass to watch but also very messy. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was dealing with a few imps pretty easily, tearing them limb from limb and making sure they would choke on their own BLD or limbs. While 𝐷oomguy was kind of making his killings more creative. No, that's not the right word. Brutalize. He was pretty much brutalizing his enemies, as he caught a imp jump at him by the neck and swing the imp around like it was a part of his arsenal, then throwing the imp away who was pretty much destroyed beyond recognition. However, it seemed like the more demons they killed, twice as much would reappear and begin to be overwhelmed despite how many the two slayers killed. It was clear they needed to get more ground. 𝐷oomguy looked around and noticed a weakened wall near one of the closed gates. If they could get through they could get more room to deal with these demons. 𝐷oomguy, 𝐒𝐿𝐴, on me. He said and shoulder tackled a Hell Knight, running past it as it fell to the floor and tried to get up, only for 𝐒𝐿 to stomp on its head and crush it. As 𝐒𝐿 followed 𝐿𝐵 reached the weakened wall and reeled his arm back, then as he slid to a stop, his fist launched forward and collided with the wall. The wall exploded and made a path for them to get through 𝐒𝐻 as he let 𝐒𝐿 through first, then following after, but his arm were grabbed by a marauder who raised his axe and swung it down. But a bullet hit the marauder in the eye, making it stumble back and its grip on 𝐿𝐵's arm slipping off and 𝐒𝐿 pulling 𝐿𝐵 through. 𝐒𝐿, don't falter father, keep moving, he exclaimed as they ran forward, the demons unable to slip through the hole with only a few imps going through before the wall crumbled and blocked the path. With 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐿𝐵 getting some breathing room, they rush out of the 𝐒𝐿𝐽 to hopefully get some high ground and contact 𝐵𝐵. However, it seemed something was blocking the connection between them and the ship. This was gonna be a problem if they couldn't extract from the underworld. 𝐿𝐵, DM it. 𝐒𝐿, we must find a high ground, perhaps we may get a signal. 𝐒𝐿, we can't go any higher in hell father. But perhaps you may have a point. They came to a stop when they noticed they had some good distance between the demons and themselves and sighed. 𝐿𝐵, what do you suggest we do? 𝐒𝐿, HM. He looked around and noticed one of the towers for one the stations used to be up and running. 𝐒𝐿. There. He pointed up at TW Tower while 𝐿𝐵 stood next to look up at the tower and hummed. 𝐿𝐵, those are on with the beacon towers, they don't have power anymore but I'm sure we may get a signal. He crossed his arms with 𝐒𝐿 nodding. 𝐒𝐿, good then, let's not waste any more tea. Suddenly, a giant armored demon flew into the two but grabbed 𝐿𝐵 and threw him into the ground, making him roll into the ground. But as the armored demon swung at 𝐿𝐵, he caught its fist and slammed his two fists into the armored demon's face, knocking it back as 𝐒𝐿 took aim but saw a swarm of demons beginning to grow much larger. 𝐒𝐿, F father. He aimed at the swarm as 𝐿𝐵 held his side and glared at the giant armored demon that stood in front of him. 𝐿𝐵, go, I'll hold them off. 𝐒𝐿, you better do more than hold them off, he said, not planning on arguing with his father, and rushed off to try and find a way out of hell. They liked killing these hellish creatures but didn't plan on staying forever. As 𝐒𝐿 left, 𝐿𝐵 stared up at the large red armored demon as the other swarm of demons surrounded 𝐿𝐵 and the large armored one, as if setting up an arena for the two. 𝐿𝐵, I've fought bigger and uglier. AD, don't worry. You'll learn that I will be much more of a challenge. 𝐿𝐵, then bring it mother effer. He ped his double barrel and the two charged at each other. Hopefully this would buy 𝐒𝐿 enough time to get them out of here. Meanwhile, 𝐭𝐞 was watching TV with 𝐿𝐵 asleep with her head on 𝐭𝐞's lap as she ran her fingers through 𝐿𝐵's soft hair and sighed. 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐿𝐵 have been gone far too long. 𝐭𝐞, where the hell are they? It's been 3 hours. She frowned and pulled her phone out to call him. But it went to voicemail and she frowned. 𝐭𝐞, either he's having too much fun killing demons or something is wrong. She slowly got up and laid 𝐿𝐵's head on a pillow and went over to the large computer that was pretty much where 𝐵𝐵 lived. 𝐭𝐞, 𝐵𝐵, I need your help. 𝐵𝐵, what can I assist you with, 𝐭𝐽. 𝐭𝐞, just call me 𝐭𝐞, 𝐵𝐵. But that's not important. Can you see where 𝐒𝐿 and his father are? They have been gone for a while. 𝐵𝐵, of course. They are, oh dear. 𝐭𝐞. That didn't sound good. 𝐵𝐵, well it seems I cannot detect their signals. 𝐭𝐞. What do you mean you can't detect them? 𝐵𝐵, something is blocking my connection to them, perhaps a jammer of some kind, jammer that blocks the connection between the hell and earth. 𝐭𝐞, SHT. Is there anything we can do? 𝐵𝐵, afraid not, for them they are on their own until I can get past jammer, but that seems unlikely. 𝐭𝐞, DM it. It's okay. I trust they'll get here safe and sound. She hoped, her hands together as her earjacks tangled together nervously. Bad thoughts already began to flow into her head but she snapped out of it and sighed. 𝐭𝐞, okay. If anything comes up keep me updated K. 𝐵𝐵, that I can do. As 𝐭𝐞 walked away back to the couch to rest with 𝐵𝐵 was doing their best to bypass the jammer, but it seemed something not even an AI can bypass. But 𝐵𝐵 wouldn't stop trying.